Naruto, the Fuinjutsu professor of the Ninja Academy. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyright or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, The Value of Konoha White Fang. 1,000 Years of Death. Obito and Kai took a deep breath when they heard this. Created by Konoha White Fang, secret. These words all reflect the extraordinary nature of this move. They both couldn't help but yearn for it, and couldn't wait to learn this 1,000 years of death, and then verify its power on Kakashi. So in the expectant eyes of Obito and Kai, Xia Yan lightly snapped his fingers and began to teach with projection. Then two short figures appeared beside him. Unlike before, this time Xia Yan didn't let his previous self demonstrate, but projected the figures of Obito and Kakashi. So Obito looked at himself and Kakashi in that projection with some surprise, fighting with each other in physical skills, back and forth, and fighting hard. But soon, Kakashi suddenly swung his fist into the air, and his own projection accelerated, came to Kakashi's back and squatted, crossed his hands, and raised his thumb, index finger and middle finger. It's the tiger seal. Is the teacher going to teach us the legendary ninjutsu? Obito patted Kai's shoulder excitedly. Then, poof. Obito's projection looked solemn, squatting and stabbing with both hands. Kakashi's projection fell to the ground not far away, with his butt raised high, his eyes rolled back, foam coming out of his mouth, and his body twitching slightly. Hiss. Obito and Kai couldn't help but feel their anus tighten, and they gasped. Then Kai stepped back with his hands covering his anus, and said to Obito in horror, "You, don't come over here." I didn't, don't talk nonsense. That's just a projection created by the teacher for teaching. Obito quickly clarified, and then realized something, turned his head to look at Xia Yan, and asked in a trembling voice, "Old teacher, is this the 1,000 years of death that you were going to teach us?" Xia Yan said with a deep face, "Let the enemy feel the pain of 1,000 years of death. There is indeed no more appropriate name for this move than the 1,000 years of death." The two are speechless. What the hell is appropriate? Why give such a dirty trick such a powerful name? Obito complained in his heart, but on the surface he forced a flattering smile and said, "Teacher Xia Yan, you must be joking again, right? No matter how much I hate Kakashi, I won't use this technique against him. Otherwise, even if Kakashi was defeated, there would be no winner in that battle." Xia Yan raised his hands and said, "I didn't intend for you to really use the 1,000 years of death on Kakashi. In fact, it's enough to make Kakashi think that you will use this trick against him." Seeing that the two are a little puzzled, Xia Yan explained, "Ninja battles change rapidly, and the slightest hesitation may change the outcome of the battle. However, human attention is limited. So as long as most of Kakashi's attention is on guarding against your 1,000 years of death, then when you take other actions, his reaction will be slower, creating an opportunity for you to take advantage of." "But teacher," Obito said with embarrassment, "then other moves should be able to achieve this. I always feel that this is another of teacher Xia Yan's bad taste." "However," Xia Yan said with a serious face, "since you want to pursue victory, then carry it through to the end. I chose this move because although the 1,000 years of death is difficult to hit, no one can bear the consequences of being hit, so the deterrent effect is extremely strong, and people have to be distracted and guard against it. More importantly, as I said just now, this move was developed by Kakashi's father, Hatake Sakumo. For Kakashi, the 1,000 years of death has a special meaning, and naturally he can't stand being hit by you with this move, so it will be more distracted." Obito and Kai listened to the explanation of teacher Xia Yan and felt that it made sense. If they knew that the opponent was deliberately trying to give them 1,000 years of death, then no matter how difficult it was to hit, they would be more cautious, and even the way of fighting would be affected. At least they dared not use the spinning kick. However, Obito still had some doubts in his heart. After hesitating for a long time, he finally asked, "But teacher, was such a despicable physical technique really created by Kakashi's father, the Konoha White Fang? After all, isn't he a powerful ninja who even the three ninjas consider themselves inferior to?" Xia Yan shook his head and smiled bigly. "A powerful ninja will not use despicable tricks. It's just the wishful thinking of ordinary people. Have you forgotten what I said just now, the role of creating false information? When you think your opponent will not use despicable tricks, you may have fallen into the opponent's trap. Obito and Kai felt a chill in their heart when they heard this, and the scene of Hatake Seikumo with a sly smile on his face, stabbing people's ass with the White Fang's short knife, emerged in their minds. I didn't expect you to be such a Konoha Yellow Fang. Fortunately, Xia Yan explained. But White Fang did not use the 1,000 years of death in such a situation. After all, it would be better to go around the opponent's back and squat to attack, rather than just kill the opponent with one sword. So this 1,000 years of death is actually not a move aimed at ninjas, but at various large summoned beasts or wild beasts. You should have learned it in the ninja knowledge class. Unlike the fragile bodies of ninjas, there are many huge, thick-skinned and thick-fleshed wild beasts in the ninja world. Since White Fang is a more traditional assassin-type ninja, he is not very good at dealing with such enemies. So when he was young, he would imitate the hunting methods of some social carnivores, letting ninja dogs or teammates attract the attention of large wild beasts, and he would take the opportunity to attack their weakest defenses from behind. And this is the origin of the physical technique of the 1,000 years of death. It is precisely because of this that the three ninjas of Konoha consider themselves slightly inferior to White Fang. Because White Fang's reputation in the summoning world does not seem to be very good, I'm afraid the summoned beasts of the three holy places are not very willing to fight him. Obito and Kai had strange expressions on their faces, not knowing whether they should be proud of the great reputation created by Konoha White Fang. Xia Yan smiled and said, when you graduate, you will definitely encounter the task of expelling wild beasts. Perhaps this technique will be useful at the time. White Fang even summarized his experience in hunting wild beasts into a formula for us younger generations to refer to. That is to say, more hair is weak to fire, larger body is weak to gate, heavy armor is weak to thunder, and fat body is weak to chrysanthemum. You will also have special courses to introduce this in the future. If you want to know more about the 1,000 years of killing, you can also buy White Fang's book The Chrysanthemum and the Sword, which has a more detailed explanation. Obito shook his head speechlessly, feeling that he already knew too much. Kai was slightly moved. After all, as a physical ninja, he was also not good at dealing with large wild beasts. Perhaps this 1,000 years of killing, combined with the 8 gates, can create new sparks. Then Xia Yan looked at Obito again and said with a smile, how about it, Obito, you won't doubt White Fang's invention of the 1,000 years of death anymore, right? Obito shook his head with some shame. That's good. Xia Yan said, then the lunch break is almost over, and I will teach you the key points of this move next. In addition, there is also how to make Kakashi think that you will use this move against him. As he said, Xia Yan conjured up a training puppet that looked very similar to Kakashi, and instructed Obito. Obito, after school today, take this puppet and do this and that. Obito looked at the Kakashi puppet and listened to the plan that teacher Xia Yan said. His expression became more and more speechless. Time went back to after school. In the remote grove, Obito had been using the 1,000 years of death to attack Kakashi's puppet crazily for more than 2 hours, and then he packed up his things and limped out of the grove. Kakashi, who had also been watching on the tree for more than 2 hours, also slowly stood up with a dazed look. From the anger of wanting to go out and confront Obito directly at the beginning, to the suspicion that Obito must have some conspiracy, in the end, Kakashi's heart was left with only a deep chill. He couldn't help but start to review whether he had been too rude to Obito. How big a grudge must Obito have to make him do this? As for Obito's claim that he regarded him as his best friend, Kakashi had completely forgotten it. Is there anyone like you who is crazy about his friend's doll? As expected, all members of the Uchiha clan are mentally ill. Obito doesn't seem to be sick on the surface, but he is actually very sick. And where did he learn this trick from? Doesn't he know that this trick is used to deal with large beasts? Is it appropriate for him to use this trick against his classmates? Kakashi complained wildly in his heart. Although he didn't think he would be hit by this trick at all, but when he recalled the scene where Obito had just practiced the 1,000 years of killing with a blank expression, even Kakashi, who had decided to abandon all emotions, couldn't help but feel a little fear in his heart. If he was hit by the trick in front of everyone, woo! After a shudder, Kakashi felt that he was not looking forward to the day of fighting with Obito at all. Chapter 102. 3 generations of incognito visits, 2 in 1 that night. After finishing a day's work, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not go home directly as usual, but came to Ichiraku Avenue. On the way, he also saw an Uchiha boy who seemed to be called Obito, limping past with a training doll on his shoulder. At a glance, he found that the doll looked a bit like Kakashi, and part of it was severely damaged. What did this kid do to the doll? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and decided not to investigate further, and continued to walk forward. After greeting many pedestrians who recognized his identity, he turned into an alley. A moment later, an ordinary young man came out of the alley, but he looked a bit like the young third Hokage. Obviously, this was the appearance that Sarutobi Hiruzen disguised himself with the transformation technique. Since he was unable to use the crystal ball to see the situation in the tavern a few days ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had become curious, finally decided to go to the Keenan Tavern in person to see what the young people were doing now. However, considering his status as Hokage, he might make people uncomfortable if he went there, so he decided to disguise himself with the transformation technique. Not long after, he arrived at the door of the Keenan Tavern. Before he entered the door, he heard a lot of people inside, so the business should be good. Is this Keenan card really that fun? With such doubts, Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed the door open. As a result, he was scared by the scene in front of him and almost drew his kunai. It was pitch black inside, full of smoke, and there were many pumpkin lanterns with scary human faces carved everywhere as decorations, which looked gloomy and terrifying. He was even sure that he saw a translucent strange creature floating in the air, and it winked at him. Not only the layout of the tavern, but also that customers in the tavern, either wearing hooded masks or having colorful and strange hairstyles, they were not serious people at first glance. This scene made Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but recall a mission to destroy a cult altar that he had carried out that year. The scene he saw at the time was similar to this one, so this is definitely a tavern, not a demon cave. However, seeing that everyone was drinking and playing cards calmly, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that this was indeed a tavern, and barely suppressed the urge to use the 5 elements great linking technique to destroy the place. This also made Sarutobi Hiruzen wonder if he was out of touch with the times. Do young people now like this tune? Hey, brother, is this your first time here? Don't be afraid, this is just the Halloween-themed decoration arranged by the boss, Xia Yan. In fact, everyone is just an ordinary person. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was standing at the door of the tavern in a dilemma, a man with colorful, angular hair and a chin like a comb came over to chat. There was a thin cigarette in his mouth, and smoke was curling at the end. He didn't look like an ordinary person at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Aesthetically speaking, this guy's transformation technique is too poor, a typical excessive face pinching. Transformation is a means of disguise and infiltration. Isn't it more eye-catching if he makes it so fancy? Is it putting the cart before the horse? If this guy is a ninja from Konoha, then he has to re-examine the teaching level of the school. And he also wants to see who this guy's parents are and how they teach their children. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't reply, the man didn't care and smiled again. My name is Dongba. Do you want me to teach you how to play this Keenan card game? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned even more. If you are too nice to someone, you're either a traitor or a thief. Could this guy have any bad ideas? The guy who called himself a Donba was obviously used to the suspicion from new customers, and he found a waiter to prove himself. The waiter smiled and explained, my guest, in fact, our store is holding a newbie guidance activity. As long as you guide new players to complete the teaching mode of Keenan cards, you can get a pack of exclusive guide card packs. This Mr. Dongba is for this. Just for a pack of cards? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Dongba with some surprise. He didn't expect that someone would waste so much time on such a thing. I really want to see what his parents looked like. Moreover, the card packs mentioned by the waiter also made him a little concerned. It turned out that there are so many types of this thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered to himself, then took out a copy of Sasuke Reading from his arms and asked, is this book of mine also exchangeable for a card pack? Dongba was surprised to see this and said, so you are also a fan of Sasuke Sarutobi? Me too. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was slightly relieved, and he thought that Dongba had good taste. However, he took another look at Dongba's colorful hair and comb-shaped face, and fell into deep thought. Fortunately, the waiter's answer brought him back to his senses. Yes, you just need to create an account first, and then scan the cipher code on the last page of the book with the machine, and you can get a pack of Sasuke Sarutobi themed card packs. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the players around him who were playing the Keenan game consoles. He saw that they were either pointing and gesturing on the interface in the void, or muttering to themselves, directing the little people on the table to fight, which looked quite complicated. So he finally decided to give this Dongba, whose taste was not sure whether it was good or bad, a chance and let him teach him how to play this game. Dongba was overjoyed when he heard this, and he rubbed his hands with a smile and let Sarutobi Hiruzen inside. As he walked, he skillfully touched his pocket and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Brother, want one? Saratobi Hiruzen usually smoked with a pipe, but he was not opposed to ordinary cigarettes, so he decided to follow the local customs and nodded. Then he had a lollipop in his hand. Then he heard Donba say, "This is what Xia Yan's master taught me. As long as you lick the lollipop fast enough, the end will smoke, and it will look like smoking, healthy and handsome." Saratobi Hiruzen fell into deep thought again with the lollipop. The conclusion he came to in the end was actually a little envious. This kind of magical skill, I'm afraid only the one from the Kato clan can match it. So the two of them, each holding a lollipop, came to an empty Keenan machine. Saratobi Hiruzen pointed at the empty machine on the high platform in the middle of the tavern and said, "That should be the Keenan game machine, right? Why don't we go over there and play?" Dongba said speechlessly, "I want to, but that is a duel arena that only the top 10 strongest people in the ladder are qualified to use. It is not a field we can set foot on." "What is the ladder?" Saratobi Hiruzen felt a little confused. Why did he keep saying terms he didn't understand? The ladder is too far away for novices. Why don't you play that tutorial mode first to learn how to play this game? Dongba said perfunctorily. Saratobi Hiruzen thought it made sense, so he sat down in front of the machine in front of him and injected chakra into the machine under Dongba's guidance to create a knockout. Even though he hadn't really started the game, just from interacting with the projected game interface, Saratobi Hiruzen, a ninjutsu doctor, had already felt the extraordinary nature of this Keenan game machine. At least, he thought he had a deep understanding of sealing techniques, but to be honest, he didn't understand the working principle of this machine at all. Although he also secretly probed the chakras to study the inside of the machine, he was quickly blocked by the shielding array and had no choice but to give up. However, from the densely packed room formula circuits in the corners, he could also perceive the design ideas of this machine, which was obviously different from the ordinary sealing array. It seemed to take the route of winning by quantity, and a large number of simple basic rune formulas were arranged and combined in various ways to achieve extremely complex functions. This requires the artist to have extremely solid basic skills and confidence that he will not make mistakes in order to make such an unconventional design. Therefore, Saratobi Hiruzen's evaluation of Xia Yan's sealing skills also increased to a higher level, and he felt that the younger generation was formidable. However, he always felt that the shielding array had a sense of judo, and it was very similar to the one that was popularized in the bathhouse recently. After creating an account, the interface turned to the place where he could choose a deck. Senju Hashirama deck, Uchiha Madara deck, Saratobi Sasuke deck. Seeing his father being listed with those two, to be honest, Saratobi Hiruzen felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, he had been a Okage for many years and had developed a thick skin, so he didn't show it. He naturally didn't hesitate in choosing the deck and chose to support his father. Then, under the guidance of Dongba, he scanned the cipher code on the last page of Sasuke Reading into the machine and received the gift card pack. When he clicked on the card pack, a purple light exploded from it. Wow, purple epic. Brother, you are lucky, an epic Monkey King Monkey Demon was released. Dongba saw this and said with envy, and then explained to Saratobi Hiruzen the difference in card rarity. When he knew that his epic card could be sold for at least a few thousand taels, Saratobi Hiruzen couldn't help but be a little surprised. But this is only a small amount. Dongba also revealed mysteriously that a while ago, a legendary flash-colored version of Uchiha Madara was actually bought by Uchiha Fuinjutsu for 2 million taels. Saratobi Hiruzen felt that his worldview had been rewritten. What a spendthrift. This is enough to issue 2S level missions. I don't know how Uchiha Fukuyama would react if he knew. Fortunately, neither of my two sons is such a spendthrift. But it seems that Ashuma often plays this game at school, so I have to make him pay attention in the future. Although he has no interest in spending money to buy these virtual cards, Saratobi Hiruzen is still very happy to know that his cards can be sold for money. Thinking that he still had a lot of samples of Sasuke Reading, he turned to Donba and asked, "Is there a limit on the number of times you can exchange for card packs?" Dongba said, "Of course not, but one book can only be exchanged once." "How many books do you have?" Saratobi Hiruzen thought for a while and said, "Then give me 2 more. After that, he took out 2 more copies of Sasuke Reading from his arms and scanned them for the machine to exchange for card packs. Dongba on the side was a little envious, thinking that this was the legendary local tyrant, and that books had to be divided into 3 types: collection, viewen, and missionary. For him, he was stingy and had to guide new players to earn card packs. After exchanging the card packs, Saratobi Hiruzen opened them again. But this time there was only blue sky and white clouds, which made him a little disappointed. It's really not that easy to get good things. But he didn't care. After all, it was just a game, and his work as a Hokage was very busy, and he probably wouldn't come again after today. So Sarutobi Hiruzen officially entered the tutorial mode under the guidance of Dongba. Like most players, he wanted to complain about the plot of playing cards when he was in doubt. However, the growth history of the boy named King Ashita Tokakairo still attracted his interest. Because although they are all fictional characters, they always feel an inexplicable sense of reality. People can't help but worry about the fate of the characters in the story. Especially the sentence "monkey, bring the straw sandals over." It made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel very much like Jbu. It feels that Oda Nobunaga has both the boldness of the first generation and the wisdom of the second generation. Many of his almost forgotten memories gradually revived, and he was filled with emotion for a while. At the same time, due to Dongba's reminder, he replaced the useless cards in the deck with the ones he just drew before starting the tutorial, so the strength of the deck increased greatly, and it was just killing indiscriminately in the tutorial mode. Therefore, he quickly broke through the levels like cutting melons and vegetables, and soon he cleared the entire tutorial. Seeing that Tokakairo, who was worthless at the beginning, eventually became the ruler of a country and realized the ambition he set back then, Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with mixed feelings. Especially after the image disappeared, the voice that came from afar, "Monkey, bring the straw sandals here." And the young Fujikai Kairo's panicked response made time seem to go back to the beginning. Although only more than an hour had passed, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as if he had been in another world, and his nose was a little sour. Dongba beside him also felt the same way. Although he had seen this story many times when he was instructing others, he still never got tired of it. "Brother, you are lucky." In fact, there was a very difficult level of Demon King Nobunaga before, so no one could beat it and see the ending. Fortunately, there were too many complaints later, so Xia Yan, boss moved up to the additional single-player mode, so that we can see the ending of this story. If you're interested in this story, you can go to the single-player mode to check it out. There are some branching plots and stories with other characters as the protagonists. Demon King Nobunaga? I'll make a note of that. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still unsatisfied with the story just now, and he became interested after hearing this. But soon he heard Dongba say, "Since the tutorial is over, please come with me to the bar and get the guide card pack for me." Sarutobi Hiruzen had no objection, so he stood up and followed Dongba to the bar to prove to the waiter that Dongba had done his job of guiding him conscientiously. Then the waiter gave Dongba a card with the same cipher code as in his book, which should be used to redeem the guide card pack. Seeing Dongba's joy as if he had found a treasure, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help shaking his head. Then Dongba took the card and excitedly exchanged the card pack on the game console next to him, and then opened it directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen curiously came forward to take a look. Wow, blue sky and white clouds. But it seems that Dongba has gotten used to it. The corners of his mouth twitched and he quickly recovered his spirits. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and prepared to find another machine to see how powerful the Demon King Nobunaga was. Then he heard Dongba say to him, "By the way, brother, you haven't played the battle mode yet, how about we play a few games?" Seeing Dongba's sincerity and the fact that he had just helped him, Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted his invitation without hesitation. The two walked towards an empty game console. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was walking in front at this time, did not notice the treacherous smile on Dongba's face behind him. Chapter 103 Father and Son Bureau. 4000 More than an hour passed, let's end the battle. My strongest trump card, Sarutobi Sasuke, attacked directly. Take a stick from old Sarutobi. A miniature version of Sarutobi Sasuke jumped up from the table and wielded the lengthened Veharuya stick to hit Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he had seen this scene several times, Sarutobi Hiruzen still had the urge to swear. Why did he have to go through such a tragic father-son war just to play cards? Beep, beep, beep. Your health points are 0, the game is over, the winner is Master Dongba. As this line of text appeared on the pop-up interface, the projection and cards on the table gradually disappeared. Lost again. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat back in his chair with a helpless smile. This was the 9th game he had lost. It seemed that he had thought too simply before. Tutorials and actual battles are completely different concepts. Feeling that it was getting late, Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared to say goodbye to Dongba and leave the tavern to go home. At this moment, several players with fancy hair passed by and saw the end of the game. One of them said to Dongba with a smile, "Dongba, are you playing cards?" Dongba did not answer, and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Ignore them, let's continue." At the same time, he sent a request for a battle. When they saw that Dongba did not reply, one of them deliberately shouted loudly, "You must be bullying the weak again." Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyebrows, not knowing what was going on. Dongba opened his eyes wide and said, "How can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? What innocence? I saw you bullying the weak to gain points the day before yesterday, and you were almost beaten by someone." Dongba's face flushed, and the veins on his forehead popped out. He argued, "The teaching session does not count as bullying the weak. Teaching session? I'm just teaching this brother how to fight. Besides, can the duelist's business be considered bullying the weak?" Then he said some difficult words, such as "I have a clear conscience and I'm a ruthless tights man." In the end, he was speechless with the sentence, "Why don't you play that practice mode?" Everyone laughed at once, and the store was filled with a happy atmosphere. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen still didn't quite understand, the player next to him slapped his forehead and said, "It seems that this Dongba deliberately didn't explain the ladder mode again. You may not know this, brother, but Dongba is a famous rookie killer here. What he likes most is to teach the novice how to play that game first, let the other party relax their vigilance, and earn a card pack by the way. Then invite the other party to play, and deliberately choose the ladder mode, taking advantage of the other party's unfamiliarity with the game to use the other party to brush points. Look, you only have 550 ladder points left, and the original new player should have 1000 points." Sarutobi Hiruzen listened for a while before he understood a little. It turned out that he was deceived by Dongba. This made him feel a little bit amused. He didn't expect that he, a dignified Okage, would fall to this young man who couldn't even use the transformation technique well. Perhaps it was because he vaguely felt a sense of intimacy from Dongba that made him inadvertently relax his vigilance. The exposed Dongba was also broken off this time, relying on the fact that no one dared to fight in the tavern since Xia Yan, and turned on the taunting mode. "Hehehe, so what if I'm bullying you? What can you do to me?" Then he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. His face, which was originally very effeminate, was now full of blue veins because of his exaggerated smile, and his long tongue was sticking out, looking quite ferocious and terrifying. "Hehehe, don't blame me, brother. The world of keening cards is the law of the jungle." Dongba stood up by the table, looking down at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a grim smile. "Stupid rookie, if you want revenge, then hate me. Hate me. When you have the same strength as me, come find me again." After saying that, Dongba turned around and prepared to leave. "Wait, I haven't replied to your invitation to a fight just now," Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly said. Dongba, who had already turned around and walked a few steps, raised a treacherous arc at the corner of his mouth. It appears, Dongba's second stage trap. This is a chain of tricks that takes advantage of the opponent's unwillingness to accept being deceived, and harvests again. "Don't be impulsive, brother, forget it, you can't beat Dongba now." Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally heard everyone's words, but he remained calm. Yes, he is indeed not Dongba's opponent now. But after playing so many games just now, he also understood that in addition to technology, the strength of the deck is also a key factor in determining victory or defeat. So he took out a scroll from his arms and smiled. "But before the battle, I have to open the card pack first." After that, he unfolded the scroll, and heard a bang. Hundreds of Sasabreeden appeared on the table, piled up like a small mountain. Hiss. The onlookers immediately retreated strategically and gasped. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled proudly. Although he still didn't understand what the ladder points were for, even if Dongba asked him directly, he would agree to lose the points to him. "However, what I give you is yours. If I don't give it to you, you can't take it away." Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to teach Dongba an important lesson on his behalf. "Hey, stop playing cards, come and watch the new killer fight against the rich warrior." "How rich is he?" "He bought hundreds of copies of Sasabreeden and is opening them now." "So rich, I remember that the book is not cheap, so I really have to join in the fun." At this time, a large group of people who eat melons quickly gathered around Sarutobi Hiruzen. They all looked at him excitedly as he opened the exchange card packs one by one. After all, in this Keenan tavern, in addition to playing cards, watching the rich open card packs is also the most popular activity for everyone. As the card packs were opened one by one, white and blue lights came and went. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly when he saw this. He had heard Dongba's popular signs and knew that white common cards and blue rare cards were ordinary stuff. It couldn't help him defeat Saratobi Sasuke in Donba's hand. However, when he saw that the people around him did not show any surprise, he knew that this was probably normal. It was a rare chance that he got an epic card in the first pack. Fortunately, not long after, a purple light rushed to the top of the game console. An epic card has been released. Before Saratobi Hiruzen had time to be happy, he was startled by the shouting of a thin spectator next to him. It's a Kimichi Bairi, its skilled span can return all the cards on the field to his hand, which is infinitely useful. The onlookers made envious voices. Due to the explosion rate designed by a certain black-hearted businessman, the probability of good things appearing in this keening card pack is extremely low, and it is basically blue sky and white clouds, so even the release of epic cards can cause everyone to be amazed. This is why everyone can't stand that Donba. Obviously, he was so lucky to draw Saratobi Sasuke, but he fell into depravity and bullied newcomers every day to gain points. Saratobi Hiruzen also felt relieved, and felt that the purple light emitted by the card was so pleasing to the eye. But he remembered that Saratobi Sasuke was an orange legendary card, one level higher than this card. It was not enough. Saratobi Hiruzen calmed down and continued to click on the next card pack. Soon he opened more than a dozen card packs. Unfortunately, it was blue sky and white clouds again, but he was used to it. Not long after, a purple light rose again. Another epic. This time it's Yamei no Gojin. The skill is master is captured. And Saratobi Sasuke and a Kimichi Bairi can be retrieved from the deck. They are important components of Saratobi Sasuke's deck. But it was not enough. This time he didn't have to wait too long. After a few card packs, another purple light appeared. Oh my god, it's the super rare epic card Mara-Sanzen. Its effect only you can change the game's BGM to the song of the same name composed by boss Xia Yan when it appears. At the same time, it will make Saratobi Sasuke on the opponent's field unable to act. Although it is not written on this card, in fact, as long as this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, Saratobi Sasuke on your own field will enter a rampage state and double its attack power. At this time, the crowd of spectators began to calm down. Seeing that 3 of the famous 4 masters and apprentices of the Warring State period have already appeared, it seems to be paving the way for the appearance of the last person. However, this time, the goddess of luck does not seem to be so easy to come. Although the previous 3 epic cards have appeared once or twice, it can no longer arouse everyone's excitement. Boring, we want to see legendary cards. At this time, more and more people are watching. As the number of card packs decreases, Saratobi Hiruzen's heart gradually rises, and the fingers that click to open the packs become a little trembling. He is well informed and actually feels that something is wrong. Because he has realized that this so-called opening of packs is actually a disguised form of gambling. Although he often criticized his student Summoned for being addicted to gambling, the excitement of not knowing what cards might appear next still makes him unable to stop. He can't stop at all. The number of card packs is decreasing rapidly. 30 packs, 20 packs, 10 packs, 8 packs, just when there are only 3 packs left and Saratobi Hiruzen's fingers are numb from clicking on the packs, a dazzling orange light rises into the sky. At the same time, the tavern also broadcasts. Congratulations to player Doctor for obtaining the legendary card Phantom Third Person Saratobi Sasuke. A projection of fireworks blooming appeared on the ceiling. The onlookers immediately exclaimed in envy. Even the remaining guests gathered around, wanting to see the true appearance of the legendary card. It's out as expected. This is the second card that appeared in the tavern. Will we be able to see Saratobi Sasuke versus Saratobi Sasuke later? And this guy doesn't have a single card like Donba, but a Saratobi Sasuke deck with all the core components. It seems that the throne of the Jewel King has a new powerful challenger. Is the shipment rate of this Saratobi Sasuke theme card pack so high? I want to buy a few copies to try. Saratobi Hiruzen, who didn't know that he had inadvertently promoted the book, was still pounding his heart. He felt that not only his appearance, but also his body had regained the feeling of his youth. Since he became Okage, he rarely felt so energetic. However, just as everyone was cheering for the birth of another legendary card, a figure was hunched over and trying to leave secretly. Hey, Donba, where are you going? Your battle is not over yet? The onlookers who had just watched the good show in the first half naturally couldn't let the protagonist of the second half sneak away. Surrounded by several big men, Donba managed to force a smile. It's too late, I have to go home and do my homework. Do you think you are still a ninja school student? Don't even think about leaving until you finish this game. Soon Donba was carried back to his seat, wanting to cry but unable to. Under the guidance of the enthusiastic crowd behind him, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to build his own brand new deck. Soon, a powerful deck that made everyone take a deep breath and sigh at its horror appeared. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen clicked on the battle request that Donba had just sent out and pressed the accept option. Finally, he showed Donba a kind smile. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Donba was speechless and could only show a smile that was uglier than crying. "And let's finish the battle. My strongest trump card, Sarutobi Sasuke, attacked directly. Take my stick." A miniature version of Sarutobi Sasuke jumped up from the table with his Veruya stick and same words, same scene, but this time it was Donba on the other side who was defeated. With his deck that exceeded the standard, Sarutobi Hiruzen launched a ruthless counterattack against Donba. Chunin and Genin and ninja school student, and due to the huge gap in the points between the two, Donba's points would shrink significantly after each game. Soon Donba's rank also fell back to ninja school student. Sarutobi Hiruzen also sucked Donba's blood and rose to the Chunin rank. Looking at the admiring and envious eyes of the people around him, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that the emotions that he usually suppressed for various compromises for the stability of the village were all poured out, and he felt a sense of pride. Seeing that there were not many points left to be squeezed out of Donba, the show of the local tyrant's counterattack and slapping his face was coming to an end, and everyone made way for the distraught Donba to leave. Donba stumbled a few steps, thinking that his rank points that he had spent so many days on suddenly returned to the level before liberation, and suddenly he was overwhelmed with grief, and burst into tears, and ran out of the tavern in tears. He shouted, "Remember this, I'm going to complain to my dad." The people in the tavern were stunned and looked at each other. A young people's ability to withstand pressure so poor now? Donba, who had just run out of the tavern, ran into an alley crying. A moment later, a boy with red eyes came out. It was Ashuma Sarutobi. He kicked a piece of gravel with a powerful kick, muttering indignantly, "Damn it, if the difference in card strength was not so big, I would not have lost to that bastard. What's the big deal about a few stinky money? I am still the son of the strongest Hokage. Did I tell everyone?" Ashuma, who was cursing, walked for a long time before returning to his door. As a result, he ran into his father who just happened to come home. Since knowing that his father Sarutobi Hiruzen is a ninja who is more powerful than the first-generation Hokage, Ashuma's relationship with his father has improved a lot. Seeing that his father came home so late, he must have been busy for the village until now, and Ashuma felt a little guilty. After all, he said that he went to find Akai to practice physical skills every night, but in fact he went to the Bukinin Tavern next door to practice card skills. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally saw Ashuma, and his face was a little unnatural when he thought about playing cards all night. "Son, did you just finish your training? Dad, did you just finish your work?" "Yes." X2. Then the two of them walked into the house again in awkward silence. While walking, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still thinking, "Ashuma has been practicing very hard recently, he is really worthy at being my son, but I still have to keep a close eye on him, I can't let him grow up to be like the Donba." But he didn't know that his beloved son was thinking, "Damn doctor, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, one day I will make you cry and call me dad." Chapter 104. Student's Destiny Projection Technique. 5000. After school on Wednesday, the members of the Sealing Technique Research Group gathered on the rooftop of the teaching building again, preparing for today's activities. Xia Yan was flipping through the projection design homework that everyone had just handed in. The students were doing radio gymnastics under the leadership of Akai while chatting. Ashuma said to Obito, who was standing on crutches, "Obito, I heard that you were going to challenge Kakashi. Damn, why didn't I think of such a good plan to show off?" Obito was a little proud, but he noticed Lin's gaze in his peripheral vision, and quickly said with a righteous face, "I'm not doing this to show off. I'm doing this for my best friend Kakashi." Seeing Lin's relieved expression, Obito also breathed a sigh of relief, and by the way, suppressed the urge to vomit. Ashuma had a question mark face like an old man. "Are you kidding me? Who is the person who usually says bad things about Kakashi in his ear?" However, when he saw Lin's appearance, he roughly understood why Obito said that, and couldn't help speaking in his heart. Bah, dog liquor. And Obito didn't want to go deeper into this topic, so when he noticed that Ashuma's eyes were a little red and swollen, he quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Ashuma, why are your eyes red?" Ashuma turned his head away unnaturally, he stammered. I just didn't sleep well last night." But he didn't lie, he just didn't mention that not only did he not sleep well, but he also got angrier and cried a lot of the pillow. At this point, he couldn't help but say angrily, "It's all Dr. S' fault. I will definitely take revenge for this, otherwise I will take his last name." The others looked at each other, wondering where Ashuma had made such a big grudge. After everyone continued to chat for a while, Xia Yan finished a rough look at the homework and coughed a few times to attract everyone's attention. "I have read the ideas of everyone's homemade projection technique. Although there are many points that are worth discussing, there are also many points that are worth mentioning. They even gave me some inspiration and deserve praise. Let's talk about the homemade projection technique designed by Obito first." Xia Yan opened the first homework book and looked at Obito and said, "The projection version of the Great Fireball technique is a standard design. After all, there are similar things in the Gekining card game." Obito stuck out his tongue and said, "I thought that since the Great Fireball technique can't hit people, I might as well use projection instead to save some chakra." Hey, is this what the Uchiha clan should say? Even if it's the truth, you can't say it. Xia Yan complained in his heart but said, "But you still have to learn the Great Fireball technique, Obito, otherwise it will be difficult to create a lifelike Great Fireball projection. Moreover, it will be more deceptive if it is sometimes real and sometimes fake. Who knows, one day someone will have a brain spasm and mistake the real Great Fireball for the projection and get hit, allowing Obito's record of the Great Fireball technique to achieve a breakthrough from zero." Obito nodded and said, "I have learned it. Recently, Brother Fuinjutsu has been guiding me to practice the Great Fireball technique whenever he has time." "Fuinjutsu, that's good." Xia Yan nodded, "But you have to pay attention, Obito, because the projected Great Fireball cannot contain high temperatures like the real Great Fireball, so it is difficult to deceive experienced ninjas. In addition to turning the battlefield into a real sea of fire in advance to confuse the temperature changes, the only solution is to shorten the distance of the technique and the flight speed of the fireball to reduce the time for the opponent to distinguish and react. So when you practice the Great Fireball technique, you should focus on strengthening this aspect of practice. You cannot pursue the power and range of the technique first, and focus on improving the speed of the seal and the flight speed of the fireball." Obito nodded slowly and thoughtfully, feeling that he had a clearer understanding of his future training direction. It really deserves to be teacher Xia Yan. He sighed in his heart. Then Xia Yan summarized Obito's thoughts. Due to its instability and destructive power, the change in the nature of fire escape can cause harm to the caster if he is not careful. Therefore, the use of fire escape ninjutsu by ninjas has always been simple and rough. Most of them change the shape or increase the lethality based on the Great Fireball technique. So if it can be combined with projection techniques to add various new changes, it should produce good results. Obito, your future development of this technique can also be applied to other fire escape ninjutsu. The future is promising." After saying this, Xia Yan turned over the next homework book and looked at Ashuma, who was doing kicking exercises. His eyes became a little strange. "Ashuma, your idea is to use projection techniques to simulate the appearance of Mr. Dai when he opens the 8 gates of the ninjutsu. The reason is that it looks very handsome." Ashuma raised his head proudly, and the other boys nodded in agreement. Xia Yan gently supported his forehead. Sure enough, every boy has a Super Saiyan dream in his heart. But isn't this just adding a special effect to yourself? Well, let's put aside your weird reason. At least when Mr. Dai becomes famous, this mood will be very intimidating. Are you afraid of opening the door of death when you disagree with him? It's a good tactic to wait until the opponent is in a panic before launching a sneak attack." Ashuma also temporarily forgot about his sad things at this time, and said excitedly, "Of course it's better if your face doesn't turn red, it's more handsome that way." "You mean like this?" Xia Yan said helplessly, snapping his fingers. Then the floor cracked instantly, dark clouds gathered, and golden flames-like substance burst out from him, and crackling arcs kept flashing around him. At the same time, his appearance also changed to blonde and blue eyes, his hair stood up high, and his temperament became fierce. Wow! Everyone was stunned, even Akai was frightened by Xia Yan's appearance, and his movements were a little deformed. However, the experienced people quickly reacted. Although the teacher's side was surging, the sky was collapsing, but in fact, their side was calm and there was not even a trace of wind. It turns out that this is all special effects. Although it was a bit speechless, the boys quickly reacted and exclaimed in envy. "Ah, bah, you'll lick my dog." Xia Yan snapped his fingers again, cancelling the projection and restoring it to its original state. Amid the boy's regretful sighs, he smiled and said, unlike the transformation technique which requires continuous maintenance of chakra to keep changing and is difficult to use with other ninjutsu at the same time, the image created by the projection technique is formed in one go, so it has many uses in actual combat. For example, Xia Yan said and snapped his fingers again. Then everyone screamed and saw a kunai stuck in the teacher's chest, blood flowing down, dyeing his clothes blood red, but Xia Yan still looked as if nothing had happened, and said while spitting blood. Projection technique can be used like this to create the illusion of injury to show weakness to the enemy, or vice versa to cover up the wound to bluff. How to use it depends on your heart. Xia Yan cancelled the projection, looked at Ashuma and concluded, so this idea has more uses than just being cool. Ashuma, you have to be like Obito and develop your own usage based on your own fighting style. Seeing Ashuma began to think seriously, Xia Yan nodded and turned to the next homework. Home's idea is to combine illusion with magic, so that the opponent will be trapped in the dual illusion of spirit and reality, thus increasing the difficulty of cracking. And the design idea is very perfect. It seems that he has been thinking about this problem a long time ago. Home's chin was slightly raised, a little proud. Then he heard Xia Yan say, but the design is too complicated, a little too ambitious. Home was a little dissatisfied when he heard this, and his cheeks bulged like a little pufferfish. Seeing this, Xia Yan smiled helplessly and said, after all, unlike other students who only need to memorize a few fixed projection techniques in advance, to achieve the effect you want, you have to construct the projection on the spot according to the situation after the illusion in your hand, which is much more difficult. Not to mention that to keep up with the illusion, you also need a high level of projection attainment to do it. Home defended. But Dad said, you were a genius, right? Xia Yan said helplessly, of course I don't doubt that you can do this in the future. But a tall building starts from the ground, let's start with the simplest projection technique. Seeing that the teacher said so, Home had to accept his opinion with a grumble. Then let me see. Xia Yan flicked through Home's homework book and said, take this method of using projection to simulate various environmental things and hide yourself as the first step in your learning of projection. After all, it is simpler and more practical. Although Xia Yan is not good at illusion, he also knows that most illusions require the caster to concentrate on maintaining them in order to continue to be effective. This also explains the question that Xia Yan had been puzzled about in his previous life. Why didn't the illusion ninjas use the kunai to directly cut the opponent's neck while the opponent was under the illusion? That's because as soon as they start, the illusion will be lifted, so ordinary illusion ninjas generally need the cooperation of teammates to exert their maximum strength, and they can't be independent. At the same time, because the illusion ninjas don't have much defense when performing the spell, it is easy to accidentally cut the neck of other enemies. Therefore, except for the Uchiha clan ninjas who can make anyone pregnant by staring at them, how to hide their own position when performing illusions is a compulsory course for all illusion ninjas. And what Home wrote in the homework is to use projection techniques to create images of environmental objects, and hide in them to perform illusions. In simple terms, it is to play hide and seek with the enemy by passing through the model. Xia Yan commented. This method requires a large number of different projection models to be prepared in advance according to different environments. The workload is greater than others, but it is just right for you to accumulate materials for future use. And you can also try to use it with some illusion techniques, so that people will not consciously ignore the incoordination of your projection, and perhaps it can be transformed into a means of sneak attack. Home was slightly startled when she heard this, and her brain began to think. She has always thought about using projection to assist illusion, but perhaps using illusion to cooperate with projection is also an idea. Then Xia Yan opened Lin's homework book again, and his expression was a little strange again. The ultimate goal of Lin's projection technique is to be able to create various story projections like me, but the first step is to build projections of cute little animals as practice. Lin said a little embarrassedly. I'm sorry, teacher, after thinking about it, I still chose this method that has little combat power. Because I hope to bring happiness to everyone with projected stories like you, teacher, but it will take me a long time to reach your level, so I thought I could at least use cute little animals to make everyone happy first. Originally, Xia Yan wanted to complain why he didn't just use live little animals, but when he thought about the projected animals, he didn't need to feed them, clean their poop, or take them for a walk. It was indeed quite attractive. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people raising cats in his previous life. Maybe you can project a small toy of a pet, let the pet out when you want to play, and take the pet back when you don't want to play, which should have a good market prospect. So is this a Pokemon or a Digimon? After Xia Yan thought about it for a while, he came back to his senses and said, "It doesn't matter. I said that the projection technique should be used in the way you like it the most. And the projection of small animals may also play a role in battle. For example, using cute small animals to attract the opponent, lure the enemy into a trap, etc." Lin's forehead was filled with black lines. She felt that using small animals in such a place seemed to be somewhat contrary to her own ideas. However, she also knew the cruelty of war, so she did not refute it and nodded in agreement. Then Xia Yan made a few more comments and suggested, "Unlike ninjutsu and dead objects, it is actually much more difficult to simulate a living thing vividly, so you have to observe the actions of various small animals more often to accumulate materials." Lin nodded to show that she understood. Obito also hurriedly offered his courtesy. "Lin, we have many ninja cats in the Uchiha clan, all of whom can do backflips. Do you want to come and see them?" Lin smiled and declined. "Sorry, Obito, I actually like puppies more than cats, so the first projection model has been decided to be a puppy." But when you said that, Obito, I remembered that Kakashi seemed to have a lot of dogs at home. I wonder if he can let me go to his house to take a look. Obito suddenly seemed to lose color. Although his body was still doing exercises, he felt like a corpse. Xia Yan suddenly realized that Lin was a dog lover, no wonder she was so good to Obito. After complaining in his heart, he opened the last homework book. Ebisu, you blacked out a lot of places in the front of your homework. Did you change your mind halfway?" Ebisu said sadly. "Yes, I found that with my current strength, I can't make such a realistic projection at all, so I decided to give up that idea for the time being." Xia Yan felt a little regretful when he heard this. It seems that the projection version of the seduction technique will not appear so soon. Then he coughed twice and said, "But your idea is also very interesting. You can block the other party's vision by creating a large mosaic projection. This is also one of the simplest and most direct uses of projection. It is similar to his black screen crash technique. But why do you have to use mosaics?" Xia Yan asked. Ebisu froze slightly when he heard this, and then he stammered, It's because I found that I can restore the original appearance of the image through the mosaic." Xia Yan rarely showed a shocked expression. Could this be the realm of no code and natural high definition in the legend? And Xia Yan also knew that this was not completely impossible to achieve. You know, in his previous life, he had a lot of projects on how to remove mosaics with AI algorithms. Not to mention that there are many old drivers who claim that they can see through the mosaic barrier with their naked eyes through their rich experience. Because the principle of mosaic is to merge multiple pixels of an image into a larger pixel, and the color takes the average value of the original pixel value. So using experience to fill in the blank can restore the picture covered by the mosaic to a certain extent. It can only be said that Ebisu was experienced and has a strong imagination, so he can do such a magical skill. Xia Yan couldn't help but sigh that this boy is so terrifying that he must be kept. Although to achieve the effect that Ebisu wants, he can't just randomly add mosaics, and needs to use projection to restore the real mosaic effect, which is not easy. But if it can be done, it may become a terrible skill. When everyone is sinking in a sea of mosaics, Ebisu can swim in it like a fish in water, with a clear mind. Even if the enemy is killed, what he sees in the end is only a black figure with a mosaic. It's incredible. You must know that Xia Yan's black screen crash technique will also block his vision at the same time. This defect was slightly compensated after he developed a portable perception array. Xia Yan came back to his senses and praised, Ebisu, this usage is indeed quite interesting, but it is a bit difficult to implement. After explaining the principle of mosaic and the difficulty of using projection to make mosaics, he said to Ebisu, So Ebisu, don't think about getting everything done in one go. Start with thin mosaics first, and then slowly develop to thick mosaics. Ebisu nodded in agreement, and then thought of a question: how does the teacher know so much about mosaics? After commenting on all the students' homework and asking them to continue to improve their own nasal projection techniques according to his suggestions, Xia Yan continued the teaching of the last activity. Last time, we finished the first 3 rune spells of the unprinted, so today we will talk about the next 5 rune spells. In the blink of an eye, it was Saturday morning again. In the alley far away from the Konoha branch of the Pantasia bakery at the entrance of the village, 2 sneaky figures were peeping at the door of this store. The red-haired Kushina yawned and said sleepily, Mikao Tao, so what are you doing here so early? Mikao Tao, who had been staring at the door of the bakery, froze slightly and clenched her fists until they creaked, but soon returned to her usual squinting smile like a Yamato and Shiko. Kushina, don't be surprised to hear that. Because, we're here to catch an adulterer today, she said with a smile. Kushina woke up completely when she heard that. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 105. One Day Patrolman. 4000 Catch someone cheating. Kushina was no longer sleepy, her eyes widened. Who are you catching cheating? Of course it's Fuinjutsu. Although Makautao looked smiling, her gritted teeth showed that she was not in a good mood. Kushina then realized that Makautao was wearing full armor even though she was on holiday today. Her heart suddenly tightened, and she asked in surprise, Makautao, is there any misunderstanding? You two are childhood sweethearts, how could Fuinjutsu do this? Mikauto's smile became a little bitter. If that's not the case, then who is Fuinjutsu, who eats breakfast at home, sending his shadow clone to this store to buy breakfast every day? Kushina scratched her head and said hesitantly, maybe he eats it as a snack. After all, I heard that this store is quite famous. Xia Yan has been eating pancakes sold by this store for breakfast every day recently. Mikautao shook her head gently and said, I thought so too, but after observing for a few days, I'm sure that this shadow clone never went to the police department building where Fuinjutsu works after buying breakfast. And I've asked around, and Fuinjutsu's colleagues haven't seen him have the habit of eating snacks, and there are no packaging bags from this store in the trash can in his office, so I'm sure he's not eating it for himself. What's more, I've hinted at this bakery several times, but Fuinjutsu never mentioned it and often changed the subject. He never heard anything from me before, so he must have changed his mind. Are you catching an adulterer or investigating a case? You're really worthy at being a ninja who used to work in the police department. Kushina complained in her heart and began to feel a little suspicious. After all, although there was no evidence, Fuinjutsu's behavior was indeed a little strange. Mikautao added, I have been secretly following him these days, but I was afraid of being discovered so I stayed far away, so I lost him every time. But I have roughly grasped the range of his destination. I should be able to see who he bought breakfast for today. Kushina wanted to speak, but Mikautao raised a finger to signal her to be silent. SHH, the target has appeared. Kushina covered her mouth, hunched over and hid behind the wall like Mikautao to observe secretly. Sure enough, he soon saw Fuinjutsu appear from the street corner, then walked into the bakery, and soon came out with a brown paper bag. Then the guy looked around and then turned into an alley. That guy bought breakfast so fast, he must be a regular customer. Kushina pointed her finger at her chin and analyzed, Mikautao, what should we do next? Just follow him. Mikautao shook her head slightly. No, my shadow clone is already lying in ambush on his route, we just need to follow him slowly. Professional. Kushina couldn't help but give a thumbs up. So with the memories brought by the shadow clone, Mikautao and Kushina were able to follow Fuinjutsu from a distance without being discovered. They turned around in the streets of Konoha, and soon arrived at the remote residential area in the southeast corner of the village. The last shadow clone is back, Fuinjutsu is knocking on the door of a house, we have to speed up. Mikautao and Kushina quickened their pace, found a secret observation point, carefully poked their heads out from behind the wall, and secretly observed Fuinjutsu. After Fuinjutsu waited in front of the house for a while, the door slowly opened, and a slender white hand stretched out and took the bread back handed over by Fuinjutsu. As expected, Mikauto's heart sank, and she resisted the urge to walk away, and continued to watch. Then the door opened completely, and a young man with silver curly hair was yawning helplessly. Male. See, Mikautao fell into a petrified state. Isn't that Xia Yan? Kushina was no less excited, her eyes were bulging out. What on earth are her bestie's boyfriend and her male boss doing? On the other side, Xia Yan was carrying breakfast and yawning. Brother Fuinjutsu, today is Saturday, do you have to come so early? After all, today is the first day that the law enforcement recorder is put into use. I'm a little nervous, so I came early because I couldn't sleep. Fuinjutsu smiled. How can I not be nervous? After all, those law enforcement recorders cost him 100 million. The small tools for the belt customized by Xia Yan a few days ago have arrived, so he has also completed the first batch of law enforcement recorders. Originally, Fuinjutsu wanted Xia Yan to go to the police department in person to explain how to use this thing, but Xia Yan declined the proposal. After all, that place is the territory of Uchiha Setsuna, and who knows if he will make trouble for him. The plot of being ridiculed and suppressed, and then pretending to be awesome and getting slapped in the face, really does not conform to Xia Yan's aesthetics. So after teaching Fuinjutsu how to use it 2 days ago, he handed over the law enforcement recorder belt to Fuinjutsu along with a detailed instruction manual. And today is the day when the law enforcement recorder is officially put into use. Just in case, Fuinjutsu still invited Xia Yan to participate in the test. Considering that the police department may have more orders in the future, Xia Yan also decided to provide better after-sales service, so he agreed to Fuinjutsu's request. Come in and sit for a while, I still need to wash up and change clothes. Xia Yan waved his hand to make way. Then I won't be polite. Fuinjutsu walked in and then said, by the way, some functions of my belt have been intermittent since yesterday. Can you help me check it, Xia Yan? No problem, then take it off and I'll help you check it later. Xia Yan said casually, closing the door. So the last thing that could be seen from the outside was the scene of Fuinjutsu untying his belt, Mikao. ... Koshina. ... The two twisted their rusty necks with difficulty and looked at each other. At the same time, from the shocked eyes of each other, they confirmed that they had not seen it wrong just now. Although they couldn't hear the content of the conversation between the two because they were too far away. But no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't use normal reasons to explain the last scene, unless, at this time, Mikao's smile finally disappeared. Because she found that she seemed to have lost to a man. After a moment. Mikao, don't be impulsive. It must be a misunderstanding. Kushina desperately pulled Mikao to stop her intention to rush in and catch the adultery in bed. And Xia Yan is a sealing technique ninja. It's very dangerous for you to break into his house like this. Kushina, who had been trapped by a sealing technique and hung in the air for most of the day, felt that her words were quite convincing. Unfortunately, even the gentle and virtuous Mikao also has the blood of the Uchiha clan flowing in her body. Once she is overwhelmed by anger, she will become reckless. However, although the two are very good friends, in fact, Mikao is 4 years older than Kushina, so her strength is also stronger than Kushina. Therefore, Kushina soon felt that she could not hold Mikao back, and she was very anxious. As a result, at this moment, Xia Yan's door opened again. So fast, it hasn't even been 5 minutes. Mikao and Kushina looked at each other in surprise, and quickly hid tacitly again, observing secretly again. Then they saw Xia Yan, who had changed his clothes, and Fuinjutsu, who was adjusting his belt, walked out. Mikao. ... Kushina. ... The problem with the belt is just that one of the rune components is not in good contact. I have fixed it for you. It should be fine. After Xia Yan closed the door, he said to Fuinjutsu, what should we do next? Next, I have to trouble Xia Yan to accompany me on patrol. After all, I also want to see the effect of this law enforcement recorder. Fuinjutsu explained. Xia Yan shrugged to show that he had no objection. So he followed Fuinjutsu and began his first experience as a one-day patrolman. The two set out from Xia Yan's door and walked along the east street of Konoha. Although Xia Yan saw 2 small tails behind him on the small map, he thought about it and decided to pretend that he didn't know. The Second Ninja World War has been over for several years. Recently, even the friction between the borders of the two countries of Thunder and Fire has gradually subsided. It is said that the Hidden Cloud Village is also preparing to send an envoy to Konoha to discuss peace talks. Therefore, Konoha has been particularly peaceful and stable recently, with a thriving atmosphere. As a super otaku, Xia Yan, who usually only goes back and forth between home, school, and the pub, is now walking on a street that he would not normally go to. He looks at the passers-by around him, and at the vendors hawking their wares along the street, and can't help but smile. The two of them were patrolling and chatting at the same time. I heard that Fuinjutsu has been teaching Obito the fireball technique recently. Xia Yan said. Yes. Fuinjutsu explained, didn't Obito defeat the little genius of the Hyuga family before? It can be regarded as a facelift for our Uchiha clan, so the clan will naturally pay more attention to him. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I took on the work of guiding Obito. By the way, I was right before. Obito is really blessed to have your guidance, Xia Yan. But I didn't expect the results to come so soon. So I just gave him some advice in the name of my brother, but I don't mean to snatch your apprentice from you, Xia Yan. No, I dare not be his master. Xia Yan complained in his heart, and then told Fuinjutsu about the projected version of the Great Fireball technique, asking him to adjust the training direction when teaching. The speed of the seal and the speed of the fireball flight. I've noted it down. Fuinjutsu nodded. Then Fuinjutsu also became somewhat interested in the projected version of the Great Fireball technique, and discussed the use of this technique with Xia Yan. With his superb attainments in fire escape, he gave Xia Yan a lot of suggestions, which benefited Xia Yan a lot. Moreover, Fuinjutsu would contact his subordinates through a radio walkie-talkie from time to time to understand the situation of everyone's patrol. This radio walkie-talkie was not invented by Xia Yan, but he recommended Fuinjutsu to buy a tool. It has to be said that the technology tree of this world is crooked. Even radios and the most basic computers are available, but there are still many places that are very backward. Although the current walkie-talkies are expensive, large in size, and the communication range is still very limited, they are the most suitable tools for police officers who only need to maintain Konoha's law and order. At the same time, this radio walkie-talkie also evoked some memories of Xia Yan about the original work. He thought of Xia Yan, who was still a little kid now. In the original work, when Nagato attacked Konoha later, it seemed that he would perform an autopsy on Pain's body. As a result, he would directly infer that the black stick stuck in the body was actually a radio device that could receive and send chakra waves. It seems that the popularity of radio will also promote the understanding of the nature of chakra in the ninja world. Let everyone know that chakra is not only a particle, but also a wave. In fact, Xia Yan also studied the perception array, and then began to have a deeper understanding of the characteristics of chakra. After all, the principle of the perception array is actually similar to that of radar. It's just that the electromagnetic waves used in radar are replaced by chakra waves. And his shadow puppet technique, which controls puppets at a short distance, actually uses the principle of the perception array to imitate Pain's 6 paths. It's a pity that due to the limitation of materials, the transmission and release of chakra waves are average, so the range is very small. Originally, Xia Yan was thinking that he would have to find a way to trick Nagato into asking for the black stick in the future, so that he could upgrade his own copycat version of Pain's 6 paths and the perception array, so as to expand the control distance. But the radio walkie-talkie incident inspired him. It was the same idea as before: if the quality was not enough, the quantity would make up for it. Just like radio waves can be used for long-distance communication through relay stations, he does not have to do it all at once, and can achieve long-distance transmission of chakra by building relay stations for chakra waves. Perhaps this can also allow him to skip the wired chakra network stage originally envisioned and directly enter the era of wireless chakra network. Now, Xia Yan finally found a way to use the 100 million he just got. Time passed gradually. Obviously, reality is not as convenient as in the story. Fuinjutsu planned to test the function of the law enforcement recorder, but he walked for a long time and did not find any incidents, and could not find a place to use it. However, along the way, Xia Yan found that Fuinjutsu was quite popular with little girls, and some even asked him for an autograph. This caused Xia Yan's small map to always show high energy reactions behind him, which made him a little speechless. And for some reason, every girl looked at him and Fuinjutsu with strange eyes before leaving. This made Xia Yan couldn't help asking about the situation. Fuinjutsu asked in surprise, "Xia Yan, don't you remember? Before, in order to restore Uchiha Madara's reputation, I hired several writers to write novels, but the response was average. Didn't I ask you for advice? Then I followed your suggestion and hired female writers. With the help of their delicate writing style, I focused on describing the friendship between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. It was really popular. But it's a bit strange. I don't know why these novels are obviously about friendship between men, but they are popular with many girls. Xia Yan's expression was a little strange. He remembered that he seemed to have said these words jokingly, but he didn't expect Fuinjutsu to really adopt them. One dares to say it, and the other dares to believe it. Thinking of the way those girls looked at him and Fuinjutsu just now, Xia Yan couldn't help but shudder, and quickly distanced himself from Fuinjutsu. Fuinjutsu didn't notice Xia Yan's little move, and continued to explain. Because I provided a lot of secrets to those female writers as materials, they also put my name on the author list, which is considered a co-author, so there are girls who ask me for autographs. Xia Yan looked at Fuinjutsu, who didn't know that his reputation was damaged, and didn't know what to say for a while. Fuinjutsu really paid too much for the revival of Uchiha. Most of the day passed, but unfortunately, neither Fuinjutsu nor the members of his team got the opportunity to use the law enforcement recorder. Just when Xia Yan and Fuinjutsu felt that there might be no gains today, the incident still happened unexpectedly. A team member's hurried voice came from the intercom. "Captain Fuinjutsu, we have a problem near Lane 3, South Street. Xia Yan is surrounded and needs reinforcements." Xia Yan, who heard it from the side, raised his eyebrows slightly. I almost forgot that Xia Yan is also Fuinjutsu's subordinate. We will be there soon. After Fuinjutsu replied on the intercom, he looked at Xia Yan and started to run towards South Street. I changed the post midway, sorry for being late. Chapter 106 Full of energy. South Street of Konoha. Xia Yan and Fuinjutsu walked quickly in the direction of the voices. As soon as they turned a corner, they saw a large crowd of people gathered on the street. In the center of the crowd, they could vaguely see a young man and woman dressed in fancy clothes, pointing and cursing at Xia in agitation. Xia crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at them arrogantly, as if he didn't hear what they said. The people around watched the show and whispered, "I just got here. What happened? I tell you, this police officer is so hateful. He didn't even apologize for beating the wrong person. He deserves to be scolded. Damn, it's the police department again. It's okay that they usually look at people with squinting eyes and have a bad attitude, but now they actually beat people directly. Can Konoha be good? In my opinion, the village may have better security without the police department." Hearing that everyone had such a bad reputation for the police department, Fuinjutsu's face became darker and darker. "Captain." A young man in the uniform of the police department saw Fuinjutsu and ran over. "Dio, what happened to Xia Yan?" Fuinjutsu asked in a deep voice. This Dio should be the one who informed Fuinjutsu by radio just now. He only smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, I don't know much. Xia Yan said he was going to the toilet just now, so he asked me to go first and he would catch up later. As a result, I didn't see Xia Yan coming back for a long time, so I went back and saw what was happening now." "Asshole, didn't I tell you not to separate when you're on patrol?" Fuinjutsu criticized with a serious face, but he also knew that now was not the time to dwell on this. He said, "Go back and copy the police department rules for me 100 times. And then walk to the center of the crowd. The police department is doing business, please make way." I don't know if it was the reputation of the police department or Fuinjutsu's fierce face that played a role. The villagers quickly made way for him. Xia Yan and Dio also followed him in. "Damn it, don't just stand there and say nothing. You have the guts to hit people, why don't you have the guts to talk?" Before I even walked in, I could hear the man dressed up like a gangster yelling non-stop. Maybe because he saw that Xia didn't say anything back, he got more and more excited, and even the woman next to him occasionally chimed in with a few sarcastic remarks. Xia still looked like he didn't care to argue with the other party. But when he saw Fuinjutsu appear, he still greeted him, "Captain." Then he saw Xia Yan, and his expression became serious again. The man rushed to Fuinjutsu and cried out, "Officer, you have to help us. You can't just cover up for him because he is from the Xia clan. I don't know what's wrong with this guy. He suddenly pushed me to the ground and said that I stole someone's wallet, but the person he was talking about is my wife. Why did I steal her wallet?" He pointed to the scratch on his cheek and said, "Look, I'm injured like this. You must make this guy compensate me." Xia Yan, who was wearing a white coat, came forward and was also surprised. "It's really serious. If you don't go to the hospital quickly, the wound will heal soon." Puff. Some of the audiences around who had a low sense of laughter were amused. The gangster's momentum stagnated, and then he said dissatisfiedly, "Who are you? What does it have to do with you? I'm just a teacher passing by the ninja school. You can continue." Xia Yan smiled and retreated. Then everyone brewed the atmosphere again. The woman also spoke a few times to Weko, confirming what the man said. Then Fuinjutsu looked at Xia Yan and said in a deep voice, "What about your explanation, Xia Yan?" Xia Yan, who had been silent all the time, finally spoke. "Humph, Xia Yan, have always behaved in a way that I should not explain to others. Speak human language." Fuinjutsu glared fiercely. Xia Yan's body trembled slightly, and then curled his lips and said, "I just came out of the toilet and saw this man running out of an alley. Then the woman chased him out and said that the man robbed her wallet, so I arrested him. Unexpectedly, the woman chased after me and turned the tables, saying that I beat her husband. Officer, don't listen to his nonsense." The man and woman hurriedly denied it loudly. There were also several villagers who knew them on the side who corroborated their statement. They said that although the couple smoked, drank, and permed their hair, they would not lie about such a thing. On one side, there was only one-sided words, and on the other side, there were multiple witnesses. It was self-evident which side the onlookers believed. So the situation became increasingly unfavorable to Xia Yan, but he still looked indifferent. This also angered some villagers, and the discussion became louder. Look at that guy's expression, he is obviously fearless. There is no way. Even if he is arrested now, he will be released soon. After all, the entire police department is the private land of the Uchiha clan. You mentioned Konoha's laws, I find it a little funny. What a Jdo scene. Fuinjutsu sighed in his heart. After all, the police department always encounters such a situation of insisting on each other's opinions several times a month, which gives him a headache. No matter how he handles it in the past, he can't get a satisfactory result. But this time is different. He looked at Uchiha Xia Yan. Xia Yan, why don't you use that? Isn't now the best time to use the law enforcement recorder? It's just right to promote it to the villagers and reduce the chance of such things happening in the future. Captain, didn't you say you wanted to promote this thing? So I want to aid for more people before demonstrating it. Uchiha Xia Yan explained lightly. No, this guy should have waited until now just to have more audiences when he pretends to be cool. Xia Yan, who gradually understood the characteristics of the Uchiha clan, was suspicious. Fuinjutsu seemed to have similar thoughts, and said with a sullen face, "Then you can start now." Uchiha looked at the number of onlookers around him and felt that he could wait a little longer. However, seeing Captain Fuinjutsu's sullen face, he did not dare to delay and reluctantly operated the belt. Fuinjutsu also took the opportunity to explain to everyone loudly, "Don't worry, our police department is now equipped with a device called a law enforcement recorder, which can restore everything that happened in detail. So you'll know the right and wrong later. If it is really Uchiha's problem, I, Uchiha Fuinjutsu, the captain of the first team of the police department, guarantee here that I will never tolerate it." Okay. Xia Yan and Jdo cooperated very well and applauded behind Fuinjutsu. However, the onlookers reacted indifferently and were half believing and half doubting. HMPH, what law enforcement recorder? I've never heard of it. I'm afraid it's a lie. There is no such magical thing in the world. Brother, have you never seen a movie? Yes, do they have other team members holding cameras nearby to shoot? What if the team member holding the camera encounters an incident? Stupid, of course, find another team member to point another camera at him. Although no conclusion was reached, everyone was still curious about Fuinjutsu's words and waited expectantly to see the show. Soon, under Fuinjutsu's urging, Uchiha Xia Yan, who was a little unfamiliar with the operation, finally rewound successfully. He sneered at the couple who were still righteous and said, "This is the evidence you want, open your eyes and watch." After that, he pressed the play button, and then a figure exactly like him slowly emerged above him. It turned out that in order to let more people see it, he even deliberately projected the projection in the air. The onlookers who had never seen the world suddenly exclaimed, "Look, there's really a picture in the sky. Ah, isn't this similar to the effect of the game console in the Keenan Tavern? Hey, you play Keenan too, what's your rank?" "I'm Sarutobi, I'm really good." Uchiha still looked at everyone's reactions with a sneer on his face. Seeing everyone stunned, he felt relieved, and felt that the dissatisfaction he had just suppressed from being scolded was swept away. Although this thing was invented by Yushin Xia Yan, it is still very good for showing off. Shocked, fools. This is what we ninjas can do. However, Uchiha was not happy for long, and found that for some reason, everyone would always look at him with strange eyes from time to time. What's wrong with everyone? Is there something wrong with the projection? Uchiha Xia Yan subconsciously looked up, and then he saw the projection of himself dancing passionately in the sky, thanks to the book friend Wei Xing Kao Yu Chen Chen for the 1,500 reward. Thanks to the book friend 17031414451618182 for the 300 reward. Thanks to the old book friend who started in high school for the 100 reward. Chapter 107 The Truth Comes to Light. Uchiha stared at himself in the projection in amazement, twisting his waist to the silent beat, dancing in a charming way, sometimes raising his wrist and lowering his eyebrows, sometimes stretching his hands lightly. Sometimes he performed the graceful butterfly steps, sometimes he performed the domineering Oiran steps. He fully demonstrated the strength of the top 8 contestants of the world's #1 dance competition held by the Uchiha clan last year. Suddenly, a blush spread along the base of his neck and quickly covered Uchiha's entire face. He was careless. He realized that he seemed to have rewound too much and got the time wrong. He played the scene of his dance practice at home in the morning for everyone to see. Seeing that Uchiha finally reacted, the villagers around him burst into laughter that they couldn't suppress. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that the Uchiha clan would be like this. brother from the Uchiha family, you dance well, how about doing one on the spot? Come on, come on. Many spectators who were watching the excitement began to make a noise. Xia Yan on the side couldn't bear to watch. I didn't expect that Uchiha would be publicly executed before he could prove his innocence. Uchiha's face was burning, and he said with shame and anger, "Damn it, he actually showed the unfinished dance steps to everyone. I was going to use it as a secret weapon for this year's competition. Hey, is this what you're ashamed of?" Xia Yan almost sprained his waist. Sure enough, the brain circuits of the Uchiha clan are somewhat different from those of normal people. And isn't that the pure land that I performed with Uchiha Madara's clone before? It turns out that this guy recorded the whole dance and was still practicing it secretly. He was not ashamed of the plagiarism being exposed, which was also very Uchiha. Amidst everyone's laughter and joy, Uchiha hurriedly pressed the button on his belt, and finally interrupted the projection amid everyone's sighs. At the same time, Xia Yan also found that Uchiha's social death also eased the originally tense situation. The attitudes of the onlookers also became more objective. Soon, under Fuinjutsu's pressure, Uchiha played the projection again, and this time he finally got the timing right. So everyone saw the situation with their own eyes. Uchiha was walking on the street, and suddenly the gangster rushed out of an alley with a wallet in his hand, and then the woman ran out from behind and asked Uchiha for help. Then Uchiha arrested the man. As a result, the woman chased after him and not only did not thank him, but suddenly shouted and said that the police officers beat people, which made Uchiha look a little stunned for a while. Seeing this, everyone was in an uproar. The truth turned out to be the version that Uchiha said. Did they really blame the good guy wrongly? Impossible, this picture must be fake. The gangster said in panic, I don't remember such a thing at all. This must be a trick of your Uchiha clan. Yes, these pictures must be fabricated by using ninjutsu. His wife also screamed. The villagers around were talking about it, and they didn't know which side to believe for a moment. After all, they had never heard of this law enforcement recorder. Who knows if it was an illusion created by the Uchiha clan ninja? And some villagers who had seen it in the Keenan tavern even said that these images could indeed be artificially created. After all, the projections of the Warring States heroes in the Keenan game console could not have been recorded in the Pure Land. Fortunately, Xia Yan had also considered this issue. He knew that explaining to everyone how difficult it was to build a real projection would not convince everyone, so he used a simpler and more direct method. Fuinjutsu nodded to him and said loudly, "These law enforcement recorders have been certified by Lord Mito, and various confidentiality devices are set up in them. Even our police department members only have the right to use them, not the right to delete or modify them. Even if you don't believe the police department, you have to believe Lord Mito." Many villagers nodded slowly after hearing this. They did not doubt the authenticity of this matter. After all, they would know about this matter as soon as they asked, and there was no point in Fuinjutsu lying. If it's certified by Lord Mito, then it's indeed trustworthy. Not to mention that the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan have always been at odds, Lord Mito will definitely not cover up for the police department. So the scene just now is really the truth? Xia Yan smiled helplessly when he saw this. Sure enough, appealing to authority is simpler and more effective than detailed popular science. Fortunately, he asked Kushina to greet Lord Mito, whom he had not met yet. So the direction of public opinion began to change. Everyone looked at the gangster couple with disgust. If it weren't for this law enforcement recorder, I would have been fooled by them. In fact, I knew they were not good people when I saw them before. Look, they are still pretending, they really don't give up. Bah! At this time, the couple who finally realized Xia Yan's situation just now were hugging each other in disbelief and fell to the ground. Too dark. How can you confuse right and wrong? We really didn't lie. Both of them roared heartbreakingly, but no one was willing to believe them anymore. If you have anything else to say, go to the police department and talk. Fuinjutsu walked up to them and said, "We won't go." The two looked at Fuinjutsu as if he were a devil, sat on the ground and took a few steps back. Fuinjutsu frowned and took off a pair of handcuffs from his belt. At this moment, Xia Yan's voice came from behind him. "Fuinjutsu, please wait a moment." Xia Yan touched his chin and took a few steps forward, looking at the gangster couple who were hugging each other in fear with some amusement. Then he said to Fuinjutsu, "In order to convince them, why don't we play that projection again? If it is really fabricated by us, they will definitely be able to find some suspicious points." Xia Yan curled his lips and said, "No need to go to such trouble." Fuinjutsu looked at Xia Yan, who was smiling, and pondered. Okay, Xia Yan, just play it again. The couple seemed to have grasped the last straw, nodding with ecstasy. There must be a flaw in the projection, we will definitely find it. Then Xia Yan walked to Xia Yan and whispered to him. Although he was a little reluctant, Xia Yan pressed the button to play the projection again under Fuinjutsu's warning eyes. Why is it starting again? Are you going to perform a dance for us again? No, it's the scene just now. It seems to be to convince them. The villagers who were watching were a little confused, but because the projection scene was quite rare, everyone still watched it. The couple opened their eyes wide and looked at the scene that was played again with anxiety. Unfortunately, they soon discovered in despair that there was no flaw in the projected scene. This made them all start to wonder if they had lost their memory. Xia Yan was chatting with an ordinary passerby in the crowd. Uncle, I saw from the projection that you seemed to be there from the beginning and should have seen the whole process. Why didn't you help me just now? The passerby in grey clothes smiled bitterly and said, how dare I? If I am regarded as a running dog of the police department, I will have a hard time in that village in the future. That's true. Xia Yan nodded and asked again, then what do you think of the effect of this law enforcement recorder? Can it reduce the occurrence of such things in the future? The passerby smiled and sighed, of course it can, but the people in the police department should also pay attention to their temper. After all, not every time it is framed by others. That makes a lot of sense. Xia Yan also smiled and said, then there is only one last question. At this time, the scene had been played. However, the projection did not disappear this time. With Xia Yan's operation, the projection was rewound a little, and the focus of the perspective also moved from the three people in the center of the incident to the passers-by next to them. Xia Yan put one hand on the shoulder of the grey-clothed man, pointed at the figure of the other person in the projection in the sky and asked curiously, so this uncle, what were you doing just now, hiding behind someone and making a seal? The villagers around heard Xia Yan's words and looked in the direction of his finger. Sure enough, they saw that in the frozen projection in the sky, the grey-clothed man was hiding behind someone and making a seal with both hands. On the other side of the scene, it happened to be the scene where Xia Yan pressed the gangster to the ground. His action was very secretive. Except for someone covering it, the seal action lasted less than half a second, and it looked like an unintentional action. If Xia Yan hadn't adjusted it repeatedly, he would not have been able to freeze the scene at that moment. The villagers next to the grey-clothed man immediately distanced themselves from him, exposing him and Xia Yan to the eyes of all directions. My dear brother, you are such a joker. I'm just an ordinary person. How can I make a seal? The grey-clothed man laughed and said, that hand gesture was just a coincidence. To be honest, I don't even remember doing that gesture. Fuinjutsu and Xia also came over at this time. After hearing Xia Yan's words, they all looked serious. They opened their Sharingan and glanced at each other, then shook their heads slightly. Because they saw that the chakra in the other's body was thin, just like an ordinary person. It turned out to be just a coincidence. Xia Yan was slightly stunned, then smiled helplessly and took back the hand that had just hooked the other's shoulder. Sorry, uncle, it seems that I worried too much. It doesn't matter. It's right to be cautious in handling cases. The grey-clothed man also breathed a sigh of relief and replied with a smile. So Xia Yan and the other two turned their backs and walked away. Hold it in, don't laugh now. Seeing that the genius of the Uchiha clan and the talent that Danzo focused on did not notice his problem, the grey-clothed man's heart was particularly swollen for a while. However, at this moment, a familiar hissing sound came from his shoulder. He looked down subconsciously, and was immediately shocked. Shit. An activated detonating talisman was stuck on his shoulder. Chapter 108. Caught. Fuck. The grey-clothed man was horrified. He tore off the detonating talisman at lightning speed and threw it on the ground. He immediately jumped onto the roof of the street to avoid the explosion range of the detonating talisman. Is this Xia Yan sick? Who would stick a detonating talisman on someone just because they don't agree with him? The grey-clothed man's heart was pounding, and he cursed in his heart with lingering fear. But he soon realized that the explosion he expected did not sound. He hurriedly looked down and saw that the damn Xia Yan was slowly walking to the place where he had just stood, bending down to pick up a banknote, and patted the dust on it and said, I didn't expect that there are still people who regard money as dirt in this day and age. I admire you, but, he looked up at him with a smile. Uncle, you just said that you were not a ninja? The onlookers on the side also reacted at this time and were in an uproar. Although they were far away and did not see the detonating tab being activated, they saw with their own eyes that the grey-clothed man who claimed to be just an ordinary person suddenly jumped onto the roof. He is also an ordinary person. Can't we generalize people's physiques? Oh my god, this is obviously a ninja. Is he really performing some kind of hand seal in the picture? Hearing the villagers' discussions, the grey-clothed man didn't know that he had been tricked by Xia Yan and was exposed all of a sudden. Did he use projection to disguise the banknotes as activated detonating tags? I didn't expect there was such a use. The grey-clothed man felt bitter. As a root ninja, he was best at sneaking behind enemy lines and using illusions that left no trace to conduct various espionage work. When there was no mission, he would also be responsible for creating various incidents in the village under the instructions of Danzo Zama to deepen the gap between the Uchiha clan and the villagers. Over the years, he has created many friction incidents and has never been discovered. I didn't expect that I, who was good at creating illusions, would fall for the illusions created by others. This is troublesome. I'm afraid that Danzo will not forgive me easily for such a big mistake. But there is still a chance. As long as I am not caught, I can still put the blame on the spy of the enemy village, and will not implicate the root. The grey-clothed man who figured everything out in an instant showed an awkward smile, touched the back of his head and laughed. Actually it is like this, just when everyone subconsciously pricked up their ears to listen to his explanation, he suddenly turned around and jumped into an alley and disappeared. The hand seals in the projection and the fact that he concealed his identity as a ninja left him no room for quibbling, and the only way left was to escape. Sho. Yes. Under Fuinjutsu's instructions, Uchiha Sho chased after him with a gloomy face. He found that he was fooled and planned to teach the other party a profound lesson. It was all his fault that the scene of his dancing was seen by everyone. At this time, Xia Yan's expression was a little strange. Because he remembered that the alley seemed to be, bang. In a few seconds, the man in grey flew out and fell to the ground on the street. Then two women walked out of the alley. They were Uchiha Makoto and Kushina. Isn't this Xia Yan and Fuinjutsu? What are you doing here? Kushina just retracted her fist and said in surprise. Xia Yan rolled his eyes slightly when he heard it. If you really don't know, why did you hit that guy? Makoto looked embarrassed. Unfortunately, everyone didn't have time to worry about their sudden appearance. Because the man in grey was still adding drama to himself, he stood up and ran along the avenue towards the direction of Xia Yan Bridge, attracting everyone's attention back. Just when Xia Yan was considering whether to use his belt to create a football and subdue the criminal in a scientific way, 5 figures appeared with a few swish sounds and blocked the man in grey. They were all wearing police uniforms and wearing law enforcement recorder belts on their waists. They were obviously Fuinjutsu's subordinates. The grey-clothed man immediately stopped, his face was very ugly, and he took 2 steps back and tried to turn around and flee. As a result, he found that his way back was also blocked by Fuinjutsu and Xia Yan. Fuinjutsu said in a deep voice, "You have violated the unforgivable crime of espionage in Konoha's public security law. The captain of the 1st Division of the police department declares that all your rights will be deprived and you will be arrested. Just surrender." Seeing that there was no way to escape, the grey-clothed man slowly raised his hands, as if he had finally decided to give up surrendering. However, at the moment when many people breathed a sigh of relief, a trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes, and suddenly his figure moved, rushing to the side of the villagers who were still watching the show. It's not over yet. As long as he rushed into the crowd and caused a commotion, he might still be able to escape among them. As for whether doing so would hurt innocent villagers, he didn't care so much now. It's a pity that his actions were so obvious in Fuinjutsu Sharingan. The moment he took the first step, Fuinjutsu had quickly issued an order. Capture Tactica. Yes. All the police officers responded by pressing the buttons on their belts and thrusting their hips forward. Puff. Puff. Clouds of white mucus spurted out from their belts and flew towards the man in grey. He moved away, avoiding the flight path of the mucus and continued to rush towards the villagers. Who knew that amid the screams of the villagers, the mucus flew halfway and spread out like a spider web, flying towards him like a dragnet. So. Pa. The man in grey was covered with sticky white mucus with a look of horror on his face, and fell to the ground, unable to move, like a mouse on a mousetrap. Spiderweb launcher. This is a non-lethal weapon for police use that Xia Yan installed on the belts of police officers. It is mainly used to help them subdue criminals without injury, thereby improving the villagers' perception of the police officers. After all, they used to pull out shurikens and kunai at will, always making the scene bloody, and easily hurting villagers by mistake, which had a bad impact. Even this spiderweb launcher can be used as a three-dimensional mobile device to help them move quickly in the streets of Konoha. Although it was the first time to be put into actual combat, it seemed to be effective. However, I don't know whether Xia Yan was cautious or wanted to take revenge. He walked to the grey-clothed man lying on the ground and continued to launch spiderwebs. The scene that looked a bit smelly made Xia Yan fall into deep thought. The image of the police department should have improved, probably. And the grey-clothed man lying on the ground, who was almost turned into a cicada pupa, had a miserable face at this time. It was not because Xia Yan was crazy behind him, which made him unbearable to be humiliated. But as a root ninja, he knew very well what to do to protect intelligence when the mission failed. But just when he made up his mind to bite through the poison hidden in his teeth, Fuinjutsu, who had expected it, had already squatted in front of him and looked into his eyes, and his 2-3 Magatama Sharingan were spinning wildly. Illusion Sharingan. Look at me, you bastard. Xia Yan dubbed Fuinjutsu in his mind. The grey-clothed man's eyes instantly lost their luster, and then he spat out the poison in his mouth. As expected, no matter how good a ninja is at illusion, there is no room for resistance when facing the Sharingan. Xia Yan sighed in his heart. Then the grey-clothed man regained consciousness, with a complex expression of fear and relief on his face. After he calmed down, he looked up at Xia Yan with difficulty and said in a hoarse voice, "My previous hand seal movements were so secretive, and I didn't have much chakra just now. How did you find out that there was something wrong with me?" Chapter 109 Return. Xia Yan was speechless and curled his lips slightly. This guy is very dedicated and is still trying to find out more information. Indeed, as long as the chakra is not refined deliberately, even in the eyes of the Sharingan, the ninja is actually no different from ordinary people. It's a pity that he met Xia Yan, who carried a perception array with him. Although it is not as good as the Sharingan in observing changes in properties, Xia Yan's perception array is more accurate than the Sharingan in observation. So he only needs to take a quick look to find that although this guy does not have much chakra in his body, his meridians are much more developed than ordinary people. This subtle difference that is difficult to detect with the Sharingan is invisible under the perception array. Therefore, under the premise of treating the other party as a suspect and then looking at the projection, it is natural to find the other party's flaws easily. However, Xia Yan was not some immortal elementary school student of the god of death, and he did not like to explain the case to others, so he just spread his hands and said, "I admit that I had a gambling element. Anyway, the detonating talisman is fake, right?" The people around. The man in grey smiled bitterly, then closed his eyes, and it was unknown whether he believed it or not. At this time, the villagers who were still in shock gradually reacted. "It's so scary, that guy actually wants to attack us. It seems that we can't stand so close to watch the show in the future. Sure enough, this guy is the culprit who controls the couple. But what's the benefit of him doing this? I don't need to think about it, I think he must be a spy sent by the enemy village. Yes, didn't Yan fight with us before? It must be their trick." Xia Yan's mouth curled up slightly, and found that under the guidance of some people in the crowd, public opinion gradually developed in the direction that the man in grey was a spy from the enemy village. It seems that this guy has quite a few accomplices. However, Xia Yan had no intention of hatching them out. He just marked each of them and said to the villagers loudly, "You all guessed well. This is of course the infiltration of hostile forces outside the village. Otherwise, could it be that the ninjas of our own village are targeting the police department? Although the Second Ninja World War has been a few years, the actions of hostile forces to destroy the order of Konoha through infiltration have never stopped. Targeting the police department that maintains law and order is naturally an important part of it. So in fact, the police department has encountered many such incidents before, but unfortunately they have been unable to defend themselves every time, so they purchase law enforcement recorders as a countermeasure." After listening to Xia Yan's explanation, the villagers suddenly realized and lamented that the enemy village still had the intention to destroy us. At the same time, everyone also changed their views on the police department a little. After all, many previous incidents may have been the work of spies from the enemy village. And no matter how arrogant and unreasonable the Uchiha clan guys are, at least they're our own people. The enemy's constant alienation between the police department and the village, doesn't it prove its importance in reverse? Seeing this, Fuinjutsu, also struck while the iron was hot, walked over and said a few words, saying that he would resolutely crack down on the infiltration and sabotage activities of hostile forces in accordance with the law, resolutely crack down on illegal and criminal acts that disrupt social order in accordance with the law, and effectively maintain the overall stability of Konoha. The villagers also clapped their hands and echoed in a very face-saving manner, and the scene was harmonious. At this time, Xia Yan finally used up his slime bullets, and walked over with the depressed prisoner in a refreshed state. The gangster couple just now also came over, holding Xia Yan's hand and thanking him profusely. They even asked Xia Yan's name, saying that they would name the child after him when they had a child in the future. After coming to the ninja world for many years, Xia Yan has not yet adapted to the custom of being grateful and admiring you, and then becoming your father. So he pushed Fuinjutsu forward, saying that everything was planned by Captain Fuinjutsu, and he was just a tool. So in the next few years, Konoha will have another little Fuinjutsu. Then Fuinjutsu asked other team members to take the prisoner back to the police department, and the villagers gradually dispersed when they saw that there was nothing to see. Fuinjutsu felt relieved when he thought that after the villagers left, they would spread what they saw today, which would improve the image of the police department. The 100 million was worth it. At this time, Naruto and Kushina also came over, looking embarrassed. Seeing that Xia Yan and Fuinjutsu did not look surprised, they knew that the two had known about their following. Naruto, my girlfriend, and Yushin Xia Yan, my male friend. Fuinjutsu first introduced the two people he did not know. Xia Yan looked at the dignified and beautiful Naruto, and could not help but sigh at Fuinjutsu's good fortune. Your girlfriend is great. But for some reason, Naruto seemed to look at him with some hostility, which made him a little confused. Then Fuinjutsu naturally asked the two why they were following them. The two froze, knowing that they could not say that they were here to catch an adulterer, so Naruto said, "We just saw Fuinjutsu going somewhere early in the morning when we were shopping, and we followed him out of curiosity. Wow, his girlfriend is checking up on him." Xia Yan became excited when he heard it, and took 2 steps back to watch the show. Unfortunately, Fuinjutsu didn't let Xia Yan do what he wanted. He pulled Naruto aside and explained in a low voice for a long time. From the conflict between Xia Yan and some members of the Uchiha clan to his help in the revival of the Uchiha clan. After listening to Fuinjutsu's explanation, Naruto finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that she was overthinking. So when the two walked back again, the look she gave Xia Yan was finally much friendlier. After the 4 of them chatted for a while, the sky gradually darkened. In order to express her apology for not trusting Fuinjutsu, Naruto gently hugged Fuinjutsu's hand and said, "Fuinjutsu, are you hungry? I'll give you something to eat when we get home." As a result, Fuinjutsu gently pried her hand apart and said regretfully, "Sorry, I have a competition to participate in at the Keenan Tavern tonight, so Naruto, you should go home first. Xia Yan and I can just find a place to solve the dinner." Naruto's face froze. But it wasn't over yet. Kushina said excitedly, "Yeah, I almost forgot about it. I want to go too." So Naruto watched her boyfriend and best friend follow Yushin Xia Yan away, walking side by side into the distance, leaving her alone in the wind. Days passed one after another. Since the law enforcement recorder had made a great contribution on the first day, Fuinjutsu ordered another batch of belts from Xia Yan. However, after testing the first batch of belts, only useful accessories were selected for the second batch of belts, and Xia Yan didn't make as much money as before. At the same time, the Uchiha clan also realized the benefits of cooperating with Xia Yan. Fuinjutsu told him a few days later that Uchiha Setsuna would not bother him again, which made Xia Yan feel a little relieved. And because of this, Fuinjutsu's service of picking up and dropping off work and delivering breakfast was also declared over, which made Naruto very happy for several days. As for the follow-up of the root ninja, Xia Yan also asked Fuinjutsu about the situation. It seems that since the work involving enemy village spies was handled by the Anbu, the police department finally handed over the enemy village spy to the Anbu. However, judging from Fuinjutsu's expression, the Uchiha clan probably didn't suffer any loss, but it was unknown what benefit they got. At least for a period of time, things like the previous one should not happen again. It is also said that the next day after that incident, the Sandmi and Danzo had a fierce quarrel in the Okage's office. Although the specific content is unknown, Xia Yan can probably guess it. "Isn't it fuck you, Danzo is my Okage?" As for the ninja school, the sealing technique courses and research group activities are proceeding in an orderly manner. Yui Kyorei, who has the best chakra control talent, has even been able to achieve the advanced effect of the clone technique mentioned by Xia Yan, allowing the created clone to perform simple movements, which arouse various envy from other members. And Obito's foot injury was completely healed 2 weeks later, and he began to work hard to make up for the progress he had fallen behind. At the same time, on days when there were no research group activities, he would practice the 1,000 Years Kill in the Grove with Kakashi's life-size doll after school, continuing to deepen Kakashi's impression and paving the way for their future battle. Judging from the fact that Kakashi didn't dare to look him in the eye recently, the effect of this trick seemed to be better than expected. Xia Yan's recent research focus was on the chakra radio that was inspired before. In order to find materials close to the black stick, Xia Yan spent a lot of money on the black market to buy a small piece of the core of a 1,000-year-old black spruce's research material. Together with other miscellaneous materials, he almost lost the money he earned from the police department, which made him very helpless. Time came to late December and the weather began to get colder. Since Konoha and Kumagaku had no intention of continuing the battle, the two sides entered the stage of peace talks. A few days ago, the delegation sent by Kumagaku had arrived in Konoha. And because the new year was approaching, many ninjas on the front line began to return to the village in batches, making the village lively again. Among these returning ninjas, the most eye-catching one is naturally Minato Namikaze, who became famous on the Kumagaku battlefield. Chapter 110. The stage is set. Namikaze Minato, 15 years old this year. Although he was born in a civilian family, he was able to surpass a group of ninja children of the same period and was hailed as the first genius of the new generation. Especially in the recent Kumagaku battlefield, as a special Jonin, he hit several records of killing Jonin, and his reputation began to spread throughout the ninja world. Even the top leaders of the Kumagaku village issued an order. All ninjas who meet Namikaze Minato can immediately abandon their missions and must kill him at all costs, thereby strangling Konoha's future hope, in the sealing technique office of the ninja school. Xia Yan was sitting in his seat, pointing his fingers at the table, sorting out the information about Namikaze Minato in his mind, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. This guy is indeed a real genius. You know, although he became Jiraiya's disciple right after graduation, the Second Ninja World War officially broke out that year, so Jiraiya didn't have much time to guide him in training, and he relied on letting him go. After finally waiting for the end of World War II, Jiraiya was seduced by the coquettish bitch Nagato and stayed in the Rain Village to teach for 3 years. I've waited for 3 years and 3 years, but Jiraiya never came back, and Minato is about to become Hokage. What's the use of you as a master? Xia Yan complained in his heart. Not to mention that after Minato invented the Rasengan, his master would use it for free, and it even became one of the opponent's main output skills. I really don't know who is whose master. Although he hasn't met Jiraiya yet, Xia Yan has a deep understanding of his unreliability. Then he analyzed the current situation by comparing it with the plot of the original work in his memory. Nagato is 5 years younger than Minato, so he should be 10 years old now. And Jiraiya also said that Nagato had mastered 6 nature changes when he was 10 years old, which means that he is probably still working as a nanny in the Hidden Rain Village. No wonder he didn't see his figure in the conflict with the Hidden Cloud this time. It was Armed Snake who was in charge of the front line. It turns out that he is still obsessed with training the future big boss for Konoha. In addition, Tsunade is still continuing her journey as the charity gambling king of the Land of Fire. From this point of view, the most reliable of the 3 ninjas is actually Orochimaru. Xia Yan shook his head and smiled, gathering his divergent thoughts back to think about the most important issue now. Kushina's kidnapping. Although he didn't know if it was because of his little butterfly, the war between the 2 countries of Thunder and Fire seemed to have lasted for an extra year, resulting in the kidnapping incident that should have happened last year not happening yet. But now that the Kumagaku delegation and Namikaze Minato have arrived, he still feels that the stage has been set, waiting for the protagonists to perform. So although he couldn't be sure whether the kidnapping incident would happen again due to historical inertia, he still decided to make some preparations. After all, Kushina is an important cornerstone of his plan. There is no need to say much about Kushina, who will become the Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki in the future. Even now, with the Uzumaki Mito behind her, Xia Yan's tavern can avoid a lot of covetousness. If the kidnapping incident still happens accidentally, but Minato doesn't save her because of the butterfly effect, then Xia Yan really has no place to cry. First of all, the best way is naturally to directly avoid the kidnapping incident. Xia Yan remembered that in the original work, Kushina was targeted by the stamp-collecting ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village because she had special chakra. So in fact, as long as Kushina didn't come into contact with those Hidden Cloud Village ninjas, the kidnapping might not have happened. It's a pity that Xia Yan couldn't explain the source of the information, otherwise he could just let Mito or the Sandmi send someone to protect Kushina for a while, and naturally wouldn't give the Hidden Cloud Village ninjas a chance to take advantage of her. So what Xia Yan can do now is to prevent Kushina from wandering around in Konoha and reduce the chances of her being discovered by the Hidden Cloud Village ninjas. So he looked at Kushina, who was sitting in her seat reading a book, and suddenly said, "Kushina. What? Are you going to the Keenan Tavern tonight?" Kushina put the book down, squinted her eyes and thought for a while, then replied, "I've been there for several days in a row. Tonight I plan to go shopping with Mukao." Then she heard Xia Yan say slowly, "That's really a pity, because there is an event in the tavern tonight, and there will be double points for the battle. If you don't go, your ranking will probably drop a lot." "What, double points? Xia Yan, why didn't you say so earlier?" "Well, I can't let my name as the Red Comet fall out of the top 10. It seems that I can only find Mukao to play tomorrow." Then Kushina said helplessly, "By the way, why does Xia Yan always have activities in the tavern recently? Yesterday it was buy 10 card packs and get 1 free, and the day before yesterday was a limited time challenge mission, so I don't even have time to find Mukao to play. Because this is my purpose." Xia Yan thought to himself, but smiled on the surface and said, "Isn't it almost New Year? So this can be regarded as a New Year celebration and a way to give back to everyone. By the way, starting from tomorrow, as long as you sign in at the tavern for 7 consecutive days, you can get Sarutobi Sasuke's New Year limited skin." Woo, Kushina looked tangled. Although she felt that she had no use for this thing, she wanted it so much. So she had no choice but to say, "It seems that I can only find Mukao to play with it a few days later." Xia Yan felt a little relieved after hearing this. Being able to restrict Kushina to 3 places, home, school and tavern, is also the limit of what he can do. At the same time, in order to prevent cheating, the tavern has installed a shielding array a long time ago, which can make most of the perception ninjutsu invalid. So even if those Kamugaku ninjas meet Kushina in the tavern, they will not notice the special nature of her chakra. But even so, they still cannot be completely at ease. After all, when Kushina is on the road, there is still a chance that Kamugaku ninjas will meet her. So Xia Yan's second preventive measure is to improve Kushina's strength. He didn't expect Kushina to solve this incident by herself. Although Kushina had sparred with him from time to time this semester and her strength had improved a lot, she was not able to defeat several Kamugaku ninjas at the same time. Not to mention that those Kamugaku ninjas were committing crimes in the core area of Konoha and they must have been fully prepared and would not give her a chance to resist. Xia Yan wanted to improve Kushina's strength only to increase her ability to survive during the rescue process, so that she could delay that time a little when the enemy was about to break up and hurt her life. So Xia Yan once again cast his eyes on Kushina, who was flipping through the book again. "Kushina. What for? Why don't we go to the grove to spar tomorrow morning?" Xia Yan, didn't we just finish sparring 2 days ago?" Kushina put the book down again, a little speechless. Why is Xia Yan so energetic recently? He always invites her to the grove, which makes her a little overwhelmed. Then she heard Xia Yan say slowly, "Kushina, have you been a little slack recently? Who was the one who cried and shouted that she wanted to maintain her daily life and asked me to help her practice?" "Who cried and shouted?" Kushina muttered softly, and then said helplessly, "I know, let's spar tomorrow morning." Xia Yan nodded slightly, showing a gratified smile of a teachable child. Although it is sharpening the knife before the battle, it is at least better than being unprepared. But what comes next is the highlight of today. Chapter 111 Friendship Deteriorates. Xia Yan once again looked at Kushina, who had just picked up the book. "Kushina. Kushina-san. Kushina didn't put the book down this time, but covered her face with it, revealing only 2 eyes, looking at Xia Yan with a suspicious look. Why is Xia Yan a little strange recently? I always feel a little clingy, you know, except for being at home recently. She basically spends all her time with him." "What?" she asked. "Come here, I have something for you." "What, is it a gift?" Kushina's face lit up, temporarily put aside her doubts, and stood up towards Xia Yan. But after a few steps, she looked at Xia Yan with some caution. "Isn't the thing you were talking about a tight again? I gave all the ones you gave me before to Grandma Mito." She liked them very much and said she wanted to collect the 7 colors of the rainbow, just one for each day of the week. Xia Yan had never seen Mito and thought that she was already an old lady. So when he heard Kushina's words, some eye-catching images could not help but emerge in his mind. Since there is a swimsuit Kyo, why is there a tight Mito? Xia Yan shook his head violently, throwing the strange images out of his mind, and then said helplessly, "Don't worry, it's not a tights." As he said, he also put a wooden box on the table. Kushina then approached curiously, picked up the wooden box and opened it. As a result, he saw a dark and translucent wooden bracelet inside. Wow, this bracelet is so beautiful. Kushina didn't know much about jewelry, but simply thought that this bracelet looked pretty. But she soon realized a problem. Bracelets are something that can't be given to girls casually. Thinking of Xia Yan's recent clinger behavior, Kushina couldn't help but think of a possibility. Could it be? I treat you as a good brother, but you actually want to pick me up. Kushina felt a little hot on her face, and quickly raised the box to cover her face. What should I do? It was too sudden. She had never thought about this direction. She really just regarded Xia Yan as a mentor and friend. Although many of her peers around her started thinking about dating when they were in ninja school. But she has never been interested in such things. After all, she was still obsessed with the plot of the hot-blooded ninja school at the time, and was determined to be invincible in the ninja school. At this time, Kushina couldn't help but think of what Grandma Mito said to her before. Kushina, you are not young anymore, so you should add a sentence have a good relationship. It's time for you to have a relationship. Don't learn from your sister Tsunade. Now you're 30 years old and still can't get married. It makes me worried. Have a good relationship. Kushina subconsciously glanced at Xia Yan secretly, and then quickly lowered her head. By the way, although I'm used to it after getting along for a semester, Xia Yan is actually quite good looking. Wait. Calm down, Kushina. Kushina's well-maintained brain is spinning wildly. Don't make a conclusion so quickly. A straight man like Xia Yan may not know this taboo at all. After all, he is a big idiot who can do such a thing as giving tights to girls. Good. You must figure it out before making any plans. If you make a mistake, you will be laughed at by this guy for the rest of your life. After Kushina made up her mind, she didn't even dare to take the bracelet out of the box, and she casually asked Xia Yan, "Xia Yan, why did you suddenly give me a bracelet?" Of course there is a very important reason. Xia Yan showed a warm smile, then raised his left hand and showed the same black wood bracelet on his wrist. Love, couple bracelet. What a fast straight ball. Is Xia Yan getting it or what? This offensive was so fierce that Kushina, who had no experience in love, felt her face burning and dared not look at the other party. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Xia Yan continued, "Actually, I have a small request for you, Kushina." "Then, tell me." Kushina said in a mosquito-like voice. "That is, I wonder if you are willing to be my tester, Kushina, and help me test the function of my new invention." Wait, Kushina. See, are you talking about the tester? Xia Yan looked strange. Yes, otherwise what do you think I'm going to say? Yushin Xia Yan. Kushina's long red hair suddenly split into 9 strands and floated up, and her face was as scary as if she had opened the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Wait, Kushina, calm down, did I say something wrong? Wait. After a while, Xia Yan sat on the chair, holding his chest and grinning. Kushina stood by the window humming a song, holding up her left hand with the bracelet, and looking at the bracelet in the sun with joy. Under the sunlight, she could clearly see that the fine patterns covering the entire bracelet were actually rune spells. What a beautiful rune creation. Then she looked at Xia Yan, curled her lips and said, "Xia Yan, stop pretending. I didn't use any strength just now. Come and teach me how to use this thing. Is your lack of strength based on Tsunade standards?" Xia Yan rubbed his aching right chest and complained in his heart. Then he instructed, "Then try injecting chakra into it first." Oh. Kushina nodded, and then did as Xia Yan said. With the injection of chakra, Kushina felt the bracelet on her wrist slightly warm, but before she could ask, she was startled by the scroll that suddenly unfolded in front of her. What is this? Kushina subconsciously reached out to touch the scroll, and it was not surprising that it passed through. She raised her hand and looked at the bracelet on her wrist and said, "Could this bracelet, like the jewel disc, be used for projection?" Xia Yan explained casually, "Although this thing does have that function, what you see now is not a projection, but an illusion created by an illusion. In other words, I can't actually see the scroll in front of you now." Kushina was slightly startled when she heard this, and then she realized that the chakra in her body was indeed slightly disordered, which was obviously a sign of an illusion. She soon realized the benefit of this function, that is, it would not be seen by others like projection. Then what? Then what? Kushina became more and more curious about the function of this bracelet. Xia Yan smiled and said, "Don't worry, in order to facilitate my explanation, you should switch the display mode from illusion to projection first. It's in the upper right corner of the initial interface, and you should be able to see it easily." "Oh, let me see." Kushina heard this and began to look at the virtual scroll in front of her. Since the game consoles in the Keenan Tavern also have similar operating interfaces, she is not unfamiliar with it. There were several options written on the scroll, in order. Forum, not open chat tool, name not decided yet library, books not put in yet minigame, working on its settings, if stuck, please restart, and the upper right corner was the switch option that Xia Yan just mentioned. Genjutsu mode or projection mode. Kushina pointed her finger upwards, and felt that the screen did not seem to change. However, she felt that the chakra disorder in her body had stopped, and she knew that the virtual scroll in front of her had become a projection. Then Kushina, you can open the chat tool and enter some text to see what happens. The operation of entering text has also been used in the Keenan game console, so Kushina is not unfamiliar with it. She quickly opened the chat tool, skillfully used the two fingers and to type a line of text on the virtual keyboard, and then clicked the send button without any instruction. Then Kushina heard a faint beeping sound from Xia Yan's bracelet. Xia Yan raised his hand and wiped it, and a projection exactly like Kushina's scroll appeared in front of him. He opened the chat tool and a line of text appeared on it. Xia Yan is a big idiot. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 112 Communication Bracelet. Xia Yan is a big idiot. When Xia Yan saw this line of text appearing on his scroll interface, he couldn't help but feel a toothache. What is Kushina doing? You know, this is the first time that humans have communicated through this bracelet. It may even be recorded in history books in the future, but you actually gave me such a sentence. Kushina, the culprit, knew nothing about it and was exclaiming in surprise. Hey, isn't that what I typed just now? How come you have it too? Xia Yan sighed helplessly and explained. Because this is the function of this pair of bracelets. Although primitive computers have appeared in this world, they are simply tools for calculating and storing information, and network technology has not yet been developed, so it is normal for Kushina to feel strange about this. So Xia Yan further explained. In fact, the principle is not complicated. Kushina, you should have learned the basic principle of the perception array. That is, the chakra is converted into chakra waves through the oscillation circuit and then transmitted, and then the reflected chakra waves are received and analyzed to obtain information about the surrounding environment. Kushina nodded with a bitter face. When Xia Yan mentioned this, she remembered the hard times of learning these broken things. Xia Yan continued. The bracelets we wear on our hands actually work in a similar way, and they also have the function of transmitting and receiving chakra waves. It's just that unlike the perception array that receives its own transmitted signals, our bracelets receive signals transmitted by each other. In fact, the moment you pressed the send button just now, the text you typed was loaded onto the chakra wave and transmitted. Then the chakra wave was received by my bracelet, and then converted into text information through demodulation, and finally displayed on my scroll. Since Kushina had already learned the principle of the perception array, she roughly understood what Xia Yan meant after thinking for a while. Yeah, how come no one thought of the perception array being able to be used in this way? She clapped her hands and suddenly realized. In fact, someone has already thought of it. Xia Yan smiled. Have you forgotten the secret technique of the Amanaka clan? Their telepathic technique, according to my guess, probably uses this principle to turn the perception secret technique into a secret technique that can communicate over long distances. But compared to my little invention that can only transmit text and sound, their telepathic communication is obviously much more advanced. Xia Yan didn't say that during the Fourth Shinobi World War, there would be a machine that could enhance the effect of the telepathic technique, and even allow Shikaku to communicate with the entire ninja coalition. Although Kushina had never seen it with her own eyes, she had heard of this iconic secret technique of the Amanaka clan, so she reacted quickly. So she looked at Xia Yan with a strange look. After the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, has Xia Yan started to copy the Yamanaka clan's secret technique again. The Uchiha clan is optimistic, this is the real copy ninja. Kushina complained in her heart. Xia Yan did not notice Kushina's abnormality and continued. However, the difficulty of the Yamanaka clan's technique is very high, and not many people can do it. However, my invention can be popularized, so we can say that each has its own strengths. And my thing is just a newly born prototype, so naturally there are still many shortcomings. The design of the oscillation circuit, tuning circuit, signal and chakra wave modulation and demodulation, etc. still has a lot of room for optimization. That's why I need your help, Kushina. After all, the transmission power of this thing requires great strength to achieve miracles. Kushina, who has a lot of chakra, is the best candidate for testing. Hearing this, Kushina finally knew why Xia Yan gave her this bracelet. For some reason, she felt a little disappointed. It turned out that Xia Yan was just greedy for her body. Seeing Kushina lower her head and keep silent, Xia Yan thought she was hesitating, and then spoke again. That's right, this research will indeed take up a lot of your time and consume a lot of chakra, so if you don't want to, it doesn't matter, Kushina, I can still ask Fuinjutsu to help with the test. Kushina was slightly startled when she heard this, and the scene of Xia Yan and Fuinjutsu wearing the same bracelet appeared in her mind, and she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Who said I don't want to? Kushina hurriedly protected the bracelet, as if she was afraid that Xia Yan would take it back. I'm just thinking about the principle you just mentioned, she argued. Although he didn't know why Kushina reacted so much, Xia Yan was relieved to see that Kushina was willing to join the test. It's done. Although Xia Yan asked Kushina to help with the test for the reasons he just said, it was more important to allow Kushina to contact him at any time. Then even if she was really kidnapped, she could ask him for help. Even if the bracelet was taken away by the Kamigaku ninja, Xia Yan could find Kushina's whereabouts through the built-in transmitter. This wave is stable. Then Xia Yan repeatedly told Kushina to try not to take off the bracelet, and it is best to wear it all the time. I will also wear this bracelet all the time, and you can contact me at any time if you have any questions. Kushina nodded softly. For some reason, her face began to blush again. This time, it seemed that she was with Xia Yan even when she was at home. In the following time, Kushina, who had just received the new toy, naturally sent messages to Xia Yan with great interest, and even ran out of the office to test the maximum communication distance of the bracelet. Unfortunately, the ninja school was too small, and even Xia Yan's communication limit could not be measured. After all, he had been training his meridians for more than 2 months recently, and his chakra amount had also increased a lot. So Kushina volunteered to go outside to test it, but Xia Yan had a hard time stopping her. If Kushina was allowed to wander around the street like this, wouldn't all the things Xia Yan had done before be in vain? After returning to the sealing office, Kushina still looked unsatisfied. This kind of long-distance voice transmission experience is indeed quite novel for the ninja world where eagle flying letters are still popular. After all, even if it weren't for Xia Yan's introduction in advance, they wouldn't know and they would know about radio. Then, after Kushina's curiosity faded, she thought of another question. Xia Yan, I remember you seemed to say that you wanted to popularize this bracelet. But this bracelet shouldn't be cheap, so how can it be popularized in the future? Kushina had studied the perception array and knew that the materials needed were very expensive. Moreover, this bracelet had to be made so small, so even rarer materials were needed. Not to mention that it seemed to have many other functions besides the perception array. You have to know that Xia Yan's plan to popularize dual discs has not made much progress so far, not to mention this bracelet with higher technical content. Xia Yan smiled slightly when he heard this, and he naturally thought about this problem. Then he stretched out his hand and wiped it, and a design drawing suddenly appeared on the scroll that appeared in front of him. Kushina took a closer look and saw that it was a picture of a black obelisk with a black ring next to it, which looked very similar to the communication bracelet in her hand. What is this? Kushina asked curiously. This is the solution to your problem just now, Kushina. Xia Yan smiled meaningfully. The tentative name is the Dark Tower. Chapter 113 Brave New World Tower of Darkness. Kushina looked at the tall black tower on the scroll, and couldn't help complaining that Xia Yan's naming was too straightforward. So what's the use of this thing? She continued curiously. Well, to put it simply, this is actually a communication bracelet, or an enlarged version of the Ring of Darkness. Xia Yan explained. Correspondingly, its chakra wave sending and receiving capabilities are naturally much stronger than ordinary communication bracelets. So in my conception, ordinary communication bracelets don't need too strong sending and receiving capabilities at all. As long as they are within the coverage of the Dark Tao signal, they can easily pass through it and indirectly communicate with other people over long distances. In this way, the cost of ordinary bracelets can be greatly reduced. There is such an operation. Kushina was stunned when she heard it, and felt that this method seemed to be quite feasible. Isn't it like two people who are far away from each other, but if there are ninjas from the Yamanaka clan to help, they can also communicate? And the Dark Tower is the ninja of the Yamanaka clan. Kushina understood Xia Yan's thoughts with the thinking of a ninja. Xia Yan was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he felt that there was nothing wrong with her understanding, so he nodded. But in fact, he was referring to the base stations that he could see everywhere in his previous life. The communication bracelet is equivalent to a mobile phone. In order to keep the technology confidential and further reduce costs, he also plans to refer to the idea of cloud computers, or thin clients. Let the communication bracelet only serve as a transceiver, and in the future, most of the software operations and information storage will be carried out in the server in the Dark Tower, and then the processing results will be sent back to the communication bracelet. In this way, the communication bracelet only needs a very low hardware price to achieve various functions. Xia Yan even plans to use this technology in the dual disk to reduce the high production costs. Kushina finally understood Xia Yan's idea at this time, and was shocked. Doesn't that mean that even if the ninjas of Konoha are on a mission in the future, they can contact the people in Konoha at any time? Kushina was still understanding it with the thinking of a ninja. Xia Yan smiled and said, "It's not as exaggerated as you think. After all, even the Dark Tower has a limited signal coverage. When the Dark Tower covers the entire ninja world one day, maybe we can achieve the effect you mentioned. And not only ninjas, but ordinary people also have chakra in their bodies, so they can also use this bracelet. At worst, they can use a communication bracelet with a chakra capacitor installed to communicate with the chakra in the capacitor. The Dark Tower is spread all over the ninja world, and everyone wears a dark ring on their hands." Kushina was deeply shocked by the beautiful future described by Xia Yan. To be honest, her little brain really couldn't imagine what kind of world that would be. Fortunately, Xia Yan kept painting big pictures for her. When this network woven by the Dark Tower is formed, we can know what is happening in the entire ninja world without even leaving home. And everything from takeout food delivery to mission commissions can also be issued through the internet. We don't even need to bring money when we go out. We can automatically deduct the fees by swiping the bracelet. Of course, more importantly, with the internet, the communication between countries and ninja villages will increase, and perhaps many unnecessary disputes can be avoided. At this point, Xia Yan couldn't help but sigh. According to ancient records, the legendary Six-Path Sage once wanted to turn chakra into a bond between people and create a world without war where everyone can live in peace. Maybe, that's what he meant. A world without war where everyone can live in peace, Kushina murmured unconsciously. It turned out that this was Xia Yan's ultimate dream. Having experienced the destruction of her country and the loss of her family, she especially understood how difficult Xia Yan's dream was to achieve. But for some reason, she actually felt that maybe Xia Yan could really make this dream come true. After all, in the past semester, she witnessed how Xia Yan taught students knowledge without reservation and invented room creations one by one, thus gradually changing Konoha. Dual discs and keening game consoles brought joy to Konoha. Training suits and radio gymnastics brought hope to Konoha. Law enforcement recorders brought harmony to Konoha. So what's so surprising about this communication bracelet and the Dark Tower eventually bringing peace to Konoha and even the ninja world? Looking at Xia Yan, who was still talking and excitedly imagining how the internet would change the ninja world, Kushina's face began to heat up again. I always feel that Xia Yan looks so sacred like this, as if his whole body is glowing. So Kushina finally couldn't help but say, "Xia Yan, what's wrong? Can you turn off the glowing special effects? It's blinding me." In the evening, Senju Mansion. The music with a strong sense of rhythm and sounding quite brainwashing was echoing in the courtyard, breaking the usual quiet and peaceful atmosphere. A red-haired woman in a red tights was dancing rhythmically under a big tree. If our Xia Yan was there, he would definitely feel a sense of joy. Isn't this just square dancing? Although it is hard to believe, this red-haired woman, the Dingho Zenshin of Konoha, the wife of the first generation of Okage, Uzumaki Mito, is indeed dancing in the square. As for why this happened, it has to start from the time when Kushina gave her the tights that Xia Yan gave her. In fact, when Mito saw the jewel disc at the beginning, she was quite impressed by Xia Yan, the child, and felt that the young were formidable. But due to the limitations of the times, she did not take the jewel disc to heart. It was not until Kushina gave her the tights and mentioned Xia Yan's radio gymnastics foundation building plan that Uzumaki Mito really began to pay attention to Yushin Xia Yan, the young sealing ninja. After all, this thing is different from toys like the previous jewel disc. It is a killer that can really improve the strength of ninjas. Moreover, the ingenious idea of combining the ancient monk's cultivation methods with modern knowledge of sealing techniques made Mito, a master of sealing techniques, applaud. It even reminded Mito of her brother-in-law, Tobirama Senju, who also loved inventions. But the more terrifying thing about Xia Yan is that the things he invented can actually be popularized. In this regard, Mito felt that Xia Yan had surpassed the second-generation Okage. After all, although that guy had researched and invented a lot of things, except for water escape, they were basically forbidden techniques, and few people could learn them. It seemed that this was not enough to prove his wisdom. Xia Yan's invention was much more down to earth, and his awareness was obviously higher than that guy's. At the same time, Xia Yan's foundation building plan also gave Mito a lot of inspiration. His idea was to use the action copying function in the tights to help students master the difficult meridian training method of radio gymnastics, so as to maximize the potential of young ninjas. Although he looked young, Mito, who was actually very old, naturally thought of another use for this thing. That is to teach the secrets of health preservation to middle-aged and elderly ninjas through square dancing. Chapter 114 Mito's Square Dance Plan. The peak period of a ninja is actually very short. It is often only a few years. Once they are over 30, their strength will decline rapidly. This is because the refinement of chakra is essentially a means of gaining strength by squeezing the body. If it is only moderately refined, it is not a big deal. Unfortunately, the nature of the ninja's profession determines that they will encounter various dangers, and they often need to overfine chakra to deal with it, even if it damages the body. After all, this is better than losing your life directly. However, as a result, as long as the ninja is a little older, he will be injured all over his body, and his strength will decline rapidly. In the end, there are only two ways: retiring sadly or dying due to the decline of strength. At the same time, the premature aging of ninjas has forced many young ninjas to go to the battlefield earlier. Inexperienced, they have to squeeze their bodies in order to survive. This vicious cycle continues, and the final result is that even children aged 4 or 5 have to take up weapons and go to the battlefield, but few can survive to adulthood. Mito's husband, Hashirama Senju, was determined to pacify the troubled times and establish the Konoha ninja village, just because he didn't want his children to go to the battlefield so early. Ironically, he died young because of the hidden injuries left by the Battle of the Valley of the End. The false peace he maintained with his strength also collapsed, and the intensity of the war was even more intense than the warring state period. The graduation age of the ninja school began to decrease. So no one thought there was anything wrong with Kakashi graduating at the age of 5. They were not even ashamed of it, but proud of it, and felt fortunate that Konoha had another genius. This may be the biggest irony of the Wall of Fire. As the wife of the first generation of Okage, Mito naturally discovered this vicious cycle very early, but unfortunately there was not much she could do. After all, she did not have the ability to suppress the entire ninja world like Hashirama did. All she could do is to promote the establishment of the medical department so that injured ninjas could receive more complete treatment. It is worth mentioning that Tsum had also followed in the footsteps of her grandmother and embarked on the path of medical ninja in order to realize her grandfather's dream. The only pity for Mito is that, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, she actually mastered a set of secret techniques that use chakra to maintain the body's vitality and heal hidden injuries. The reason why she can still maintain her young and beautiful appearance is due to this set of secret techniques. This is actually a secret technique developed by the Uzumaki clan after years of research on their own physique. However, this requires extremely high chakra control talent and a lot of knowledge of sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu, and few people in the entire Konoha can learn it. In addition, there are concerns about avoiding leakage, and it is even more impossible to teach it to most people. So originally Mito had given up this idea and only left the unseal and the set of secret techniques to Tsunade, hoping that she could continue to complete them and solve this problem one day. However, the appearance of Xia Yan's somewhat ridiculous tights gave her hope again. The action copying function of the tights can just overcome the problem of learning difficulty. And Xia Yan's confidential idea of teaching the training method through body memory just meets her needs. Although the secret technique must be used in conjunction with the in-seal to achieve the greatest effect, even in the abridged version, the idea of repairing hidden injuries through chakra can still be used as a reference. This means that she can develop a set of health-preserving exercises that use movements to guide chakra to repair hidden injuries, and then pass it on to others through tights. In the process of development, she also borrowed from Xia Yan's idea of disguising the meridian exercise method as radio gymnastics, disguising her health-preserving exercises as square dance, so as to avoid the coveting of the enemy village. Because of this, the wonderful scene of Mito-sama dancing in tights appeared in the courtyard before. In fact, she is actually doing very serious research and development work. Unfortunately, not everyone can understand her good intentions. For example, Kushina, who just came in, felt a little toothache when she saw her grandmother dancing in tights. She regretted why she was so cheap and gave the tights to her grandmother, so that she saw such a spicy picture every day. Give me back the noble and peaceful Mito grandmother who used to wear jinsen. Moreover, Kushina had heard Mito's grandmother mention her square dance plan. She knew that she was going to promote a square dance regimen through tights. In addition, Xia Yan's radio gymnastics promotion will almost begin next semester. Thinking of the future when ninja school students wear tights to do radio gymnastics every day, and middle-aged ninjas wear tights to dance square dance every day, Kushina felt helpless. There are not many choices of clothes left for ninjas. Moreover, Kushina also heard that the tight combat suit that Xia Yan wore before will also be promoted and popularized in the future. Thinking of the boy's terrible aesthetic taste, it can be imagined that many people will be willing to wear such strange clothes in the future. Doesn't this mean that children, young people, and middle-aged and elderly people are all caught in the net of tights? Is Xia Yan going to create a world with only tights? Kushina, who had a lot of complaints but nowhere to vent, opened the chat tool swiftly and typed a line of text. Red Comet. Xia Yan, you tights idiot. Red Comet was the online name she changed for herself before. Seeing a big question mark slowly appearing on the scroll, Kushina thought of Xia Yan's confused expression at this time, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. What happened that made our little Kushina laugh so happily? At this time, Mito, who had just finished dancing, came over. Because Kushina used the illusion mode, all she could see was the picture of Kushina standing at the door, grinning at the air. It looked a little creepy. Seeing her grandmother coming over, Kushina quickly waved her hand to turn off the virtual scroll, and then smiled awkwardly. Nothing, just thinking about what to eat tonight. Mito was slightly startled, then covered her mouth and laughed. I wanted to give you a surprise, but seeing that you are laughing so happily, you should know about that thing. What is it? Kushina asked in confusion. It's just that our family's cook finally became an apprentice and learned how to cook rabbits. Didn't you say you wanted to eat it before, Kushina? Kushina's face froze, because she seemed to have really said this. But that was almost 100 chapters, no, it was almost a semester ago. The resentment she had towards chickens and rabbits because of the chicken and rabbit cohabitation problem at the time had long since disappeared, and she no longer wanted to eat rabbits. Chicken. Seeing Kushina's expression, the meticulous Mito quickly guessed her thoughts, and stroked her cheek helplessly and said, That's troublesome. After all, dinner is almost ready, and the cook, Ms. Nakiri, is very motivated today. Kushina was also a little embarrassed that she had made others work so hard because of her joke. So she had to say embarrassedly, Since it's all cooked, there's nothing we can do, just try it. Second setting. Mito's set of secret techniques is actually an unfinished 100 healings technique, which only has the effect of maintaining youth. Later, it was completed by Tsumad and then developed into the function of creating regeneration. By the way, Boruto mentioned that the 100 healings technique was an ancient technique that existed in the Six Paths Sage era, and it was obviously intended to link it with the wedge. This book will also adopt this setting to increase the upper limit of this technique. Chapter 115. The Remnants of the Old Times. The chat record between Kushina and Xia Yan. Red Comet. 555, Tonight's dinner is rabbits. I feel so sorry for them, it's all Xia Yan's fault. White Devil. 10 minutes later, Red Comet. I'm on the table, the rabbit's head looks a bit scary, it's all Xia Yan's fault. White Devil. 1 minute later, Red Comet. Rabbit meat is so delicious. White Devil. White Devil. Do you know the 18 ways to eat rabbit? At this time, in the dining room of the Senju mansion, Kushina was eating rabbit meat with big mouthfuls, and she was recommending it to Mito from time to time. Grandma, this braised rabbit meat is so delicious. You should try it quickly. Seeing Kushina wolfing down, Mito couldn't help but have a few black lines on his forehead. Why is this guy's face completely different from before? Just now, she was trembling as she picked up a small piece of rabbit meat with a bitter face, but now she was chewing on the 2 rabbit heads. Is this rabbit meat really so delicious? Mito was curious and picked up a piece with chopsticks and put it in her mouth, so Kushina's rabbit-eating journey has a new competitor. Fortunately, Xia Yan had taught her how to condense chakra into rooms and inject them into the bracelet, so when she chatted with Xia Yan, she didn't have to fight with Mito's grandmother for the little rabbit. However, Mito soon realized that although Kushina's mouth and hands never stopped, her eyes would stare at the air in front of her from time to time, and then she would giggle. If a mobile phone was placed in front of Kushina, Xia Yan's parents in the previous life would definitely be familiar with this situation. It's just that the child plays with the mobile phone while eating. It's time to beat the child. It's a pity that Kushina's way of playing with the mobile phone was too secretive, and Mito couldn't detect it for a while. She even muttered in her heart, could it be that this little girl finally came to her senses and started to have sexual thoughts? But not long after, she, who had mastered Kikira's mind-eye ability, noticed something strange. That was the bracelet on Kushina's left wrist, which seemed to be constantly emitting weak chakra waves. What is this? Mito raised an eyebrow. Kushina knew nothing about this, and was eating meat while chatting with Xia Yan about the 18 ways to eat rabbits. As a result, while chatting, the virtual scroll in front of her suddenly disappeared. Kushina's first reaction was that the bracelet might be broken. But when she raised her hand, she found that the bracelet on her wrist had disappeared. Kushina pouted cutely for a while, and then she turned her head around in panic to search. As a result, she saw Mito's grandmother sitting opposite her holding something and examining it. She looked carefully. Wasn't that her bracelet? Seeing that her grandmother seemed to be ready to try it on, Kushina felt inexplicably ashamed when she thought that her chat history with Xia Yan would be seen by her grandmother. It felt like her diary was peeped at by her parents. So she quickly shouted, "Grandma, that's mine." She even stood up and rushed over. As a result, she was tied up by the chains formed by chakra the next moment, and her whole body could not move. Diamond seal. It won't hurt to let Grandma see it. Mito, who had 5 chains extending from his back, smiled and then slowly inserted his hand into the bracelet and injected chakra into it. No. My precious. Kushina couldn't bear to watch and turned her head and closed her eyes. Her face flushed, and she had the illusion that she was being enteed by her grandma in front of her. However, she waited for a while, and the imagined grandma's giggle did not appear, so she slightly opened her eyes and found that her grandma took off the bracelet again and played with it, with a look of regret on her face. It actually has the function of binding the user, what a pity. Kushina was happy to hear this and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then she felt her body loosen up and the chain retracted back into Mito's body. But this time she didn't dare to move rashly and approached Mito cautiously. "Mito grandma, can you give it back to me now?" she said pitifully. "Let me study it a little more. The rune formula circuit on it is quite interesting. By the way, what is the use of this thing that makes you cherish it so much?" Mito said, turning it over and over. Kushina thought about it and felt that there seemed to be nothing to hide, so she put her hands on her hips and said proudly, "This is Xia Yan's latest invention. It is called the communication bracelet. Its function is," Kushina repeated to Mito what Xia Yan introduced to her. "Long-distance communication, the Dark Tower, connecting everyone through chakra to achieve peace." Mito repeatedly murmured the keywords that Kushina had just said, her beautiful eyes shining. To be honest, the previous training suit had made Mito no longer dare to underestimate Xia Yan's attainments in sealing techniques. Unexpectedly, less than 2 months later, she was shocked by Xia Yan again. Because if the jewel disc is just an interesting toy in her eyes, and the training suit is a treasure that can enhance the strength of ninjas, then the communication bracelet and the concept of the Dark Tower are artifacts that can change the entire ninja world. Even if it is just from Kushina's parrot-like retelling, it is not difficult for her to infer that if Xia Yan's concept can be realized, what a magnificent rune era the future will be. And as a master of sealing techniques, how can she not be excited and yearning for such a future? So Mito, who thought of this, suddenly felt a strong sense of regret. After all, she might not be able to see the arrival of that era. She had originally looked down on life and death and thought that death was just another great adventure. At this time, she couldn't help but have the urge to borrow another 500 years from heaven. But then she chuckled with helplessness and relief. Even if she looks young, she can't hide that she is actually an old man who has experienced the warring states and the ninja village era. As a remnant of the old era, the new era no longer has a ship that can carry her. Even her existence will affect the arrival of the new era. Whatever. And if she didn't go to the Pure Land to find Hashirama, she was worried that the guy would stay with Madara for too long and forget that he had her as his legal wife. But even if she couldn't see the arrival of that era with her own eyes, she could still contribute to it. So Mito looked at Kushina, who was staring at the bracelet in a daze, and asked, "Kushina, do you know if Xia Yan has a formal master?" "Ah?" Kushina came back to her senses after hearing this and thought about it. "I don't think so." "No master? Is this really got will?" Mito murmured. After all, although Xia Yan has a unique talent for sealing techniques and wild creativity, he actually has a shortcoming. That is the lack of knowledge. This is also the main reason why he has to go to the ninja school to be a teacher, even though he is a special Junin. And Mito, who inherited the knowledge accumulated by the Uzumaki clan for thousands of years, can just make up for his shortcoming. Mito even felt a little excited, and it was hard to imagine what kind of sparks the combination of the two would collide with. At the same time, Mito had always felt a little regretful that his sealing technique could not be completely passed down. After all, although Kushina had a good talent for sealing techniques, it was a pity that her little brain was not very smart, and she was good at maintaining the status quo but not at exploring new things. Tsuson had focused on the field of medical ninjutsu and could not inherit her legacy. However, Xia Yan was different. He was the best choice in terms of age, talent, and creativity. The only regret was that he was not a child of the Uzumaki clan. But this was not unsolvable. If Xia Yan and Kushina were together, wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? So Mito couldn't help but cast his eyes on Kushina again. As a result, he found that the little girl saw that he was in a daze, and couldn't help but be greedy, and secretly took the rabbit's head and ate it, and her mouth was full of oil. Seeing that he was looking at me, she smiled a little embarrassedly. Mito fell into deep thought. Well, now there is only one problem left. That is, how to make Xia Yan, the little golden pig, willing to push Kushina, the rotten cabbage. Chapter 116 Kushina's Growth, 2-in-1. The next morning, in the grove near the ninja school, a thick black fog was covering a small open space. From it, Kushina's delicate voice could be heard faintly. "I want this sky to no longer cover my eyes, and this land to no longer bury my heart. I want this black fog to disappear completely. Open it for me." As soon as she'd finished speaking, the black fog began to distort and then collapsed and dissipated. Xia Yan, who was standing next to the black fog, heard his mouth twitch slightly. Sure enough, I shouldn't instill too many strange things into this little girl. It feels a little crooked. However, seeing the scene of the black fog dissipating, he also had a lot of feelings in his heart. After so many times of sparring, his black screen crash technique was finally cracked by Kushina. Although it was a bit helpless that the method of cracking was handed over to the other party by him personally. Soon the black fog completely disappeared, revealing Kushina's figure. She was seen with her hands on her hips, proudly looking up and saying, "Ha ha 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 ha. I guessed right, as long as a strong chakra wave is released instantly, it can interfere with or even destroy the internal structure of the projection. Xia Yan, I cracked your projection technique." This method of cracking was actually discovered by Kushina when she was testing the chakra pressure of the communication bracelet from the distortion and jitter phenomenon that occasionally occurred on the projection interface. However, she quietly pretended not to see it at the time, just to give Xia Yan a surprise now. It is indeed worthy of praise that you can think of using the bracelet to crack this trick so quickly. Xia Yan also nodded in approval. Interference through chakra waves is indeed one of the ways to crack the projection technique. In fact, the communication bracelet is not even needed. As long as a strong chakra bursts out instantly in the body, the resulting chakra wave is enough to interfere with the operation of the projection. Even if the projection cannot be completely destroyed, the distortion and distortion phenomenon produced is enough for people to distinguish the true from the false. And this is exactly why that projection technique can be used as a magic skill to bully noobs, but cannot compete with real masters. Hearing Xia Yan's praise, Kushina chuckled, then her face straightened, and she said with fighting spirit, "Then it's my turn to attack this time." After that, she leaned over and rushed towards Xia Yan, and quickly formed seals with both hands. Shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang. A cloud of smoke exploded from Kushina's side, and 4 figures that looked exactly like her accelerated forward, ready to attack Xia Yan from 4 directions. Kushina followed behind a shadow clone, and seemed ready to drive the bracelet to destroy Xia Yan's projection technique at any time. As long as Xia Yan's black screen and freeze technique was not allowed to take effect, her shadow clone beating tactics could be carried out smoothly. It seems that this time, Xia Yan's true ability can finally be forced out. Maybe she can also see the forbidden technique that Xia Yan didn't use at the beginning. Kushina is full of expectations. If Xia Yan could hear Kushina's inner voice, he would definitely spread his hands and say, "I've never heard such a strange request." Since Xia Yan was still standing there calmly, Kushina's 4 shadow clones soon surrounded him and then charged at him at the same time. The 4 clones moved in unison and cooperated tacitly. Even after approaching Xia Yan, they swung their fists in complete sync, leaving Xia Yan no room to dodge. Seeing the 4 fist shadows come in, Xia Yan's mouth curled up slightly, and suddenly jumped up, jumping into the air to avoid the siege of the 4 shadow clones. However, at the moment he jumped up and stayed in the air, a cry suddenly came from the sky. "Xia Yan, you've been fooled, look at my justice from heaven." The next moment, another figure of Kushina suddenly fell from the sky like a god, with her right foot raised high, and chopped Xia Yan fiercely like a heavy axe. The 5 Kushina below all showed excited expressions. Xia Yan could never guess that the 5 of them were actually shadow clones. The real bodies had already hidden in the woods while the black fog was still there. Unfortunately, they didn't feel happy for long, and soon their faces froze again. I saw that Kushina's heel hit Xia Yan's shoulder in mid-air, and it actually went straight through his body, as if it hit the air. The attacking Kushina was also confused at this time, and she secretly said in her heart that it was not good. This Xia Yan was actually a projection clone. When was he replaced? In the air? Or before jumping? Or was Xia Yan standing in the same place after the black fog disappeared, actually a projection? Kushina, who was still in mid-air, was thinking rapidly, recalling the use of projection techniques that Xia Yan had said, looking for useful clues. The 5 shadow clones below also quickly surrounded her landing point, back to back in a defensive posture, alert to Xia Yan who didn't know where he would come out. Kushina, who had no clue for a while, thought of a possibility the moment she landed, but there was no joy on her face. Because it was too late. As soon as she landed, her ankle was tightly grasped by a hand that stretched out from the ground. Earth escape technique. Earth dragon hidden technique. Xia Yan broke out of the ground in response, and Kushina, whose ankle was grasped, naturally lost her balance and fell to the ground. The 5 shadow clones around her only then realized that something happened to Kushina behind them, and hurriedly turned around to rescue her. Unfortunately, Xia Yan was well prepared. "Watch my tornado destroy the parking lot." Xia Yan held Kushina's ankle upside down and spun around in place, sweeping her as a weapon at the enemies around him. Bang 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 bang. The 5 shadow clones were defeated one by Xia Yan before they could react. However, at the moment when the 5th shadow clone disappeared, Kushina, whose ankle was grasped by Xia Yan, suddenly twisted her waist, and kicked Xia Yan in the face with her other foot with the force of breaking the wind. Unexpectedly, Xia Yan seemed to have expected it. He suddenly loosened his hands. Before Kushina could kick him, her body flew out like an arrow. Xia Yan raised his mouth and looked at Kushina flying through the open space like a trapeze artist. When she was about to hit a big tree, Kushina's figure suddenly turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. Xia Yan raised his eyebrows slightly, but was not too surprised. Sure enough, it was just a shadow clone. No wonder he didn't feel like he hit the enemy when he launched the whirlwind attack just now. This is because those clones were actually released at the moment before being hit, in order to prevent the clone in his hand from disappearing and facilitating the Jedi counterattack just now. Of course, there is another reason. Although the chakra of the shadow clone will return to the main body whether it is released by oneself or broken by others. But in fact, when it is broken by others, the chakra will be damaged. At the same time, the memory of the shadow clone being hit by the attack will also return to the main body, although the shadow clone is not seriously damaged because of its thin skin. However, if conditions permit, the caster will choose to remove the spell before the enemy destroys his clone. Of course, if you have a lot of chakra, are not afraid of pain, then you don't need to worry about these micro-manipulations. At the same time, after seeing Kushina's fierce tiger-like operation, Xia Yan couldn't help but feel relieved. Although it still did not pose any threat to him, it can be seen that Kushina's tactics and adaptability are much stronger than before, and his competition with her for a semester has not been in vain. Unfortunately, Kushina seems to be still not satisfied with her performance. Kushina walked out from behind a big tree and said speechlessly, When I usually watch Xia Yan demonstrate how to use projection clones to trick the enemy, I think they are too stupid to see this. But after experiencing it myself, I know it's really not that easy to tell whether you're a real person or a projection in a fast-paced battle. Even if there is a way to use chakra waves to interfere with the projection, it is impossible to use this trick all the time. What's more terrifying is that your projection technique doesn't even require hand seals, and you can even leave a projection in place. You can use Earth Escape to get away at any time. It's hard to defend against, you're simply cheating. To be honest, I'm not even sure if the you standing opposite me is a projection. Same here. I don't know if the one talking to me now is your real body or your clone, Kushina. Xia Yan also smiled and replied, since you are so convincing, Kushina, I wonder if you have thought of a countermeasure. Kushina smiled with a successful plot when she heard the words. Of course, otherwise why do you think I would tell you so much during a fight? Xia Yan was slightly startled. Fighting for a while and chatting for a while, isn't that the tradition of ninja fighting? Xia Yan, who was complaining in his heart, soon noticed that another Kushina walked out of the woods in the four directions of the open space. They quickly formed seals in sync, and then suddenly slapped the ground, and a circle of rune spells unfolded. Then a strong chakra wave visible to the naked eye quickly spread, covering the entire open space. Although there seemed to be no changes around, Xia Yan, who was a sealing ninja, already knew what Kushina had just done. Is this a perception array? He showed an interested expression. Kushina also explained with a proud look on her face. Yes, it is the perception array. Although your projection clone is very realistic and can simulate the feeling of a physical entity through various techniques, it still has a big flaw. That is, no matter how sophisticated the projection is, it still cannot simulate the meridian system and chakra like the shadow clone. So as long as I set up a perception array in this open space, your projection will no longer be able to deceive me. It turned out that Kushina's attack just now was just to delay time for the four shadow clones who set up the array. Let the four shadow clones temporarily create a perception array. This is indeed a way to crack the projection technique. And Kushina, you can actually set up such a large perception array in a short time, which is really amazing. Xia Yan was full of admiration and did not hesitate to express his praise. It seems that Kushina has not only improved her combat awareness, but also her sealing skills. Finally, we can see some of the style of the master of sealing techniques who can tie the nine-tailed fox like a dog in the future. Hearing Xia Yan's praise, Kushina looked proud and subconsciously straightened her poor chest. Well, it seems that there is still not much progress in that area. Xia Yan complained in his heart. Then he looked at Kushina with a smile. But Kushina, you should have prepared this tactic for a long time. You saved it until today, it seems that you have made all the preparations. Are you going to give me a surprise? Then I guess your surprise is more than just this, then just use them all together. Kushina laughed like a villain and said, as expected of Xia Yan, you noticed my plan so quickly. Yes, I'm just waiting to gather all the means to defeat you, Xia Yan, and then show them all at once. Just like you, Xia Yan, talked Obito to defeat Kakashi. And today, it's my turn to defeat the powerful. As she said that, Kushina suddenly jumped back and jumped onto a thick branch. Let me show you the forbidden technique I learned from Grandma Mito with great difficulty. If you don't take it seriously, you will really lose miserably later. After she finished speaking, she put her index and middle fingers together, forming a cross, and made a rune seal, and at the same time shouted, multiple shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang, groups of white smoke exploded from the branches next to Kushina one after another, and quickly spread to the trees around the entire clearing. As the white smoke disappeared, it can be seen that the trees around the clearing are full of Kushina. They laughed maliciously and launched a strong crowd to watch Xia Yan in the middle of the clearing. Why does this scene feel like a Jew? Xia Yan couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He remembered that there seemed to be a guy named Uzumaki who also used the multiple shadow clone technique like this, and then surrounded a teacher of a ninja school in that grove. Afterwards, they showed no martial ethics and all the shadow clones beat up the teacher together, beating him badly. Xia Yan shuddered violently and shook his head to get rid of the strange idea from his mind. Then he sighed. I didn't expect Kushina to learn the multiple shadow clone technique so quickly. This reminded him of Tsunade in the original work, who once said that the technique used by Naruto was the same as his mother Kushina's, probably referring to the multiple shadow clone technique. Then he heard countless Kushina say in unison, how about it, this is the true strength of Uzumaki Kushina's ninja scrolls. Xia Yan also nodded and said sincerely, Kushina, not bad. It's caught up with the level of Naruto in the first episode. To be honest, if he had just returned to Konoha, facing this kind of unreasonable ninjutsu, he might really be defeated. Even now, if he doesn't show some real skills, it may be a bit troublesome. Then just try the technique on Kushina. So Xia Yan said loudly. Actually, I have made a new breakthrough in my recent research on the shadow clone technique. Since the projection technique is sealed by your perception array, it's a good opportunity for me to test my shadow clone technique. Let's use shadow clone against shadow clone to bring this competition to an end. All the Kushina fell silent after hearing this, with strange expressions on their faces. Your name is Xia Yan, not blind. Can't you see so many shadow clones of us? They can understand using other techniques. But shadow clones? Haha. How could Xia Yan, with such a weak chakra, be her opponent? However, Xia Yan looked confident of winning, and acted likely. It's getting late, and we have to go to work later. Well, let's end the battle within 10 minutes. Let Kushina see the third version of my energy-saving shadow clone technique. Kushina and others were confused. Wait, what about the first and second versions? It's my birthday tomorrow, so I'll take a day off. Chapter 117. The third part of the shadow clone technique, 2-in-1. In response to Kushina's complaints, Xia Yan just smiled slightly, hooked his fingers and said, if you want to see the first and second bullets, then first crack my third bullet's shadow clone technique. That's what I mean. The Kushina said in unison. After that, 8 Kushina jumped down from the tree and charged towards Xia Yan from 8 directions. Seeing Kushina casually use 8 shadow clones to test, Xia Yan felt envious. Because he had never fought such a rich battle in his life. But at this time, he had no time to think about it. Facing Kushina's posture, if he didn't show some skills, it would be funny if he accidentally flipped over. So the next moment Xia Yan lowered his body and rushed towards Kushina in front of him. His daily radio gymnastics training in recent times has finally shown results, and his body movements are much more agile than before. Expressed in the 8 data of ninjas, agility has increased from 6 to 7. And the actual effect is also quite obvious. So fast. Damn, it turns out that Xia Yan doesn't usually use his full strength. Amid the surprise of the Kushina and other commentators around him, Xia Yan had already used his speed to tear apart the formation formed by the 8 shadow clones. If you look down from the sky above the open space, you can find that the originally perfect circle is rapidly twisting and deforming. This also means that the timing of their attack on Xia Yan is also staggered. In a flash, Xia Yan has now collided with Kushina in front of him. Seeing Xia Yan's aggressive approach, Kushina did not intend to fight hard, but stopped and crossed her hands in a defensive posture. Because she knew that as long as she delayed for a few seconds, the 2 shadow clones closest to her would arrive, forming a favorable situation of 3-1. So she maintained a defensive action, and was vigilantly guarding against Xia Yan's attack. Xia Yan continued to rush towards her at the same speed, until the 2 were only more than 1 meter apart, and suddenly threw a punch. In an instant, a trace of doubt emerged in the heart of this Kushina. Did she throw the punch too early? After all, with the distance between them, Xia Yan's punch couldn't hit her at all. Bang! Before she could finish thinking this, she was hit in the face by the fist that was constantly enlarging in her field of vision, and she disappeared in a cloud of white smoke. Motor. X2 of this time, the shadow clones of Kushina on both sides had arrived. Due to the problem of perspective, they did not notice the abnormality just now, and each raised their fists to attack Xia Yan. Bang! Bang! Who knew that they were also broken by Xia Yan's double palms before they entered the attack range? Something is strange. Be careful. At this time, the Kushina around the open space also noticed that something was wrong, and repeatedly reminded their companions who had already arrived beside Xia Yan. After hearing the reminder, the remaining 5 shadow clones naturally became alert. They quickly exchanged glances, and 4 of them attacked Xia Yan from 4 angles. The last one deliberately slowed down by half a beat, and then directly slid over. Prepared to attack from a blind spot while Xia Yan was dealing with other shadow clones and couldn't spare a hand. As expected, as she slid over on the ground, she saw Xia Yan parrying the attacks of other clones. He blocked the hook punch of one shadow clone with one hand, deflected the straight punch of another shadow clone with one hand, blocked the whip kick of another shadow clone with one hand, and blocked the kick of another shadow clone with one hand. Wait. Something seems wrong. Unfortunately, before this little Kushina could figure it out, she had already shoveled in front of Xia Yan, and subconsciously wanted to kick upwards. Then she saw an incredible scene. Suddenly, an arm as thick as an arm emerged from Xia Yan's stomach, and punched her. What the hell is this? Bang! This Kushina turned into a cloud of smoke with countless question marks. The 4 shadow clones whose attacks were blocked also reacted at this time and said in unison, "Xia Yan, how come you have so many hands?" Just as they said, Xia Yan now had 2 more arms on his ribs in addition to his original arms, so he was able to block their siege just now. Xia Yan smiled nonchalantly and said, "Didn't I just say that I wanted to test the shadow clone technique? And this is my clone." After he said that, he felt that his words were a bit ambiguous, and quickly cancelled the 3rd arm that appeared in a bad position. What kind of shadow clone technique is this? The 4 Kushina fiercely complained in unison. As shadow clones, they said this was indeed quite convincing. Xia Yan smiled slightly and said, "Shadow clones are not such inconvenient things." After that, more than a dozen arms suddenly emerged from his body and attacked the 4 shadow clones. 16 wheel flower bloom. Bang 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 bang. Before the 4 shadow clones could react, they turned into smoke and disappeared. At this point, all 8 of Kushina's shadow clones were defeated by Xia Yan one by one. Well, it seems that this trick is quite effective in actual combat. The arms that grew out of Xia Yan's body turned into white smoke and disappeared again, and he was analyzing it with his chin pointed. The Kushina around the clearing looked at each other in bewilderment, unable to understand the scene they had just seen. Did you see it? Why did Xia Yan suddenly grow so many hands? And those arms are not projections, they are real. Don't forget that they turned into smoke and disappeared in the end, which is really similar to shadow clones. But there is no shadow clone that simply turns into an arm. Shadow clones can't be maintained like this. Hundreds of Kushina were talking to their companions around them, and the chattering voices added up to make the grove as noisy as a vegetable market. Xia Yan had a headache from the noise, and raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Then a piercing buzzing sound resounded throughout the open space, causing the Kushina and the others to stop talking and cover their ears to look at Xia Yan. "Kushina, we are still fighting now." Xia Yan smiled helplessly. "In fact, if you want to know the principle, why don't you ask me? After all, explaining one's own abilities is also one of the traditions of ninja fighting. In fact, the principle of this technique is not complicated." Xia Yan continued. "Kushina, you also know that the shadow clone has a meridian system in its body that even the Byakugan cannot distinguish between the real and the fake. And chakra flows through it like blood, connecting various organs and body parts simulated by chakra, maintaining the physical form of the shadow clone." All the Kushina nodded repeatedly. They naturally learned related content when they were learning the shadow clone technique. Xia Yan raised a finger and paced back and forth as usual in class. "So as you said, just like a severed arm will lose its activity, this kind of incomplete shadow clone will turn into chakra and disappear once it is created. This is because their internal meridians are incomplete and cannot form a complete chakra circulation to maintain their physical form. But, in other words, it means that as long as we find a way to maintain the chakra circulation in their bodies, we can maintain their existence." Could it be, seeing that most of the Kushina were surprised, Xia Yan smiled slightly. "It seems that you have also thought of the method I used." "Yes, the moment these arm shadow clones were produced, I connected them to my own meridian system. In this way, whether it is arms, legs, feet, or even the head or facial features, they can grow like flowers at various acupuncture points in my body. Therefore, this technique is also named by me flower clone technique." As he spoke, Xia Yan slightly raised his left hand, and several arms stretched out from his left elbow, like a blooming flower, with a kind of enchanting beauty. Yes, this is the 3rd version of Xia Yan's energy-saving version of the shadow clone technique. From the shrinking body of the infant clone technique to the brain removal of the shadow puppet technique. This time, Xia Yan didn't even want to use the chakra to maintain the torso, and directly dismembered the shadow clones and sewed them to his own body. It can be said that the chakra consumption is suppressed to the extreme. And because these shadow clones are connected to his own body, even if they are broken by the enemy, most of the chakra can be recovered with almost no loss, and there will be no waste at all. Flower clone technique. Kushina and others were shocked by Xia Yan's incredible idea. She thought she was proficient in the shadow clone technique, but today she knew that the shadow clone could be played like this. And don't listen to Xia Yan's understatement. Kushina and others knew very well too, how complicated is the actual operation of connecting the incomplete shadow clone to his meridian system instantly after it appears. However, it is obvious that for Xia Yan, who is good at room ninjutsu, the so-called complexity is just adding a few more techniques on it when constructing room ninjutsu. Yes, Kushina and others can see from Xia Yan's instant performance without seals that this move is the same as projection technique, and Xia Yan has transformed it into the form of room ninjutsu. Damn. Kushina and others were frustrated. Originally, Kushina had been deliberate and prepared before showing her training results, intending to give Xia Yan a surprise. Maybe she could achieve the achievement of overthrowing the superior and use it as capital to make fun of Xia Yan in the future. However, Xia Yan seemed to have made greater progress during this period of time than she did. It felt that the distance between the two not only did not narrow, but widened. However, Kushina has not completely given up, and encouraged herself. Although Xia Yan's move is very creative, after all, it is just growing the arms of the shadow clone on his body. It should not be comparable to these complete shadow clones of ours. Xia Yan himself said that this is a ninjutsu created to save chakra, so it is definitely not as powerful as ours in actual combat. As the Kushina talked, they even believed themselves and soon regained their confidence. One Kushina even shouted, "To deal with this kind of unorthodox way, there is no need to talk about the code of conduct, let's fight together." So this time Kushina did not hold back, all the shadow clones jumped down from the trees and rushed towards Xia Yan. All troops attack. That's right. Let Xia Yan see the power of the orthodox shadow clone technique. With so many of us, we will definitely be able to fight back. Wah! The densely packed Kushina shouted various slogans and rushed towards Xia Yan from all directions. However, 32-wheel flower white snake. Boom! Before he finished speaking, the sound of breaking wind whizzed by. In a flash, a slender white shadow burst out from Xia Yan's hand, so fast that it was difficult to see clearly. Bang 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 bang! Kushina's clones turned into puffs of smoke and disappeared before they could react. The white shadow directly penetrated Kushina's formation, and finally broke several thick trees at the edge of the open space in half, and finally stopped. Hiss! All the Kushina clones who were about to rush towards Xia Yan stopped, looking stunned. Only then did they see the true form of the white shadow, and they were speechless for a moment. It was an arm, a long arm formed by sections of white arms connected together. I didn't expect that even the shadow clone's arms can continue to grow arms. Kushina and the others all opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Yes, Xia Yan's attack just now is actually just to grow an arm on his palm after he struck out with one palm, and then strike out with another palm. In simple terms, the palm grows longer and longer. This cycle continues, just like a multi-section rocket, the palm power keeps overlapping, to produce such amazing speed and power. At the same time, Xia Yan's attack has not ended yet. He twisted his waist, and his multi-section arms swung at the same time, sweeping out like a long white whip. Bang 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 bang! Looking down from the sky above the open space, you can see that the originally densely packed shadow clone encirclement was swept out into a 10-degree fan-shaped blank area. And this was because Xia Yan's arm shadow clone disappeared on its own due to the reaction force and accumulated too much damage, so he was unable to continue to expand the victory. The remaining Kushina was stunned at this time. Why is Xia Yan's energy-saving shadow clone technique so powerful? Where does this put the orthodox shadow clone technique? But they had no time to think, seeing that Xia Yan might launch such an attack again at any time. They could only take the opportunity to bite the bullet and see if they could make up for the disadvantage in close combat. However, Xia Yan obviously would not let them do as they wished. He opened his lips again and smiled. The secret of the flower clone technique, 100 flowers flower branches. Swish! 4 tentacles made up of arms grew out from Xia Yan's back, just like before. 2 of them supported him in mid-air, while the remaining 2 were waving their claws and fangs behind him. Xia Yan slowly took out a pair of sunglasses of the same style as Ebisu from his arms and put them on, then looked down at Kushina and the others below with a smile on his face. "Hello, Kushina." One by one, the Kushina looked up at Xia Yan, who was like a big villain, with numb faces. There was no suspense in the subsequent battle. Kushina, who only knew the multiple shadow clone technique and physical skills and had no other means of attack, would naturally end up in defeat in the flower branch mode that Xia Yan used specially to deal with group battles. The only thing that made Xia Yan speechless was that Kushina, this little girl, knew that she would lose sooner or later but still fought to the end. It seemed that she was planning to fight a war of attrition with Xia Yan to see who had more chakra. Even her real body was secretly hiding in a grove, constantly using the shadow clone technique to replenish her troops. It was not until Xia Yan used the perception aid to find her real body, and then used 4 tentacles to hang her up exhausted, that she reluctantly admitted defeat. Only then did Kushina's plan of overthrowing the superiors fail. A few days later in the evening, in the compartment of the Fuinjutsu Ramen restaurant. "Give me a serving of tomato beef noodles." Xia Yan ordered the meal familiarly. Opposite him, a middle-aged man with a stern face and red eyes was still looking at the menu with a frown. "Coriander ramen, ice cream ramen, beer ramen, watermelon ramen, are these things really edible?" He shook his head slightly, decided to be on the safe side, and said to the waiter, "Then, give me a serving of this old-style pickled cabbage beef noodles." After the waiter confirmed that everything was correct and left, he complained to Xia Yan, "I've come here to eat before, and there didn't seem to be so many varieties at the time." Xia Yan spread his hands with an unnatural expression and said, "Senior Sin Hong, I'm actually not too sure." Although he often taught the handmade noodles recipes in his previous life to the handmade noodles that he worked here, they were limited to the normal range. He never thought that the handmade noodles would be obsessed with developing various new types of ramen, and even develop those terrible dark dishes. Especially the coriander ramen. Is this something that people eat? And Yuri Shinku didn't delve into it. After putting down the menu, she picked up a document and started reading it, and said in a helpless tone, "Xia Yan, you kid, you haven't come to me for a get-together for so long since you came back. In the end, you came to me for such a troublesome thing." Xia Yan smiled awkwardly and said, "Although it seems a bit troublesome now, it can actually reduce a lot of your workload in the end." Yuri Shinku pondered and said, "Yes, at least treading water and climbing trees can be taught in the ninja school, which can indeed save us a lot of effort." Today Xia Yan went to see Yuri Shinku for the extracurricular tutoring class that will start next school year. Xia Yan knew before that Yuri Shinku was transferred to become a ninja instructor in order to be with his daughter Yuri Shinku. The so-called ninja instructor actually refers to the instructor who is responsible for guiding the training of genin or chunin. After all, not every ninja school student has a genin to take care of them like a nanny after graduation. Even if there is a genin leading the team, they can't know everything. And this is the time for the ninja instructor to play a role. As long as the ninja consumes a certain amount of mission merits and applies, they can learn various advanced knowledge under the guidance of the corresponding instructor. Although these are all non-confidential knowledge, it is finally a way for civilian ninjas to rise. Speaking of which, it's a bit like a skilled instructor in an online game. And Yuri Shinku is the instructor responsible for teaching illusions. In Xia Yan's plan, the future advanced class will transfer a lot of content that will be learned by becoming a genin to the ninja school, so he asked the experienced Yuri Shinku to review his plan. Just when Yuri Shinku was reading Xia Yan's plan, the voice of a waiter who might be a new waiter sounded in the store. I wonder who ordered the tomato beef noodles." "It was me." Two identical words rang out in the store at the same time, making the young waiter even more confused. Xia Yan, who had just greeted the waiter, also realized that someone had just said the same thing to him, and couldn't help but lean out to take a look. As a result, he saw a handsome face with long golden hedgehog hair emerging from a compartment not far away. The waiter also hesitated and said, "This blonde guest, this silver-haired guest, I wonder which one of you ordered this bowl of tomato beef noodles." "Thank you Liu Haha book friend for the 100 reward, and thank you all for your birthday wishes." Chapter 118 Name a case Minotaur. Boom. The young waiter suddenly got a slap on the head. A middle-aged waiter appeared, pressed his head and vowed to apologize. "Sorry, this guy is new here and always forgets things. This bowl of tomato beef noodles was actually not ordered by the blonde guest or the silver-haired guest, but by the purple-haired little girl." Xia Yan and the blonde young man lowered their heads upon hearing this, and only then did they see a small cute's head sticking out of the middle compartment, staring back and forth at them angrily, as if afraid that they would steal their noodles. Xia Yan and the blonde young man looked at each other, smiled awkwardly, and apologized to the little girl. At this time, Yuri Shinku was also attracted by the commotion, and looked out, then said with surprise, "Isn't this Minotaur?" Yes, this blonde young man was Minotaur Namakaze, who had recently returned to Konoha. Similar to Xia Yan's situation, Minotaur and Yuri Shinku had worked together on several missions before, so they were also acquaintances. Therefore, at the invitation of Yuri Shinku, Minotaur, who was alone, also came to their compartment and sat down opposite Xia Yan. Then, under the introduction of Yuri Shinku, the two of them briefly introduced themselves. Although they had only occasionally seen each other from a distance before, Xia Yan could also see that Minato had matured a lot in height and appearance recently. He was more and more like the golden shining man in his memory. Moreover, he found that Minato spoke in a gentle tone, which made people feel like spring breeze. He was indeed very charismatic as a leader. After a few pleasantries, Minato saw the information on the table and hesitated slightly. Are you talking about something? Will I disturb you? Yuri Shinku waved her hand and said, it's okay, this thing is not a secret. Xia Yan also nodded and said, yes, it's actually about the curriculum reform of the ninja school. It's just right to refer to your opinion, Minato, who was the top student in the grade. The curriculum reform of the ninja school. Minato also became quite interested after hearing this. He picked up the information and started reading it. He was soon attracted by the content inside. Even after the ramen he ordered arrived, he continued to read the information while eating. After everyone finished eating the noodles, Minato had just finished reading the information. He closed his eyes and sorted out his thoughts, then smiled in admiration. The life of a ninja school described in Xia Yan's plan is really interesting. It makes me a little envious of future ninja school students. And this plan has not even started yet, but you can come up with so many detailed and specific rules out of thin air. It's really amazing. Especially this extracurricular tutoring class, it will be of great help to civilian ninjas like us. No wonder Minato gave such a high evaluation of Xia Yan's plan. After all, compared to the children of the ninja clan, many of the contents in this plan are more helpful to civilian ninjas without family inheritance, especially the geniuses among civilian ninjas. And Minato is a typical example of a person whose growth speed is restricted by the ninja school because of his background. He is obviously a top genius on the same level as Senju Tobirama, Kakashi, and Uchiha Itachi, but because he is a civilian, he was unable to fully realize his talent in the ninja school and could not graduate until he was 10 years old. However, considering that those students who graduate early have some problems, Minato didn't know whether it was good luck or bad luck. After praising the plan, Minato began to express some of his doubts. But to realize your plan, Xia Yan, I'm afraid it will take a lot of money. For example, this extracurricular tutoring class will invite special genin and even genin to impart their experience. It would be difficult to do this without spending a lot of money. Hearing this, Yuri Shinku laughed and pointed at Xia Yan and said, Minato, you don't have to worry about this. You may not know that this guy is actually just a hobby of being a teacher. His real job is the owner of the Kinen tavern that has been popular all over Konoha recently. Xia Yan said helplessly, that's the opposite. Being a teacher is my main job, okay? Yuri Shinku smiled and said, no matter whether it's a main job or a side job, this guy is short of money anyway. As long as he changes the clothes of those card characters and sells them, he can easily make a lot of money. Senior Shinku, what nonsense are you talking about? Xia Yan complained in his heart. Kinen tavern? Minato asked curiously, I've heard many people talk about this tavern on the front lines before. Some people always say, I'll die without Kinen cards to play, so this tavern is opened by you, Xia Yan. Xia Yan nodded and smiled, yes, it can be regarded as enriching the entertainment life of ninjas. Minato, you can go and have a look when you have time. Then Xia Yan couldn't help but add, I can tell from your hairstyle that you are good at playing cards. In the future, when you put on the second-year-old divine robe, you can directly cross over to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh and fully integrate into the style. Although Minato didn't quite understand what Xia Yan meant, he nodded gently and said, I will definitely go and have a look if I have the chance. But then he asked again, but Xia Yan, what is the relationship between your tavern and the ninja school? Xia Yan said, in fact, my tavern and the school have a cooperative relationship, and I will provide a sum of money to the school every year as funding in the future. Then he briefly explained the whole story. It turns out that the Kinen cards were originally just teaching aids to attract students' interest, and the Kinen tavern was also opened for students. After listening to Xia Yan's explanation, Minato suddenly realized it, and then laughed. It seems that a lot of things have happened during the time I was away from Konoha. Then he looked at Xia Yan with admiration, as if he had determined that Xia Yan, like him, was the true successor of the Will of Fire. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sighed. Speaking of which, our group of ninjas who have just returned recently are often called heroes of Konoha. I'm actually a little proud of it. I almost forgot that in the village, there are people like Xia Yan and Senior Shinku, who are silently contributing to the village behind the scenes. Minato put his hand on Xia Yan's shoulder and said sincerely, "You are the real heroes." Why does this sound familiar? Xia Yan fell into deep thought. Then Minato said, "So if there is anything I can help with, just come to me, I will be happy to help." Xia Yan's eyes lit up when he heard this and said, "Since you said so, Minato, I will not be polite. I wonder if you're interested in taking a part-time job as a special lecturer, Minato. Are you saying that I should be a teacher in an after-school tutoring class?" Minato had read the information and naturally knew what a special lecturer was, but he was a little hesitant. "With my level, can I do it?" Yuri Shinku on the side said speechlessly, "Minato, you are too modest. I heard that you have killed several genin in this war." Minato scratched his head and smiled. "In fact, in most cases, I can only do it with the cooperation of my teammates." Xia Yan said, "Even so, it's amazing. It makes me, who is 1 year older than you, a little ashamed. After all, I haven't killed a genin yet." The conversation between the two made the senior genin Yuri Shinku feel a little annoyed. "What do you think genin are? Cabbages? No matter which village they're in, genin are very important. Why do you talk as if you have not killed a genin alone by the age of 15 or 16, you will fail." Xia Yan and Minato were slightly stunned when they heard this. They felt as if they could not refute it, so they could only smile at each other helplessly. After that, the three of them had various discussions on the curriculum reform, which gave Xia Yan a lot of valuable suggestions. And Minato also accepted Xia Yan's invitation and will gloriously become a special lecturer at the ninja school. In the next school year, when he has no missions, he will go to the ninja school to teach students basic instant body techniques and various combat experiences. After hearing the treatment of special lecturers introduced by Xia Yan to Minato, Yuri Shinku also volunteered to join. It doesn't matter whether there is money or not, he just wants to contribute to the future of Konoha. Well, in fact, his salary as a ninja instructor is too low, and he can't afford to support the little princess at home, so he wants to make extra money. Finally, while there is still time, Yuri Shinku took out a photo album and shared with the two the photos he took of his daughter recently. This made Xia Yan think that when the communication bracelet becomes popular, Shinku Sr. must be the kind of guy who shows off his daughter on the internet every day. It was almost 8 o'clock when the three of them left Xuanx's ramen shop. Xia Yan wanted to invite Minato to the tavern, but Minato said that he was practicing a new technique recently and was at a critical moment, so he could only decline Xia Yan's invitation. Xia Yan had no choice but to give up. After watching Minato walk out of the village, Xia Yan also said goodbye to Yuri Shinku and returned to his home. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the three little ones tinkering with a strange-looking black tower in the yard. That was the prototype model of the dark tower that Xia Yan had conceived. After greeting the three little ones, Xia Yan sat down on the recliner in the yard, and then he wiped his left hand and opened the interface of the communication bracelet. As he expected, a long string of messages popped up. Sure enough, it was right to turn the bracelet to silent mode when he saw Minato just now. After all, Xia Yan always felt that chatting privately with Kushina in front of Minato had a strange sense of guilt. He moved his fingers slightly and boredly flipped through Kushina's various meaningless words. Seeing that there was nothing important, he was about to reply, "Oh, haha, I'm going to take a shower." Then he really went to take a shower. However, at this moment, another message popped up. "This little girl is really idle." Xia Yan complained in his heart, then clicked it casually, and his face suddenly froze. It said, "Red Comet. Xia Yan, I was captured by the bad guys from Kamogakure and am now in the woods north of Konoha. Come and save me." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 119, Kushina Kidnapping Incident. Let's go back a little bit in time. It was past 6 o'clock, and Kushina was walking to the door of her house. Although she often went to Mito's grandmother's house for meals, it was the place of the Senju clan after all. So she didn't actually live with Mito's grandmother, but had another residence. Kushina, who had just taken out the key to open the door, couldn't help but yawn with her hands covering her mouth, looking a little tired. It was all because of the guy Xia Yan. He had been sparring with her every morning recently, and every time he used his tentacles to exhaust her. She didn't even have the energy to go to the Keenan Tavern to play cards these days. She just wanted to go home early, take a shower, and fall asleep. However, after staggering into the yard, Kushina suddenly noticed something wrong. The fighting instinct she had trained with Xia Yan recently made her feel a sense of danger, and her body suddenly shuddered and perked up. Unfortunately, her reaction was still a bit too slow. A black shadow suddenly appeared behind her, followed by a hand knife falling quickly. Before Kushina could put up any resistance, her body went limp and fell to the ground. Then two more figures appeared in the art. At this time, the moon in the sky just came out from the clouds, and the moonlight shone down, illuminating the entire yard. It was vaguely visible that the three people had dark skin and were wearing the uniforms of the Kamugaku ninja. "Captain Yoi, how is it?" The ninja who knocked Kushina unconscious was closing his eyes and making a seal with one hand. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes and nodded. "That's right, this huge amount of chakra is rare even in the Uzumaki clan. It seems that this girl should be the future nine-tailed Jinchuriki of Konoha." Then he said with some joy, "And this chakra gives me a very special feeling, which is very valuable for research. This time we really picked up a treasure." A subordinate said regretfully, "It's a pity that she hasn't really become the nine-tailed Jinchuriki yet, otherwise we would have really made a fortune." "Stupid." Yabai scolded in a low voice, "If she really became the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, we wouldn't even have the chance to get close to her." "Captain, you seem to be right." The subordinate scratched his head. Then, under Yabai's instructions, the subordinate took out a rope and tied up Kushina. While another subordinate said worriedly, "Captain Yoi, is it really okay for us to act on our own? Didn't the village send us to Konoha to sign a ceasefire agreement?" Yoi sneered, "The ceasefire is because we are temporarily unable to do anything to each other, not because of some crap of ceasefire agreement. And as the strongest tailed beast, the nine-tailed demon fox has very high requirements for Jinchuriki. I'm afraid Konoha can't find a more suitable candidate than this girl. So as long as we bring her back to the village, we will definitely cause a lot of trouble to Konoha. By then, Lord Raikage will be too busy praising us to blame us, so how could he blame us?" Then he laughed again, "And don't forget that the two tails is still sealed in the amber bottle. It was originally going to be sealed in a little girl, but now we seem to have a better choice." A subordinate chuckled, "It sounds exciting to turn Konoha's reserved nine-tailed Jinchuriki into our two-tailed Jinchuriki." Yoi also smiled, and then his face became serious. "But we can't be careless before we return to the village. Don't forget the person who provided us with information about this girl. We haven't found her yet." "That's right." "Captain, could this be a trap?" Yabai shook his head and said, "If it was a trap targeting us, we would have been surrounded by people now. In my opinion, this is probably another internal conflict within Konoha. They are using us as chess pieces. Sure enough, the fortress is easiest to break from the inside. Only Konoha can defeat Konoha. But as long as we leave Konoha, it's hard to say who is the chess player and who is the chess piece." At this time, the subordinate also tied up Kushina and carried her on his shoulders. So the three of them took Kushina and quickly left Kushina's residence and disappeared in the distance. Finally, one of the Kamugaku subordinates regretted, "It's a pity that I haven't been to the Keenan Tavern to see it." When they left, a one-eyed man with a gloomy temperament walked out of the grove not far away. Shimura Danzo. Looking at the figure of the Kamugaku ninja leaving, Danzo's eyes were deep, and then he turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared into the air. When Kushina woke up again, she found herself being carried on the shoulders of a ninja, and leaping rapidly through the forest with two other ninjas. She struggled subconsciously, only to find that her whole body was tied tightly with tough ropes and she couldn't move at all. Then Kushina saw a man who looked like the leader put down his hand, glanced at her and said, "As expected of the Uzumaki clan, you woke up so quickly. But I advise you not to move around. After all, we may become partners in the future, so I don't want to be too rough with you." What partner? Kushina was confused. But from the rope tied around her body, the other party's Kamugaku costume and the words just now, even if Kushina's mind was not very bright, she quickly understood her situation. She, Uzumaki Kushina, was kidnapped. Mito grandma, Xia Yan, Summoned sister, who of you will save me? Kushina cried in her heart. Although she had conducted a lot of practical training with Xia Yan recently, when she really encountered something, Kushina was still at a loss for a moment. Fortunately, she quickly thought of the communication bracelet that Xia Yan gave her. Although these Kamugaku ninjas took away her ninja tool bag, they did not touch her bracelet. So Kushina secretly injected chakra into the bracelet and activated it. Looking at the scroll interface in front of her, although she knew that others could not see it, Kushina still felt terrified. She first identified her position based on the knowledge she learned in the ninja school. Then she used the skill of typing with runes that Xia Yan half forced her to learn, and quietly typed a line of text, and finally fired it out with all her strength. Red Comet. Xia Yan, I was captured by the bad guys from Kamugaku and am now in the woods north of Konoha. Come and save me. After the message was sent, Kushina felt that every second passed so slowly. Fortunately, she received a response in shock after more than 10 seconds, which read, White Devil, don't answer. Don't answer. Don't answer. Don't worry, Kushina, I have received your message and will launch a rescue operation soon. However, there may be a sensory ninja in the enemy, and frequent communication may allow the other party to detect the chakra fluctuations during communication. So unless there is a major change, don't communicate casually. And if there is a chance, Kushina, you can make some marks along the way, such as leaving hair or something. Finally, I emphasize again. Don't answer. Don't answer. Don't answer. Red Comet. Okay, no problem. Kushina wanted to send this message, but fortunately she held back in the end. After thinking about it, she decided to do as Xia Yan said, secretly pulling off a long red hair and throwing it on the ground. Oh, I hope I can be saved before my hair runs out, Kushina cried again in her heart. At this time, in the yard of Xia Yan's house, a strange-shaped black tower was emitting white smoke. Number 2 was standing nearby, shaking his head. TSK, the Dark Tower prototype that we built with great difficulty was burned out by your communication. I told you that this machine can't handle such a high power transmission. Xia Yan was fiddling with a backpack-like machine on the stone table nearby, and replied casually, There's no way, I have to make sure Kushina can receive my message. In the final analysis, I was careless. I thought that even if a kidnapping incident occurred, it would be when Kamugaku signed the agreement and prepared to leave. I didn't expect them to be so decisive. Fortunately, I also made a plan for this situation. Although Minato also walked towards the north gate of the village when he left just now, and I reminded Kushina to mark it with her hair. Then Minato is likely to find Kushina's hair in the pitch-black forest and then follow to rescue her, which is also an insurance policy. But we can't pin everything on that lot. After all, my appearance has changed a lot of things. Sure enough, I'll go there in person. Xia Yan had already carried the machine on his back, and then said to the 3 children with a smile, I'm afraid we'll have to go all out this time. It looks like you may have to go to bed early tonight. Chapter 120 Kushina Recapture Operation, 2-in-1 Okage's office. Although it was past 8 o'clock, the office was still brightly lit. Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting at his desk processing various documents. Although the war between Konoha and Kamugaku was about to come to an end, there were still many aftermath tasks that needed to be handled by him personally. Looking at the thick stack of documents on the table that had not been processed, he rubbed his right shoulder with a wry smile. Alas, it seems that I don't have time to play cards tonight. The ranking will be surpassed by Fuku again. Okage-sama. At this moment, a Nanbu suddenly appeared and half knelt in the Okage's office. What's the matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen put a document that he had just reviewed aside and asked casually. Special Ninja Yuiu Xia Yan is now outside the building and said that he has something very important to see you, Okage-sama. Oh? Xia Yan? The Sandmi raised his eyebrows slightly, and for a moment he didn't know what Xia Yan wanted to talk to him about. After a few seconds of hesitation, he said, Let him in. Yes. The Yanbu responded and left the office in an instant. A moment later, Xia Yan walked into the office quickly, and before the cheerful Sandmi could speak, he quickly said, Okage-sama, Kushina was kidnapped by the ninjas of Kamugaku, and is now in the forest north of Konoha. Please organize a team to rescue her immediately. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile disappeared immediately, and his face suddenly changed. Xia Yan, are you sure you were not mistaken? No mistake. Xia Yan showed the bracelet on his left hand and said, Okage-sama, this is a communication bracelet I invented. It can use chakra waves for long-distance communication. For testing, I also gave one to Kushina, and just now she asked me for help through her bracelet. Communication bracelet. Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly stunned when he heard this, and it was easy to think of how much role this thing could play in the war. Xia Yan, this guy, how could he quietly invent such a powerful thing again? However, the situation was urgent, and he had no time to think about it. He quickly took out the crystal ball from the drawer, pulled open the blood-stained dust cloth on it, and began to perform his own telescope technique. Although he knew that Xia Yan would not speak without thinking, he still had to confirm it since the matter was of great importance. It would be really funny if after all the efforts, it was found that Kushina was just playing a joke on Xia Yan. In addition to being able to locate according to the location, this telescope technique can also locate according to specific chakra. As the future nine-tails Jinchuriki, Kushina's chakra was naturally recorded in it. However, after the Sandmi performed this technique, Kushina's figure was still not visible on the crystal ball. It was not pitch black as the shielding array interfered with, but a blur like fog. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank. Because it only represented two possibilities. One is that the target has left Konoha and is beyond the detection range of the telescope technique. The other is that the target has died and has no chakra in his body. In either case, it is not good news for Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, compared to the second possibility, he now hopes that what Xia Yan said is correct and Kushina has really been kidnapped. However, the problem is that Kushina is being watched by the Yambu and Konoha is protected by a barrier. How could the ninjas of Komugaku kidnap her quietly? He suppressed his doubts and anger and performed the telescope technique twice. The first target was the Yambu ninjas who protected Kushina, and the picture was blurry again, and the second target was the inn where the Komugaku Renvoice stayed, and this time the picture finally appeared. It can be seen that the ninjas of the Komugaku Renvoice gathered in the art. They were still wearing black sleeves in December and using various equipment to strengthen their strength. The picture looked quite anxious. Sarutobi Hiruzen enjoyed the eye-catching picture and counted the number of people, and found that no one was missing. Did someone else take action, or did only the shadow clones remain there? It's a pity that he can't even verify it. After all, if it is really a shadow clone, then they will notify the original body after they disappear, which increases the difficulty of rescue. Sarutobi Hiruzen can't help but have a headache. This technique invented by the second generation is really loved and hated. Then he clapped his hands and said in a deep voice, "Someone come." Okage. An Anbu appeared in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered, "Let Husky, Mushi, and Hyuga Hisashi come to see me immediately." Yes. The Yambu disappeared again. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes turned to Xia Yan again, and seeing that he was looking at the crystal ball with interest, the corner of his mouth twitched. He had also heard about this kid's copying ability from Iwako. Not to mention that Xia Yan's explanation of the principle of the communication bracelet just now reminded him of the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. So when he saw Xia Yan staring at the crystal ball, he actually felt a little uneasy. This kid, he wouldn't want to copy me, right? He coughed twice to attract Xia Yan's attention, and then said, "Xia Yan, you did a good job this time. If it weren't for you, we don't know and we would know that Kushina was kidnapped. Also, Xia Yan, can you still use the communication bracelet to contact Kushina now?" Xia Yan shook his head slightly. The distance is too far, and it has left the maximum range of communication. Sarutobi Hiruzen also expected it, and sighed helplessly. Then Xia Yan smiled and said, "Of course, more importantly, I'm just a shadow clone here, and the communication bracelet on my hand is naturally just a showpiece and cannot be used." Shadow clone, Xia Yan, could it be that you? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened and he looked at Xia Yan in surprise. "Don't worry, Lord Okage, my real body is just using the communication bracelet for long-distance tracking. I won't act rashly if there is no opportunity." Xia Yan spread his hands and said, "And my real body will also make marks along the way, so that the rescue team can catch up with the enemy faster." Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly relieved when he heard this. He was afraid that Xia Yan would get carried away and want to save the beauty. After seeing Xia Yan's communication bracelet, his evaluation of Xia Yan increased again. If such an important scientific research talent died accidentally, or even worse, was abducted by the Hidden Cloud Village, he would really vomit blood. So seeing Xia Yan's clear mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very relieved. In this way, he could let Xia Yan take on more important responsibilities in this rescue operation. At this time, Xia Yan bowed slightly and said, "Okage-sama, since there is nothing for me to do here, I should also remove the shadow clone and return to my body. I wonder if Okage-sama has anything to say to my body." In the dense forest north of Konoha, a blue stream of light was rampaging recklessly. It can be vaguely seen that the body of the stream of light is a white-haired young man. The strange machine on his back was madly spraying azure flames backwards, pushing him forward at an astonishing speed. And this young man was naturally Xia Yan, who was on his way. With a click, a hot wooden ball just popped out of the machine, and Xia Yan reached out and grabbed it into his arms. Another chakra capacitor has been used up. Xia Yan, who was wearing windproof glasses, smiled helplessly and took out another capacitor and inserted it into the machine. It seems that I still have to design a transportation tool properly. This broken rocket backpack simply compresses chakra and releases it, and the energy utilization efficiency is too low. Maybe I have to start from the direction of wind escape, Xia Yan thought in his mind while moving forward at high speed without slowing down. From time to time, the rocket backpack will deviate from the direction of advancement due to the unstable chakra ejection. Xia Yan had to use the device on his wrist to shoot spider silk for fine-tuning, and finally he was still moving forward at high speed after stumbling. At the same time, Xia Yan kept taking out strange white projectiles and smashing them on the trees next to him, forming white bat signs with arrows to guide the subsequent rescue team. At this moment, Xia Yan's expression suddenly froze slightly. It turned out that he went to inform the third generation that the shadow clone was back. S-level mission, Kushina's recapture mission. Xia Yan was somewhat amused. He did not expect that the Sandmi's message actually issued him a mission. Although he was only responsible for leading the way, the Sandmi also gave him the authority to act expediently. I just hope that this authority will not be used, Xia Yan murmured in his heart. However, things did not seem to develop in the direction Xia Yan hoped. He used the rocket backpack to rush for nearly an hour, but through the state of the red hair left by Kushina along the way, he could judge that he was still a certain distance away from the other party. You know, although this rocket backpack has many problems due to its temporary construction, its speed is at least 2 or 3 times faster than that of ordinary ninjas. This means that this group of Kamugaku ninjas have been leaving at full speed since they left Konoha, and they have no intention of saving their physical strength. This situation made Xia Yan feel a little depressed. Because just now, in addition to issuing the task, the Sandmi actually gave him the information of the Kamugaku ninjas to his shadow clone, and even made plans for him for various situations. And now it is a rather bad situation. This means that the other party has made sufficient preparations in advance, and there are people to meet them not far from Konoha, so they are not afraid of physical exhaustion. If they are allowed to reunite, even with the follow-up personnel, the difficulty of rescuing Kushina will be greatly increased. After all, Kushina is still in the hands of the enemy. If the enemy sees that the situation is not good, they may kill her directly. The ninjas from other villages may still have the possibility of negotiation, but those Kamugaku barbarians will definitely do such a thing. So the best way is to sneak attack and rescue Kushina first, and then make plans. However, if they reunite, the difficulty of sneak attack will be greatly increased. And this is exactly why the third generation asked him to act according to his rights. This is a big troublesome, Xia Yan thought to himself. I thought I was just a support, but I didn't expect to be forced to carry. It's just that the enemy is likely to have a sensory ninja that he is least good at dealing with, so it is difficult to find an opportunity for a sneak attack. Do I have to hope that Minato will catch up and then start a rescue together? Just as Xia Yan was analyzing various plans, his bracelet suddenly trembled. Xia Yan's heart sank. After all, this means that Kushina has sent another message. Xia Yan opened the scroll interface and looked at the message with a serious expression. His rocket backpack is integrated with a chakra wave communicator, so he can receive Kushina's message from a long distance. But he had previously reminded Kushina not to communicate casually without important matters, so as not to be noticed by the other party's possible perception ninja. Although Kushina is usually not very serious, she is not a girl who does not know the importance of things. So this also means that she must have something important to inform Xia Yan, so she sent this message. Could it be that she wanted to inform him that the enemy has already joined the support troops? Xia Yan stretched out his finger and gently clicked on the message. Then he opened his eyes wide and looked at the content displayed on the interface. Are you there? Xia Yan felt his blood pressure rise. He had to take back what he said before. Kushina was a fool. Risking his life just to say are you there? Just when Xia Yan was about to scold Kushina for this behavior, Kushina sent another message, which made him stop immediately. Red Comet. Although it is quite far from Konoha, I know that you, Xia Yan, must have a way to receive my message. By the way, don't worry. Although as you said, the leader of these people is a perception-type ninja, his perception ninjutsu cannot be used continuously, so I took the opportunity to send you a message during the interval. Haha, what do you think? I am smart. This is the 1322nd time I have sent a message, please reply if you receive it. This idiot, Xia Yan looked at the text on the scroll, and it was easy to think of Kushina pretending to be cheerful even though she was about to cry. It seems that the other party's perception ninjutsu has obvious movement when it starts and ends, which will make Kushina notice the pattern. And just now he narrowed the distance to a certain extent, and finally entered the range of information reception. However, he did not reply immediately, but continued to wait for Kushina's message. After all, the chakra wave when he sent the message might also be detected by the perception ninja. Only by sending the message immediately after receiving Kushina's message can the risk of being detected be minimized. So in the following time, Xia Yan felt that every second was very long. Fortunately, not long after, he received Kushina's message again. Red Comet. Are you there? White Devil. I'm here. Xia Yan instantly sent a message, and then quickly sent a string of input text. White Devil. Kushina, you have to be careful not to show too much excitement. First tell me the number of enemies, their appearance, and the duration and cooldown of the perception ninjutsu. A moment later, Kushina sent another message. Red Comet. Woohoo, Xia Yan, I knew you would come. By the way, there is something else. Let me see. Based on the information provided by Kushina, Xia Yan compared the ninjas in the Cloud Hidden mission and soon found out the identities of these three people. Jin and Yavei and Tuching in miscellaneous fish. The perception ninjutsu mastered by Yavei would be performed every 3 to 5 minutes, and would stop after a few seconds, probably to save chakra. Although the range cannot be determined, Xia Yan knows that ninjas who can sense a large area are like treasures in ninja villages other than Konoha, and it is impossible to send them to conduct such peace talks. So 3 to 5 minutes should be enough for Xia Yan, who has a rocket backpack. But more information still needs to be collected. So Xia Yan sent another message to Kushina while he was on his way. White Devil. Relay their words to me. After another period of time, on the grassland not far from the Fire Country forest. Everyone hold on, we will soon reach the place where we will meet up with the support troops. Among the three high-speed moving figures, Yavei was encouraging two tired-looking subordinates. After they came out of Konoha, they had been rushing for nearly 2 hours. Even Kushina, who was carried on someone's shoulders, was sore all over, not to mention them. The subordinate who was carrying Kushina said helplessly, Captain, I don't think anyone is chasing us. Why don't we slow down a bit? After all, Captain, you set the rendezvous point in the land of grass, and let us rush at full speed for so long, and use perception ninjutsu every few minutes to check the surrounding situation. There is no chance to take advantage of it. He turned his head and glanced at Kushina and smiled. Maybe Konoha hasn't discovered her disappearance yet. You are talking nonsense. Everyone must be rushing to rescue me, then you'll know what will happen. Kushina said angrily. The Cloud Hidden Ninja sneered and said, You should pray that we are not caught up, otherwise. Yavei stopped the other party from speaking with his eyes, and then said pointedly, Don't be careless. Don't forget that her information was provided to us by people inside Konoha. Who knows what conspiracy the other party has. That's why I set the rendezvous point in the land of grass to avoid being ambushed by the other party. Seeing Kushina's dull eyes, as if she was hit hard, Yavei laughed in her heart. Then he estimated that the time was about right, and raised his right hand again, preparing to make a seal to sense the surrounding situation. Seeing this, Kushina's pupil shrank slightly, and suddenly said, You said someone betrayed my information. What evidence do you have? Yavei put his hand down and smiled. How else do you think we avoided the surveillance of the Yambu and the barrier of Konoha and left? Little girl, Konoha is not as beautiful as you think. When you come to Kamugaku, you will know that we are the real beacon of the ninja world. Seeing Kushina's unbelievable look, Yavei shrugged and raised his right hand again. However, at this time, something suddenly changed. Click. Yavei, who was walking in the front, heard a familiar voice coming from under his feet, and shouted in his heart that something was wrong. Then they saw that the detonating tags buried in the ground were pulled up by steel wires and started to activate at the same time. The three of them were immediately furious, and they burst into swear words in their hearts. Who the hell is so immoral that he set up a detonating tag trap here and forgot to recycle it? Occasionally, they would hear rumors of people accidentally falling into wild traps, but they never expected it to happen to them. This is because sometimes the trap is set but not triggered by the enemy, and the person who set the trap has no chance to retrieve it, which will cause this situation. Since this kind of trap is very troublesome to set up, and their walking routes are completely random, they did not think that the trap was aimed at them for a while. Disperse. Yavei gave an order, and the three of them instantly moved away from the center of the explosion at the shortest distance, and the originally tight formation also dispersed. Boom! A violent roar exploded on the grassland. The flames and thick smoke blocked the three people's sight for a while. The subordinate carrying Kushina also jumped out of the explosion range immediately. Just when he wanted to reunite with his teammates immediately, he heard Kushina suddenly groan in pain, which made him subconsciously turn his head to look. Damn it! I saw a large piece of sharp metal fragment stuck in Kushina's back, and the blood quickly stained a large area of clothes red. The ninja hurriedly and carefully put Kushina down and prepared to give her first aid. However, when he reached out to touch the metal fragment, he suddenly touched nothing. Puff! A splash of blood. At the moment he was stunned, a kunai cut his throat. The ninja sat on the ground with his hands covering his throat, and swallowed his last breath in infinite doubt and confusion. A white-haired young man crawled out from the ground beside him, and the kunai in his hand was still dripping with blood. Kushina, who seemed to have been seriously injured and unconscious, suddenly disappeared the wound on her back. When she heard the sound, she immediately turned her head to look, and when she saw that it was Xia Yan, her face suddenly bloomed with infinite joy. But soon her heart was inexplicably sour, and she began to pout and cry in grievance. Xia Yan, I.SHH. Xia Yan smiled and raised his finger to shush, interrupting Kushina's words. Then, without even taking the time to untie Kushina, he picked her up in a princess hug and quietly slipped away underground. Less than a few seconds later, two black shadows rushed directly from the flames. Unfortunately, only the body of the subordinate was left there. Subordinates. Yavei's eyes were filled with tears, his forehead was full of blue veins, and his fists were clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. The other subordinate also had a sad face. It seems that we were still careless and were fooled by the delusion. He suppressed his anger, then raised his right hand and closed his eyes to perceive. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes, looked in the direction of the forest and said coldly, "They left from underground and haven't run far. We still have a chance. Chase." Chapter 121 Fireworks. On the grassland outside the Fire Country forest, a chase without a target was going on. Two Kumogaku ninjas were rushing towards the forest with murderous intent. At the same time, Yavei formed a seal with one hand, constantly sensing the position of the enemy who was still burrowing underground. Obviously, the speed of Earth escape could not be compared with the normal running speed of the ninja, not to mention that the opponent was carrying a burden. Soon, near the forest, the two approached the target. Earth escape splitting earth palm. Before completely catching up, Yavei suddenly jumped forward high, quickly formed seals with both hands in the air, and slammed the ground hard when he landed. Crack! Crack! The next moment, the ground in front of Yavei's palm quickly cracked. For a moment, the ground cracked, the soil layer rose, and the plates squeezed against each other kept surging forward like an earth dragon turning over. Originally, this move of splitting the earth and turning the palm was mainly used to interfere with the enemy, but when used to attack the enemy hiding underground, it was an extremely effective killer. Unfortunately, the opponent seemed to have noticed the movement, and before being affected by this move, he drilled out from the ground not far away. It can be vaguely seen that the opponent is a white-haired young man, who is holding the red-haired girl and continuing to run forward. Now. Swish, swish, swish. The only remaining subordinate had a grim smile on his face, and he threw out shurikens one after another with preparation. However, the white-haired young man did not even turn his head, and his body shook left and right a few times, and then he dodged the waves of shuriken attacks, and rushed into the forest at the same speed. Seeing this, Yavei's face became more gloomy. And the second subordinate who quickly threw away all the shuriken couldn't help but say angrily, "Is this guy from the Hyuga clan? Why does he have eyes on his back?" Xia Yan, who was running wildly in front holding Kushina, also heard the man's words. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and with a thought, he slightly retracted the palm that stretched out from the back of his collar. You can see a round eye in the middle of the palm, staring at the movement behind Xia Yan. At the same time, two arms grew out of his shoulders, holding kunai to untie Kushina in his arms. Because these special ropes are very tough, Xia Yan took some time to successfully untie Kushina. After untying, Kushina looked at the Kumogaku ninja who was chasing them with concern, and said anxiously, "Xia Yan, what should we do? They are getting closer and closer. How about you put me down and we run together? Don't worry, I have a plan." Xia Yan looked down at Kushina in his arms and said, "First of all, Kushina, how much chakra do you have left?" Kushina had been sending messages with the bracelet before, and a little bit of chakra should have been consumed, so Xia Yan asked this question. About 30% to 40% left, Kushina said. Xia Yan pondered for a moment, and estimated that with Kushina's total chakra, 30% to 40% would be more than enough. So while dodging the enemy's shuriken attacks, he quickly assigned tasks to Kushina. I've also sent the plan after that to your bracelet, Kushina, just follow it later. Seeing Kushina nod seriously, Xia Yan smiled and said, then, see you later. After that, he threw Kushina forward, and at the same time took out a storage card and slapped it on her back. The rocket backpack he used before suddenly appeared behind Kushina. Kushina reacted quickly with both hands and put it on her back, and then pressed the start button according to Xia Yan's instructions. Immediately afterwards, the rocket backpack madly sprayed azure flames backwards, pushing her to stumble forward. So the screams continued, extending rapidly forward, startling a flock of flying birds. What is the thing? The two Kumogaku who were chasing behind also noticed their unusual movements. Looking at the machine that spewed out blue flames and carried that girl forward quickly, the second subordinate couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. And Yavei was even more solemn, feeling that the situation seemed to be increasingly out of his control. Whether it was the illusion of the detonating talisman trap or the propulsion device that spewed out blue flames, they were all things he had never heard of. When did Konoha have another such a strange ninja? Fortunately, there should be only one device, otherwise they would really have to return empty-handed this time. Looking at the increasingly clear back of the white-haired ninja, even as an enemy, Yavei couldn't help but raise a little respect. Obviously, this guy gave the hope of survival to the girl. Sure enough, even if Konoha has decayed, there are still people like this who possess the will of fire. Unfortunately, for the sake of Kumogaku's ambition, today he could only cruelly stomp out this tiny flame. And the propulsion device should not last too long, so as long as this kid is quickly dealt with, there is still a chance to complete the mission. And the following plot seems to develop according to Yavei's wishes. Although Xia Yan turned back from time to throw out various ninja tools and simple traps as a distraction, the distance between the two sides was inevitably shortened. Dang 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 dang. At this time, the two Kumogaku ninjas held the kunai in both hands and swung them quickly, knocking down the shuriken that Xia Yan had just thrown one by one. Just when Xia Yan was about to repeat the trick again, his hand reaching for the ninja tool bag touched nothing, and his face suddenly showed a little panic. Although he quickly suppressed his expression, the panic at that moment was still captured by the two Kumogaku. It seems that this kid has no other means. Subordinate no. Two sneered. It took us so much time. It's a pity that we still have to chase that girl later. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died so easily. Don't be careless. Yavei still looked serious. He always felt that this white-haired ninja had some tricks up his sleeve. However, Xia Yan acted as if he had no other options. After throwing away the shuriken, he gritted his teeth and shot the remaining two kunai at the two Kumogaku ninjas. Just as the two Kumogaku ninjas were about to block them with kunai like before, Yavei suddenly felt something was wrong. His figure flashed and he shouted loudly, "Get out of the way!" Unfortunately, Yavei's subordinates were not Pokemon and reacted a bit slower. When he blocked Xia Yan's kunai, he was horrified to find that several activated detonating tacks suddenly appeared on the ordinary kunai. And he was in mid-air and had no way to dodge. Captain, help, boom. A violent fire suddenly exploded in the air of the forest. Xia Yan turned around and chuckled. Dirty fireworks. In the forest in the direction of Konoha, a blonde figure was passing quickly between the trees. Name K's Minato. Just as Xia Yan guessed, when Minato was practicing outside the village, he accidentally found a strand of red hair in the dark forest, which reminded him of the girl he hadn't seen for a long time. He followed her out of concern. After that, he gradually collected more and more long red hair, and saw many white bats as guide posts, and he became more and more worried. He was worried about Kushina's safety and the amount of Kushina's hair. At this moment, a faint roar sounded in the distance ahead, and Minato's expression suddenly became serious. After throwing away all distracting thoughts, he quickened his pace and rushed forward at full speed. Chapter 122 4,000ths. The camera returned to Xia Yan's side. With the sound of the explosion, the fierce fire illuminated the surrounding forest. Then a charred body that was still burning fell from the smoke and fell on the grass below the snap. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Angry blue veins crawled all over Yavei's forehead, but he did not stop and continued to leap forward. If he stopped here, the lives everyone paid would be wasted. He looked back and took a deep look at his subordinates lying on the ground, and then cast his eyes again at Xia Yan in front of him, with infinite murderous intent rising in his heart. Then several explosions came from behind. I knew that it was the sound of the detonating talisman attached to the kunai he had just avoided exploding. At this time, he also figured it out. The various performances of this white-haired young man just now were all acting, paving the way for the last kunai with an invisible detonating talisman. The method used should be similar to the illusion of the detonating talisman trap before. What kind of technique is this? It can not only create the illusion of a detonating talisman exploding out of nothing, but also hide the detonating talisman, making it hard to defend against. Although this method may not work for masters, it is difficult to crack for ordinary ninjas who are inexperienced and have no perception ability. It is not difficult for Yavei to imagine how much trouble this technology will bring to the enemy in a war. And it can be seen that this white-haired man is still very young. I wonder if he will develop more disgusting uses in the future. Not to mention the thruster that allows people to move quickly. After reviewing the strangeness of this guy in his mind, Yavei quickly made a decision. He can't let him continue to grow. This idea has a higher priority in his mind than capturing the future Nine-Tails Jingariki. I wanted to save Shaker just in case, but it seems that now is not the time to worry about such things. Yavei raised his right hand and made a seal. This time, he did not cancel it after sensing it for a few seconds, but continued to use it. In this case, his tricks are completely useless to me. Yavei had a deep look on his face, and he felt a little emotional. It's his bad luck to meet me before he grows up. And he has used up all his ninja tools just now, so I should be able to catch up with him soon. Yavei was thinking this way, and saw Xia Yan in front of him took out a card, and then with a bang, he conjured up a ninja tool bag full of ninja tools. Yavei. ... It seems that this battle will not end so soon. Yavei was right. This chase did not end so quickly, but ended over time. In the forest of the Land of Fire under the glow of the silver moon, a unique duel was going on fiercely. Yavei, who is good at sensing ninjutsu and tracking enemies without fail. Yushin Xia Yan, who is good at creating illusions and has few rivals in escape techniques. The duel between the two is like the collision of the sharpest spear and the strongest shield. Tonight, one of them will have his undefeated myth come to an end. Although the projection technique was restricted by the opponent's perception ninjutsu, Xia Yan relied on various ninja tools and small props he invented to finally hold on, stumbling and banging, and was not caught up by the opponent for the time being. However, in terms of physical strength, Xia Yan was slightly inferior after all. In the end, he stopped in an open space, pressed his hands on his knees, and panted. Are you finally not running? Yavei also landed heavily on the open space, panting slightly. He was fine physically, but mentally very tired. After all, he had to be on guard against the opponent's endless strange props at all times, and he also had to use perception ninjutsu to distinguish which of those ninja tools were ordinary ninja tools, which were projections, and which were traps with hidden detonating tags. Of course, Yavei did not show this, but sneered. Your ability is just restrained by me, don't resist in vain. Before, I didn't use the perception ninjutsu all the time to save chakra, so I gave you some permission to take advantage of it. But now I'm serious, those little tricks you were proud of are completely exposed under my perception ninjutsu. He looked around deliberately and said, I even know that you stopped here not entirely because of physical exhaustion, but because you had asked the little girl to set a trap here in advance. Seeing Xia Yan's face change slightly, Yavei sneered, then looked at the big tree behind Xia Yan and said, and that little girl is hiding behind that tree, am I right? Hearing the subtle sound coming from behind that tree and seeing Xia Yan's very ugly expression, Yavei felt relieved. That's it. This feeling that everything is under his control is the reason why he worked so hard to learn the perception ninjutsu. So surrender, both of you are rare talents, but being in Konoha will only limit your talents. Only Kamogaku can fully develop your talents. Even if you want to resist to the end, as long as I keep using the perception ninjutsu, you have no chance of winning at all. At this moment, Xia Yan, who had originally had an ugly face, suddenly relaxed his face and even showed a playful smile. That's not necessarily true thanks to your long speech, my killing formation is finally completed. Yavei was slightly startled when he heard this, but after reviewing it in his mind, he still didn't think that the other party had any chance of turning the tables, and believed that it was just bluffing. But looking at Xia Yan's leisurely expression, he still inexplicably felt a little uneasy in his heart, and decided to fight quickly and subdue the two first before making plans. With the thought in mind, he stopped talking nonsense, drew the ninja sword on his back for the first time, and rushed towards Xia Yan in an instant. Cloud flow cross slash. However, at this moment, Xia Yan suddenly said softly, "Now, Kushina." "Okay." Kushina's response came from behind that tree. I felt worse and worse. The next moment, a visible chakra wave spread from behind that tree. Before Yavei could react, his brain buzzed and he felt dizzy, as if a lot of information poured into his mind at the same time, making him feel dizzy. What did you do to me?" Yavei took a few steps back with a look of horror. "Why does everyone think I will tell them the answer?" Xia Yan complained in his heart. So he ignored the other party's question, but smiled and said, "I'll leave this question for you to kill time after you go to the Pure Land." The last blow. Xia Yan's hands, which had originally drooped naturally, slowly clasped them in front of his chest with heavy after images. Then a huge wooden statue of Yuan with countless arms emerged from behind him. Would release? No, this must be another illusion he created. But why can't I tell it apart? Yavei subconsciously used the perception ninjutsu to sense it, and his brain was stinging again. Yes, it turned out to be my perception ninjutsu. Yavei realized at this time that the trap they set here was a high-power chakra wave that could interfere with his perception ability. But before he could figure out the specific method, countless fists on the Yuan statue were already hitting him like a storm. Would release. 1,000 hands of hollow. Boom 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 boom. Countless fists bombarded Yavei. Although he guessed that most of them were false illusions, he could no longer distinguish the real from the fake after losing his perception ability. At this time, Kushina's head also quietly emerged from behind that tree, secretly observing the scene of Yavei being beaten by the 1,000-handed Yuan. In addition to admiration for Xia Yan, she was also a little speechless. Because she knew that Xia Yan's move was actually to add a skin to his flower clone technique flower branch mode. More importantly, he can only control 4 tentacles now. So among the 1,000 hands of the 1,000-handed Yuan, only 4 are real. By the way, Minato is still on his way at full speed. My whole family except me has a cold. It feels a bit dangerous. Chapter 123 Return to in 1. Ola, 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 ola. Boom, 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 boom. In the forest of the Land of Fire, amidst the continuous sound of ola, countless arms stretched out from behind a huge wooden statue of the 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara, falling like raindrops. Countless fist shadows bombarded the ground, causing it to dent and crack, and sand and gravel flew. After a long time, all the noises finally stopped, and the whole forest returned to tranquility. Then the 1,000-armed Buddha statue gradually faded and eventually disappeared. The area that was hit just now had turned into a large pit. At the bottom of the pit, a bloody figure was lying, and there was no good flesh on his body. However, even so, it could be seen that his chest was rising and falling slightly, and he had not died yet. This made Xia Yan, who was about to go forward to check, stiffen his face and feel a little embarrassed. Is this considered a fierce operation like a tiger, but the damage is 0.5? Is it because his output is too low, or is the defense of this cloud-hidden barbarian too high? While Xia Yan complained in his heart, he took out a kunai and prepared to step forward to end the other party's pain. But at this moment, Yavei suddenly spit out a pool of blood foam to the side and regained some consciousness. His swollen eyes vaguely saw the scene of Xia Yan walking towards him with a kunai, and he knew what the other party was going to do, and he couldn't help but laugh miserably in his heart. So, is this my end? The good swimmer drowns, obviously. Brother Keitai has always reminded me not to rely too much on perception ninjutsu, but unfortunately I didn't listen. I didn't expect that in the end, I would really fall in the field I'm best at. Even now, he still doesn't understand how the other party did it. Or it should be said that the other party's ability to create a targeted trap based on his perception ninjutsu in a short time is the biggest reason for his defeat. Yavei continued to lock his blurred vision on Xia Yan, who was still walking slowly. Sure enough, if this guy continues to grow, he will definitely bring a lot of trouble to the Hidden Cloud Village. Even if he dies, he will drag him to hell. Unfortunately, Yavei felt that he couldn't even move a finger at this time, let alone want to hurt the other party. Fortunately, he still had a last resort. Yavei suddenly coughed violently, spit out the blood foam in his throat, and then said word by word with difficulty, "Your name is?" Xia Yan stopped walking and looked at Yavei, who was still lying on the ground vigilantly. Seeing that the other party was struggling to speak, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then his mood was a little complicated. After all, he knew that he was actually not as good as the experienced opponent in terms of hard power. The reason why he was able to defeat him so easily was due to the huge intelligence gap between the two sides. After all, Xia Yan had previously formulated a plan against the Perception Ninja based on the information provided by Kushina, but the other party knew nothing about him. So Yavei's defeat was actually doomed from the beginning. Intelligence is the life of a ninja. Yavei used his life to review this truth to Xia Yan again. Just based on this, he was qualified to get Xia Yan's reply. So Xia Yan opened his lips and teeth and said softly, "Namakaze Minato. My name is Namakaze Minato." Xia Yan raised his left hand and wiped it on his head, and his silver curly hair suddenly turned into a golden hedgehog head. It was as if his left hand was covered with hairspray and hair dye beforehand. Yavei's chest rose and fell violently when he heard this, and he laughed harshly. Really cautious, even to a dying person. He was dying, not stupid. How could he not see that Xia Yan was perfunctory? Perhaps only ninjas like you can live long. It's a pity. I really just want to know your name, nothing else. The real backup plan is this. As he said this, Yavei's eyes suddenly widened, and he shouted with all his strength, "Fine, this is my last chakra wave." Boom. A strong chakra wave burst out from his body, and turned into visible ripples in the air and spread rapidly around. It was as if he was using his life as a firewood, sending out the biggest and last wave in his life. The ripples formed by the chakra wave spread rapidly, and a large number of birds were startled, countless beasts roared, and the whole forest seemed to be exploding. At the same time, on the border between the land of fire and the land of grass, a muscular black man suddenly had an ominous premonition. He subconsciously raised his right hand to make a seal to perceive, and then he was shocked to sense the chakra wave from his younger brother Yavei, and his eyes involuntarily shed two lines of hot tears. Because the perception ninjutsu he and his brother learned had the same origin, and the two had similar chakra characteristics, they could receive each other's chakra waves. Although he could not convey words, the unwillingness and fear of Yavei in this chakra wave were fully conveyed to his brother Keitai. He suddenly realized that his brother was no longer alive. Boom. Keitai smashed a huge rock beside him into pieces with one punch, shocking the surrounding Kumogaku ninjas. His eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth and said, "No matter who the opponent is, I will make him pay the price." The camera returned to Xia Yan. Before Xia Yan could make a move, Yai, who had desperately overdrawn his body's vitality to emit chakra waves, was now emaciated, like a mummy, and obviously had lost his life. However, the corners of his mouth still raised a sarcastic arc, as if he was proud of his last extraordinary performance. Sure enough, you can never underestimate any ninja. Even if the opponent has only one breath left and his whole body is completely unable to move, it seems that I still have to deal with the enemy directly in the future, and don't chat with him. Xia Yan shook his head gently. Fortunately, he knew that in the ninja world, even the dead can't keep secrets. In addition to various secret techniques for reading the memory of corpses, there are even ninjutsu that can summon the dead from the Pure Land. So Xia Yan has always been very careful about keeping his own information confidential. The projection of the 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara and the casual claim to be Minato Namakaze, besides a bit of bad taste, actually also had the purpose of hiding his own information. He thought about it for a while and felt that he didn't seem to have revealed too much information just now, and that chakra wave probably couldn't convey any specific information, so there was no need to worry too much for the time being. However, Xia Yan also guessed that the biggest role of the chakra wave was actually to locate them, and to remind those who are supporting the troops to continue chasing them. So it was obvious that this place was not suitable for long. He quickly destroyed the head of the corpse with a detonating tag, and then prepared to find Kushina to leave together. "I'm afraid I have to take a detour later, just in case," Xia Yan thought while going around behind that tree. I saw Kushina, who looked tired, sitting on the ground in a duck-sitting position, half awake and half asleep, and the rocket backpack next to her was still smoking. It seems that Yai's attack just now burned the chakra wave communicator inside. "Xia Yan, what happened to the chakra wave just now?" Kushina asked weakly. She didn't feel it before, but when the last enemy was also eliminated by Xia Yan, Kushina felt relieved and felt tired all over. "Let's talk about this later." Xia Yan put the rocket backpack into the storage card and continued, "It's still very dangerous here, we have to leave immediately." But I have no strength left," Kushina said with a bitter face. Xia Yan was not surprised to hear that. After all, Kushina was exhausted to begin with, and just now she had to operate the chakra wave communicator to interfere with the opponent's perception ninjutsu, which also exhausted her last bit of physical strength. Seeing that Kushina, who was usually like a piece of land that could not be plowed, was actually physically exhausted at this time, Xia Yan also felt a little surprised, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I really can't do anything about you. After saying that, he leaned over and picked up Kushina again. Ah, Kushina cried out softly, and quickly wrapped her hands around Xia Yan's neck, her face slightly red. Let's go home, Xia Yan said with a smile. Then he took a step and jumped into the sky. The full moon like a silver plate was hanging high in the sky, and the silver glow made the whole forest look quiet and peaceful. Xia Yan held Kushina in his arms and flew high in the sky of the forest. The chill of the winter night made Kushina feel a little cold, and she couldn't help but lean her body on Xia Yan, her face becoming more and more rosy. Kushina, are you a little cold? I have clothes in my storage cart. Oh, no need. Kushina buried her head in Xia Yan's chest and whispered, this is fine. After a while, Kushina said softly, Xia Yan, well, what's wrong? Thank you this time. Xia Yan smiled and said, nothing. After all, I can't just watch my assistant being abducted. Kushina's expression froze slightly when she heard it, and then she mustered up the courage to say, Am I just an assistant to you, Xia Yan? Xia Yan smiled. Of course, not only, but also a good card friend. What else? Kushina asked. A partner in the tavern? What else? Kushina's eyes became more and more dangerous. An opponent in the competition. Wait, Kushina, why are you moving around all of a sudden? This is high in the sky. Xia Yan, you big fool. After that, Xia Yan comforted Kushina again, and then she calmed down. But he would look back from time to time, wondering why there was no sign of pursuers. At the same time, in another part of the Fire Country forest. Chase him. He's over there. Don't run away, Minato Namikaze. A large number of murderous Kamigaku ninjas were leaping between the trees, throwing various ninja tools forward from time to time. And Minato, who was not far in front of them, was dodging the attacks of ninja tools while shouting, there must be some misunderstanding between us. The war between Kamigaku and Konoha has been stopped, and there is no need for us to fight each other anymore. I just found the body on the way to find a partner, I'm not the murderer. Minato looked helpless and felt very headache for this unexpected disaster. He just went to the place where the strong chakra wave suddenly came from, and was discovered by this group of Kamigaku ninjas when he was checking the body, which led to this situation. At this time, Keitai, who was rushing in front of the group of Kamigaku ninjas, was angrily saying, you didn't kill the person, why are you there? The Kamigaku ninjas behind him also nodded repeatedly, thinking that this statement was well-founded and very reasonable. Not to mention that Namikaze Minato was originally the focus of their Kamigaku, and they wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Now that he was caught alone, even if he really didn't do it, they would not let go of this opportunity. Obviously Minato also knew this truth. His words just now were just to test whether Kushina was in the hands of the other party. Judging from the enemy's statement, Kushina should no longer be in their hands. Was she rescued by Konoha's partners? I hope she is okay. Minato felt relieved and thought about the next question. Then next, he had to find a way to get rid of these pursuers. He took out a few three-pronged kunai from his arms, and his expression became more serious. It's just right to test the effect of the technique I got from the Okage in actual combat. It was already past 3 in the morning, but the lights were still on in the Okage's office. Just as I had thought, Kushina was the most suitable candidate for the next Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. So this kidnapping incident was undoubtedly a very serious matter for Konoha. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for the Konoha's top leaders. It can be seen that Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting in his seat, not in the mood to deal with documents, but just smoking his pipe with a heavy face. Mito Kadawan and Jiten Kahara were standing by the bookshelf, whispering quietly. Mito was standing by the gate, staring at the photo of Senju Hashirama, and no one knew what he was thinking. Shimura Danzo was standing in front of the window, looking at the Xia Yan in the dark night from afar, with a gloomy face. Until now, the root ninjas under his command have not reported to him, indicating that they have not successfully taken Kushina away from the Kamigaku ninjas. Yes, it is taken away, not rescued. After all, he was the instigator of this kidnapping incident. His plan was to lure the Cloud Hidden Village delegation to send someone to kidnap Kushina, and then he would send the root ninja to secretly intercept and kill Kushina. In this way, he could bring Kushina, the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, into the route without anyone noticing. And the black pot naturally fell on the cloud-hidden village. Then as long as he used the root training ninja techniques to transform Kushina, it wouldn't take long for him to get an absolutely loyal backup Jinchuriki. Finally, when Mito couldn't suppress the Nine-Tails, he turned the tide and rescued Kushina from cloud-hidden village as a hero. At the time, even if everyone felt that there was something fishy, they could only let Kushina become the new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. In this way, he easily took control of the Nine-Tails in his own hands. By then, wouldn't it be easy for him to become a Hokage even if he hit the Nine-Tails? What a perfect plan. Unfortunately, the premise of this plan is that Kushina must be taken back by the root ninja, otherwise the next plan cannot be carried out at all. However, since there is no news until now, I'm afraid they've failed. A trace of gloom flashed in Danzo's eyes. What he didn't know was that Jiai, who had the ability to perceive, had already bypassed his heavy sentries and left in the direction of the land of grass, without giving his root ninjas any chance to take advantage of it. But Danzo was not too disappointed, because he still had a plan B. This time, except for taking away Kushina, all other actions were handled by his shadow clone, and there was absolutely no leak of the wind, so it was not his fault. And it was Hiruzen who asked the Kamigaku to send the delegation, and it was also Hiruzen who arranged the Yambi to protect Kushina, and the Yamanaka clan under Hiruzen was still responsible for the Konoha barrier. No matter how you look at it, this matter is all Hiruzen's responsibility. Danzo, who felt that he had been blamed by Hiruzen for many years, finally developed the ability of a non-stick pan. If you can't benefit, let others suffer. This is the philosophy of life that Shigeru troublemaker Danzo has summed up over the years. He secretly glanced at Mito on the other side, thinking that Mito would be very dissatisfied with Hiruzen because Kushina, whom he had always treated as his sweetheart, was abducted. Perhaps this could be used. Just as he cleared his throat and was about to question Hiruzen and put pressure on him, a figure of an Anbu suddenly appeared at the door. Everyone's eyes were attracted to him at once, which made the Yambi feel a little scared. However, he reacted quickly and said quickly, "My lords, Uzumaki Kushina has been taken back to Konoha by Ameno Natsuhiko, and is now walking here." Chapter 124 Report and Reward. At this time, Xia Yan and Kushina were heading towards the Hokage's office. Kushina suddenly seemed to remember something and asked curiously, "By the way, Xia Yan, you haven't told me how you defeated the last Kamigaku ninja? You just told me the plan before, but didn't explain the reason to me." Xia Yan smiled and said, "Actually, I used the principle of chakra wave interference. For example, it's like two people are chatting. If someone makes a lot of noise next to them and drowns out their voices, they won't be able to hear each other's words. Furthermore, the Kamigaku ninja who launched the perception ninjutsu can also be compared to a person with very sensitive ears. And the high-power chakra waves that you continuously emitted with the machine at the time, Kushina, were like someone suddenly playing a loud noise in his ears, so he was dizzy for a while and unable to resist. Of course, it's not that simple in reality. Similar to the fact that a radio may be interfered by a high-power signal of the same frequency, chakra waves also need to find the other party's frequency to interfere. That's why I asked you to leave first to get familiar with how to use the chakra communicator, while I induced the other party to use the perception ninjutsu continuously, and then cracked the chakra wave frequency of the other party's perception ninjutsu through the communication bracelet. Finally, after I arrived at the open space, the frequency modulation information I sent to you as the frequency of the other party's perception ninjutsu." I see. Kushina finally understood it completely, and couldn't help looking at Xia Yan with sparkling eyes. "Xia Yan, you are so amazing. You actually used the other party's ability to defeat him." Xia Yan said modestly, "No, without your cooperation, Kushina, it would be difficult for me to do this." Kushina touched her head a little embarrassedly, feeling a little proud that she and Xia Yan had cooperated to defeat a Junin. Not long after, the two came to the Hokage's office. Grandma Mito. As soon as she entered the door, Kushina was surprised to find that Mito was also in the office, and immediately rushed over to hug her with tears in her eyes. "Wow, I thought I would never see you again." Mito had a gentle face, hugged Kushina lightly and whispered a few words of comfort, then smiled and nodded to Xia Yan who was standing at the door to express her gratitude. Xia Yan saw this and naturally nodded in return, but he was muttering in his heart, how could Mito still be so young now? After all, in his mind, the other party should be the image of a kind old lady. God knows how many eye-catching pictures emerged in his mind when he heard that Kushina gave all the tides to Mito. However, Xia Yan didn't have time to think about it, and was interrupted by the cough of the Sandme. He turned his head and found that in addition to the Sandme, the other three consultants, Mito Kadoong, Yutan Kahara, and Shimura Danzo were also in the office, staring at him straight. Xia Yan had seen the other two consultants from a distance before, but it was the legendary Abukage Danzo who met for the first time today. On the surface, the other party was just a somewhat gloomy middle-aged man. It was just a little different from what Xia Yan had imagined. Danzo now had all four limbs intact, with only his right eye wrapped in a bandage. That's right, in the original work, when Danzo later recruited Kabuto Yakushi from the orphanage, he didn't seem to be leaning on crutches, so it was normal for him to have all four limbs intact now. Xia Yan recalled while bowing slightly and saying hello. Okage-sama, and all the advisors. Xia Yan, you did a great job this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a satisfied smile and highly recognized Xia Yan's performance. After all, Xia Yan not only discovered the news of Kushina's disappearance at the first time, but also rescued Kushina single-handedly in the end. It can be said that he had invisibly resolved a major crisis for Konoha. Xia Yan said modestly, "This is all thanks to your good leadership, Okage-sama. You can easily see through the enemy's various plans while sitting in the office and commanding remotely. I just happened to be there and acted according to the plan made by you, Okage-sama. Don't say too much flattery." At this time, Danzo on the side suddenly interrupted impatiently, "The most important thing now is for us to understand the specific situation." Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was originally smiling, was interrupted by Danzo, and his face froze. However, he couldn't refute it, so he nodded and said, "Then Xia Yan, you can report the process of the mission first." Such a big thing happened, Xia Yan was not surprised that they would ask about the details of this mission, and he had already prepared a script in mind. The story has to start from when I received Kushina's distress message, so Xia Yan began to tell the story of how he rescued Kushina. Kushina, who was leaning on Mito, actually didn't know many details, so she also listened with relish. In order to avoid revealing too much information about himself, Xia Yan deleted many details. For example, he did not mention a rocket backpack, but just said that he had a special travel skill to pass it over. It is very normal for ninjas to hide their own information, so the senior management could not investigate it. However, since the communication bracelet was already known by the Sandme, Xia Yan did not hide it. So the magic of the communication bracelet naturally caused everyone to be amazed. But when everyone heard that Kushina was secretly passing information to Xia Yan while being kidnapped, their expressions were a little strange. They said that they had never seen such a face-to-face conspiracy. The group of Kamugaku ninjas lost too unfairly. Then Xia Yan also told about using chakra waves to interfere and taking the opportunity to kill Yavanai. After all, it is difficult to conceal the killing of Junin, and Xia Yan does not want them to overestimate their strength. After all, the difference between killing a Junin by targeting a weakness and killing a Junin by hard strength is very big. Just like in the original work, Shikamaru set a trap to defeat Futen, it does not mean that he had the strength of an elite Junin or even a Kage at the time. Before he had the strength to overturn the table, Xia Yan still wanted to maintain a harmless image. However, even if he tried to reduce his contribution as much as possible, the record of safely rescuing Kushina from two Chunins and a perception-type Junin, and then killing them one by one, still shocked the Konoha F4. Although he succeeded with the help of the magic of the communication bracelet, he succeeded with deliberate planning. But the communication bracelet was originally invented by Xia Yan, so it is understandable that he was credited with his strength. So this time, except for the 10% that can be attributed to Kushina's assist, 90% of the record is Xia Yan's credit. For a while, the Konoha high-level officials couldn't help but look at Xia Yan again, and were even more shocked by his youth. Young age, civilian background, killing Junin, these keywords added up, they couldn't help but compare Xia Yan with Namikaze Minato, who recently shined on the battlefield of Kamugaku. However, the conclusion they came to was that they couldn't be compared at all, because the two are completely different types. Minato is a genius in the conventional sense, with a strong learning ability, a lot of chakra, quick reaction, and agility. With only a kunai and a flash body technique, he can move freely on the battlefield and leave the enemy helpless. Xia Yan is a genius who takes a different approach. He does not have much chakra, and his skills and reactions are just ordinary, but he can rely on his wisdom to invent all kinds of unheard of ninjutsu and ninja tools to defeat the enemy and make the enemy defenseless. However, everyone still feels that gold is slightly better than silver. After all, Minato has a good foundation, and the means of fighting can be supplemented in the future, and he will eventually become a hexagonal warrior without weaknesses. Although Xia Yan has rich means, it is difficult to make up for his physical shortcomings, and his upper limit is low. Now the strength of the two may not be far apart, but as time goes by, Xia Yan should gradually fall behind Minato. At this time, only Mito looked at Xia Yan with a smile, and he was more and more satisfied. Because she had also learned about Xia Yan's foundation building plan when she was developing square dance, she guessed that he had a detailed plan on how to make up for his shortcomings. After that, I took Kushina on a long journey, so I didn't return to Konoha until now. After a lot of talking, Xia Yan finally finished telling the abridged version of Kushina recapture operation. I love my family. Then the Sandmi nodded kindly and smiled. Xia Yan, you have made a great contribution this time. Even if you're replaced by an elite among the Jonin, you can't do better. As a reward, in addition to the basic reward for rest level tasks, I decided to give you the right to read the sealed book. You can choose any ninjutsu to learn. Xia Yan's eyes lit up when he heard it. The so-called sealed book is actually a scroll kept by the successive Hokage, which records various forbidden techniques and difficult ninjutsu. For example, Naruto's multiple shadow clone technique, which has been used for more than 700 episodes, and Minato's flying thunder god technique, which is extremely fashionable, are all recorded on it. Not to mention that there are various unfinished forbidden techniques of Senjutsu, which are very important references for Xia Yan to develop ninjutsu. So Xia Yan has been coveting this sealed book for a long time. Then the third generation handed a small scroll to Xia Yan. This is the catalogue of the sealed book, which records the names and functions of various techniques. It is for you to use as a reference for selection. But Xia Yan, you don't have to make a decision in a hurry. Just tell me when you have thought it over. After hearing this, Xia Yan took the scroll without opening it, and put it directly into his arms. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen said, then you and Kushina should go back and rest first. You have worked hard tonight. What they are going to discuss next is how to deal with the kidnapping operation of Kamugaku and how to deal with the remaining ninjas of the Kamugaku delegation. These things are not something Xia Yan and Kushina can get involved in. However, at this moment, Danzo's voice sounded again. Wait a minute, I think we should also discuss the matter of the communication bracelet. You should be able to imagine how effective that thing can be in war and espionage, so my root should be responsible for further research and development. Then he turned his gaze to Xia Yan. And with your talent, Yushin Xia Yan, it would be a waste to stay in the ninja school. Just join the route and be responsible for the development of this communication bracelet. You went to the ninja school to teach, probably for the books there. As long as you join the route, all the books you want can be found in the route, and even some forbidden techniques that are not even recorded in the Book of Sealing can be opened to you to watch at will. Only in the route can you give full play to your talents and make the greatest contribution to the village. All this is for Konoha. Thank you to the book friend who warmed my heart for the 100 reward. Thank you to the book friend 20190713841444541 for the 500 reward. Chapter 125. Sand Me. This book is of impure blood. The Konoha high-ranking officials who are familiar with Danzo's temperament could not help but secretly say in their hearts, this guy has started again. He wants to dig up the roots of any good thing he sees, just like a reincarnated squirrel. When Kushina heard that Danzo actually wanted Xia Yan to leave the school, she felt nervous. Just as she was about to speak, Mito covered her mouth and asked her to watch the show obediently. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was also a little dark at this time. After all, he just rewarded Xia Yan with a ninjutsu from the sealed book, but Danzo used a bunch of books and forbidden techniques to tempt Xia Yan. Doesn't this make him look petty? You have to know that the reason why forbidden techniques are called forbidden techniques is that they will either endanger the life of the caster or violate humanity. They are not something to be joked about. In addition, ninjas have limited energy, and being able to master several A-level and B-level ninjutsu is already a great thing. Therefore, opening up so many forbidden techniques to Xia Yan without restrictions is just harming him, not helping him. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen also knows how attractive this condition is to research-oriented ninjas like Xia Yan. Even an old Kada like his beloved disciple Orochimaru couldn't stand such a test. He has been getting closer and closer to Danzo recently, let alone Xia Yan, a young man. At this time, Xia Yan's expression was a little strange. Could it be that he has triggered the legendary classic plot of Danzo wants someone? And this plot is being played out in front of him. It's really exciting. According to the script, it should be the turn of the third generation to speak next. Yes, Lord Okage, it's your turn to speak. Sure enough, the next moment Xia Yan heard a tough scolding in the office. Danzo, remember your identity, I'm the director of the R&D department. Xia Yan almost sprained his waist because of the bend in the drainage ditch. He turned his head and found that the person who spoke was actually the insignificant Mitomonon. It turns out that this guy is not only the Okage consultant, but also that director of the R&D department. The third generation, who wanted to speak, opened his mouth, a little confused, feeling that his dialogue seemed to be robbed. Michio Yan continued to say confidently, "It is obvious that developing this communication bracelet is the work of our R&D department, and Xia Yan should also join the R&D department." It seems that Michio Yan also saw the potential of this communication bracelet, and he was willing to break up with his old friend to get it into his hands. Then he looked at Xia Yan with a smile and said, "As for books and ninjutsu, the R&D department is not short of them. Even the materials for developing ninja tools can be supplied in unlimited quantities. It is definitely the best place for you, Xia Yan." Regarding Michio Yan's recruitment, Xia Yan could only say, "By the way, do we have a R&D department in Konoha? Then why haven't there been any improvements in ninja tools for decades? This is probably a department that only eats and does nothing." It seems quite attractive. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was originally robbed of his lines by Michio Yan, saw that the other party also asked him for someone, and suddenly felt that the script seemed to be back on track. So he coughed twice and said, When you were discussing the whereabouts of my subordinates, didn't you think of asking for my opinion?" Sarutobi Hiruzen had just said one word when he was interrupted by a woman's voice coming from outside the door. His face darkened. He didn't understand why everyone was trying to steal his dialogue today. Just when he was about to yell at the other party, he found that it was his wife Sarutobi Biwako who walked in. Biwako. Why are you here so late?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised. "If I don't come, the sealing teacher I finally found will be sold out by you," Sarutobi Biwako said unhappily. Then she nodded slightly to the others and greeted them, and finally looked at Xia Yan seriously. Fortunately, Xia Yan just asked the shadow clone to find her to come and rescue him, otherwise this kid might really be kidnapped. Biwako was relieved, but also a little scared. Did Xia Yan expect this situation a long time ago? Sarutobi Hiruzen was complaining in his heart. He remembered that Biwako had been worried that no one was willing to be a SEAL teacher, so he accepted Xia Yan's job application without hesitation. No matter how you look at it, it's not hard at all. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen only dared to say it in his heart, and said on the surface, "Biwako is exaggerating. We just admire Xia Yan and discuss how to maximize his talents." To be honest, Sarutobi Hiruzen was actually a little moved by Mitomono's proposal. After all, Xia Yan is so good at inventing various room ninja tools, and it seems a bit wasteful to let him spend his time teaching. Perhaps putting this kid in the R&D department is the correct use of Xia Yan. However, Biwako was pulled in by Xia Yan as a rescuer, so she was naturally prepared. If you really want to maximize Xia Yan's talents, you should not let him leave the ninja school. As she spoke, she took out some papers and distributed them to everyone. Everyone looked down and found that they seemed to be transcripts from the ninja school, and they were a little confused. Biwako explained, "This is a comparison of the student scores from the midterm exam a month ago and the final exam scores from the previous school year. As you can see, the scores of students in the sealing technique course taught by Xia Yan have improved dramatically, and this is the result of him deliberately increasing the difficulty of the test paper. Not only that, because Xia Yan used the Ging cards to stimulate students' interest in drawing runes, everyone's control over chakra has also been improved to a higher level. This is reflected in the grades, that is, all students who chose the sealing technique class have also made significant progress in their ninjutsu class grades. And this is only the result of Xia Yan's half-term tenure at the ninja school." Everyone compared the student scores for the 2 school years and found that what Biwako said was true, and they were slightly surprised. It seems that Xia Yan is not only good at inventing, but also very good at teaching. However, if it was just like this, they would not be satisfied. Danzo said with a little disdain, "Even so, it's not enough, I haven't finished yet." Biwako interrupted directly, "In addition to his job, Xia Yan is also responsible for the reform of the school. Everyone can also pay attention to the grades of Saratobi Ashuma, Yui Kyorei, Uchiha Obito, Nohara, and Ebisu. It is not difficult to see that their rankings in the physical skills class have also improved a lot. Even Obito, who had mediocre grades, defeated the genius of the same grade, Hyuga Tsuchiya, not long ago. This is because they are all members of the research group founded by Xia Yan, and they have tried out the teaching aids invented by Xia Yan to improve students' physical skills in advance, so they can make such great progress in physical skills. And this teaching aid will be officially put into use in the ninja school next semester. In addition to the main sealing techniques and ninjutsu, now there are also physical techniques. The Konoha executives were speechless for a while when they heard this. Xia Yan is quite nosy. The salary the school hired him for is worth it. But everyone gradually understood what Baiwaito meant. Baiwaito was just beginning to summarize. Yes, if Xia Yan is allowed to focus on research and development, a lot of results should be achieved soon. But if Xia Yan is allowed to stay in the ninja school, in addition to greatly improving the average level of students, we can also continuously obtain talents who have inherited Xia Yan's knowledge. Whether to exploit Xia Yan's inspiration now or to create thousands of Xia Yan, this is the difference between the two choices. As for how to choose, leave it to Hiruzen to decide. After all, you are the principal of the ninja school. Needless to say, what happened next? After all, Baiwaito said that as long as they transferred Xia Yan out of the school, they would be short-sighted and Konoha's eternal sinners. What else can Konoha F4 say? Saratobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe, and after a moment's silence, he also said, "Indeed, taking advantage of this period of peace, placing Xia Yan in the ninja school to carry out reforms, improve the overall strength of the students, and output more talents in sealing techniques seems to be the best choice." Mito Kadawon and Jitate Kahara also expressed no objection. Only Danzo shouted with dissatisfaction, "You will regret it." Then he strode out of the Okige's office. Before leaving, he deliberately slammed the door. Then after a while, he walked back dejectedly. I almost forgot that the meeting was not over yet, and this time Xia Yan and Kushina were finally able to go home. Before leaving, Mito also invited Xia Yan to visit her house during the winter vacation. Finally, Xia Yan sent Kushina to Mito's house and returned to his own home. Less than 3 seconds after he fell on the bed, the system alarm began to sound. Because it was already morning, at this time, Xia Yan remembered that he had actually forgotten to ask for leave from Baiwaito. I got caught, and I have only finished writing now. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.